Wisdom.
All right, we're live.
Are we live?
Okay, internet. Eric here. Whitey's back for the first time in I guess, 4 or 5 months.
11D.
Uh, um, yeah,
Yeah.
he's been missing in action since August was the last time you were over.
Yeah, they found me in the gutter.
You want to tell the nobody people that are watching right now where you've been?
Illinois.
I meant like
Illinois.
your job situation.
Oh, okay. I'm unemployed.
Yeah, well, you are now, but the reason why
All right. So I've been working a job for just over 2 years.
there's Rachel.
Starting November.
I love how my wife's always like watching this when she's just over there.
Yeah. She's trying to be supportive of her
I am.
man.
I'm trying to support you by giving reviews.
Oh well, we appreciate that.
Yeah.
Now get on your get on your phone and watch his, so you can
Yeah.
support him as
I
well.
wonder if
If
I
you
can.
had my iPad, I could do that, but then I wouldn't be able to play my game.
Priorities. Anyways, you quit on
Yeah, I put in
Christmas.
my 2-week notice. So should I just tell the whole story?
Sure. No one else is watching but Rachel right now. Anyways,
That doesn't want to work.
and now you're gonna have the problem too.
Well, I'd have to type in all your things.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
So I've to mention this before, but my last job was the dementia ward of a retirement community,
Mm-hmm.
and I was the laundry guy,
Mm-hmm.
second shift laundry guy, and the place was just like the people who ran it were crazier than the residents.
Mm-hmm.
Is basically what it was. We got 2 people. Hello,
Oh, nice.
welcome to the channel, and so I was working in the basement and I had to do the laundry downstairs and then bring the laundry up because we didn't have a lift or an elevator or something.
Mm-hmm.
And it was just taking. You saw it. It took a toll on my body.
Yeah,
And
your
so I
back was bad, your knees
yeah,
were.
my knees.
I didn't realize you were there for 2 years, but like
Two-
when you came
over
over
2
tonight, it made sense because when we were at the old place, it took you a while to get down the stairs to the basement
Yes.
and up the stairs, and it wasn't because you're a big guy; it's just because your body was fucked.
Beat up. Just it beat the shit out of me. And so there was a million different things to complain about, but the final thing was I went in for to take some vacation time because my back was really getting bad. And then I was talking to my supervisor. I was like, I'd like to get my last couple of vacation days in,
Mm-hmm.
or however many I had left before the end of the year. And then she's like, "Oh no, it's not the end of the year. It's your start date."
Mm-hmm.
And that it already happened.
That's bullshit.
That is just I've never heard of that before. It's always the end of the year
Mm-hmm.
because everybody's got different.
That's how it is.
circumstances.
Like I said, that's how it is where I work. Is we get both personal days and we get vacation days. Vacation you have up until your anniversary date,
Okay.
but you have to use all your personal days by the end of the year or you lose it.
Yeah,
You can roll over the vacation if you want to, but the personal days, it's use it or lose it.
but it's something that one of the problems there was any job you're the supervisor. Part of your job is to take care of your guys,
Mm-hmm.
and we didn't have that there. Instead of having somebody helping you out, looking out for you, they
Mhm.
were out to get you.
Yeah.
And it was like from the administrator on down, any way they could screw you over, they'd find a way to screw you
Mhm.
over. They were out. It wasn't like something landed in the lap. They were out to get you.
Yeah.
And so that was the final straw. And so she said you can only cash in your vacation days at only half of what you were supposed to get. And I'm like, I'm done. You guys have done this so many times. And I'm the guy, in 2 years, I would be surprised if I put in less than 200 days overtime. Like, it was a lot.
That
It
was
I
a
was
lot of
doing-
that's a lot of the reasons why you haven't been over here so
Yeah.
long. Is because
I've been working
you
so much.
used to been every other Saturday.
Yeah.
And then every time it became every other Saturday, I'm working. I'm
Yeah.
working. So then we're like, okay, well,
It
see you
just
in
became-
6 months.
Yeah, it became less and less. And what it was in a medical facility, they're open 365.
Mm-hmm.
And so there's no weekends. You get every other weekend off because
Mhm.
somebody's got to be working. And so, and then I would have a Tuesday off and a Thursday off. Tuesday one week,
Mhm.
Thursday next week. Well, somebody always quit or called in.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'd pick those up. So I'd do 12 days in a row, 10 days in a row, 11 days in a row, 12 days in a row. A very physical job. And it just tore me to pieces.
Wow.
So I was doing less and less of this, less and less just living.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like I'm making 11.25 This ain't covering the bills.
Right.
And I don't have a life to speak of. This is not worth it.
Mm-hmm.
So when they pulled that shit, that was the final straw. I'm like, I'm done. You know, you take when I'm coming in all this overtime to save your asses,
Mm-hmm.
you don't screw that guy.
Right.
And they would do that all the time. And they had this weird thing, and this is just the culture, sadly, of business, where you have your stalwarts, you have your people come in on time every day and bust their butt,
Mm-hmm.
and they just take advantage of that, and then they cater to the people that rarely come in or whatever, because those are the people that are trying to fill up the staff.
Mm-hmm.
And so, like, those people can get away with anything because they need to just please come in and all. But then if something goes wrong, it's always on us. And we have to have the answers for everything, and just enough was enough.
Mhm.
So I'm currently, I put in my 2-week notice, but I'm unemployed. And right now I'm not even looking. I'm just coasting on what money I got left.
But your body's a lot better.
After just, my last day was Christmas. And after a case of the shits and throwing up for several days, yeah, I'm feeling a lot better physically.
That's good.
My back and everything.
I saw that video you posted on your channel, just all the problems you had.
Yeah.
I was laughing at you because, you know, you showed me that video and then you told this, you could tell this story. This is the story when you had the fire extinguisher go out.
Yes. So I've told this story before, but I was taking a load of laundry up the stairs, and you carry just in normal laundry baskets like you got here, and then you have all your department stuff, and then you have your personals, which is your shirts and your pants.
Mm-hmm.
And so those are all on hangers. So I threw some of those on top. I'm walking by, and the hooks caught the fire extinguisher. It fell off its hook. The thing it was on in the hallway, and seal broke, and poof, it just started spraying fire retardant all over the basement. It covered everything, and it looked like Christmas. And but the thing of it is, the alarm didn't go off.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody knew there was a crisis. They got a camera down there, and I'm like, is that camera on? Does anybody watch this? And the thing of it is, it's like,
And the reason why the alarm didn't go off was because
there's no smoke detector. Like, that should have set off the alarm. So it's very dangerous. And then there's a very weak AC. So it's like if it's 86 degrees outside, it's 86 degrees downstairs.
oh,
So I'd just be.
And you got
running
those-
up and downstairs.
you're running up
30
and
times
downstairs
a
and you
day.
got those
It's a factory.
dryers going.
Yes, the dryers are, and it's all concrete walls, so that's just all circulating and staying right in there. Just misery. So it's like the guy who's willing to do that when nobody else is, you take care of that guy.
Mm-hmm.
And so that was it. But I mean, I've had pain in my chest. Like I feel like I got blockage in my arteries or stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, I don't even know if that's the case. I think it was just high blood pressure from
Yeah.
working. And so I went into the ER a couple months ago because everything from my neck down to my wrist was all inflamed.
That's not
And
good.
it was numb. I was in pain for days. And there's no one to cover my chefs. And so I went into the ER, and black lady sits down. She's like, okay, push, pull, lift. She's like, pinch nerve, and walks away. I'm like, wait, what? You asked 3 questions, lady. Like, what are you talking about, pinch nerve? It's not a pinched nerve. I know my body.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this is inflammation. It was repetitive motion. Because I'm left-handed.
Mm-hmm.
So everything you're pulling left-handed first.
Yeah.
And messed up everything. But I had to work through that.
Mm-hmm.
Workman's comp covered the visit and everything, but it was just like, this is nuts. And so when all this came up, I'm like, my knees were all sprained, my back was freaking out. I'm like, I'm gonna fall down the stairs. I'm gonna end up right back in the ER. I'm gonna miss more work. They're gonna want to fight me for it. I'm gonna have to get a lawyer. All this shit.
And you're all by yourself too, so if you fell, you're
Nobody
fucked.
hears you scream.
Right.
Yeah, it's very dangerous. So, and everybody works for 2 shifts and quits
Yeah.
because it's just horrible conditions for nothing. And that's after 2 years, so that's after a raise.
Mm-hmm.
So when you start, it's only $9. So my game plan, I got probably about $1,400 to my name because I did get the vacation time and stuff.
Mhm.
Last paychecks and that. But I had to put off a car payment, so I got to figure that out. And then when I start running out of money, I'm just going to go to Manpower and take a shitty job and start the whole thing all over again. But I'm going to try to do something Monday to Friday so I can come over here and do this.
Yeah.
So that's the sad side. You know, PewDiePie I watched a video of his, and he said positivity sells. So
Really?
when he got started, he was like, "Oh, these video games are great and all that stuff." It's really hard to be positive, dude. In the state of Illinois, it's really hard to be positive.
That's why Happy hasn't shown up in a while.
Donate some plasma. They don't want me. They don't want it.
They'll take anybody. I used to donate plasma. Look, so you can see the scars on my arm right there.
You see, when
then
I
you can
go
see the
in, they're
scars.
like, yeah, no Irish.
The scars on my arm right there. Oh no, they don't care. I used to
No gingers.
drink before. I used to donate plasma. You get it done so much faster. They don't care.
How much money do you make on that?
I could if you go twice a week, you make $50 a week. Put it on a debit card.
That doesn't solve a whole lot of problems. I should
Yeah, see,
donate
we'll let you go up to
sperm.
2 times a week. $50 a week, man. You sit there.
So it's $25 a visit.
If you go the first time you go, it's 20, and then you got to have 2 days in between, and then if you go the second day, they'll give you 30. So you can make $50 a week, and I put it on a debit card, and that's where I made all my extra cash. But then again, I haven't gone in fucking years because I have veins.
Man, you're rolling.
I have veins that move back and forth, so that's why I have these big fucking scars on my arm.
Yeah.
It's not heroin, not anymore.
Yeah.
But like, see, you can see how deep that scar is. Yeah, it's a joke. Jesus Christ. But they'd always have to come and like readjust the needle, and that's what fucking hurts.
Yeah.
And then, but all you have to do is
Can I make $50?
you guys the Beard Brothers? No, we don't want to be brothers. Trust me.
No.
But you just sit there. I listen to my iPod the whole time, and then you like the machine does its little thing, and it's kind of cool. You see the blood go through, and then moves back and forth. You just pump your hand for like, I don't know, a minute or so, and then you have a resting period, and then you pump it again, and you're there 45 minutes, easy money. Now again, if like I said, I had the veins that moved, so they would always have to come and readjust it, and it is what it is. But
Yeah.
it gave me gas money, it gave me beer money, it gave me spending money at the store.
How many times you donated?
Twice a week. Twice a week, and I did it for at least a year.
Good to have you, Randy.
At least a year. When to go
Yeah.
in the nightmare? I don't think I've ever seen you on the channel before, so welcome to the channel.
Oh.
Yeah, it was easy money. But then again, you don't live in town, so you'd have to find one close to you.
Did I ever tell you? All my stories are horrifying. I went in to do the sperm thing.
Did you? Like,
Did I ever tell you this?
No.
I was up in Wisconsin.
Like donate?
Donate sperm. Never done it before. And I go into one of the rooms, and they just had.
I love how you're telling me the donate sperm story.
Yeah.
My wife's just over
Hi,
there.
Mrs. Cracker. Oh, it only gets worse. So the lady who ran the office or whatever, her decides she's gonna babysit her kid at
Oh,
the
no.
sperm bank.
Oh, the
So
kid's there.
I'm in there trying to,
Donate.
with my, and outside the room, I hear a little kid running around playing like airplane or something. I'm like, how? How am I supposed to do this? I don't work in Hollywood. Fill in the blank celebrity who's had that issue.
Did you get like the
Yes.
whiskey, basically the whiskey dick? It just went.
Yeah, and so it's like, at least it didn't only take 2 minutes.
Did they at least give you something good to look at?
No, I don't remember. It was like 10 years ago or something. But it was just like, really, lady, you're bringing your kid to the sperm bank, and like it's like the walls
Paper
and doors
thin?
are paper thin.
Oh
It's like,
man! So it's
How
bad
am I
enough.
supposed to do this?
It's bad enough you could like maybe hear someone else donating in the other room,
Yes.
but now you got Junior running
But
around
at least
outside.
the guys are professional enough
Professional enough.
not to put that on another guy, but the women don't get it. Like they're guys, they just did it.
Yeah.
I'm like, not with your kid in the hallway, lady.
We
You
do have some
sick
standards.
fuck.
We do have some standards. We
Some.
might jerk off for money, but not with kids outside the
That,
door, right?
You got to pay the bills somehow. If I could do that instead of going to work every day, I would do that. If the good Lord had
You do that every morning
blessed
anyway.
me, if the good Lord had blessed me with the equipment to make a career in that respect, I would just stay home and do those cams or whatever. But it would be all. And here's the thing of it too. I'd be really popular with gay dudes. I'd be rolling, making six figures if I could just like bring
wouldn't.
myself to like.
Yeah, but you wouldn't care. You'd do it anyway.
Would I? Wouldn't I?
Well, as long as you don't, if they're watching you, you're not gonna give a shit.
Right.
Because you don't have to see them on the.
No, you do.
Do you see them on the other end of the camera?
That's how you make the big money because you go into private streams and stuff. I've never done that like with the because I don't have $5. But it'll be like somebody like, hey fellas, who wants to go into a private stream? Oh my god! And then it's like, ladies.
It would be perfect if you could do that as Happy.
Oh no! Yeah.
Cut a promo video as Happy right now.
Hey, you got a daughter now.
She's sleeping. I don't care.
Hey, who likes 6 inches of Irish and some kind of thing? Good lord!
You sound like that guy from Family Guy.
You do.
Oh yeah. Oh no!
For an extra $5, you can see if I'm red everywhere.
What am I gonna do with this cucumber? There's only one hole. You gotta.
I know that doesn't matter.
Oh, it's the whole cucumber. Look at it. Hi, and welcome to Vote Party. I'm gonna start my political career next week.
Next, coming soon to OnlyFans.com.
See, but I got another channel for those guys watching Worried Squirrel Retro Reviews. I've just been doing retro video games.
Mm-hmm.
But I want to keep that kid friendly.
Mm-hmm.
So the kids can watch it, I guess. Not get any strikes and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But that's just me playing like Star Fox.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Playing Punch Out.
I have like 10 views on most of that stuff.
Yeah.
That'll teach her to say.
Oh, that's Facebook Messenger.
Oh, okay.
Close the rat thing.
Oh yeah, how you got
good
cock blocked?
lord.
How did you get cock blocked by the rat?
Oh my god. Okay, so
Good job, Rachel.
There's
See,
a-
that's why she's here.
a girl at work who's like, if I had kids at 20, she'd be my kid. Or maybe a little bit older than that.
Okay.
Who's into me for fuck if I know why. And she's got
Hey, I got married, so.
horrifying life choices. She's got a baby daddy, another baby daddy, and then a sugar daddy. And then she like wants me in this mix. But it's like one of those things where it's like maybe she cares about me, but maybe she finds guys to help her with money.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, I don't have any money. Why are you even talking to me?
Right.
So
She's
I
barking
end
up the
up,
wrong
I
tree
end
there.
up over at her place,
Mm-hmm.
and she's got 2 pet rats. And one of them's a dude who has testicles, this like abnormally large testicles. I just put it
Like the
down.
size of the back of this.
Certainly, that's what it looked like.
It's my daughter's
That
fingernail
was
clippers,
your
but
that rat balls. So we're sitting on a couch. She lives in a
Look at that.
in a shithole. Right. She's making she made me frozen pizzas, and we don't have $20 between us.
Mhm.
And so we're sitting there frozen, and every time we kind of like let's start getting to go to bases and all this kind of, what are the kids called these days? A rat would run across my leg.
Oh no!
And it's summertime, I'm wearing shorts. And I'm just like, oh, come on, lady, put him in a cage. Like, what are you doing? She's trying to get my trousers. She made that point clear.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm sitting there talking to her. I don't think she knows how dudes work. Like, if there's a rat rubbing up against my leg, it's going to be hard for me to inflate the balloon, if you follow me. Why do my stories always come to this? And then the penis didn't work.
Welcome back.
Every time. Welcome to Vote Party.
Welcome back.
So, as I'm sitting on the couch, doing this to the arm of the couch, right, the rat runs across my arm and then leaves a trail of rat ball juice
Oh.
across my arm and shoulder.
Oh.
And so I don't remember how over the course of the next hour, I was like, okay, I'm going to go home. It's good seeing you outside of work for the first time. And then she texts me, she's like, why didn't you sleep with me? I'm like, really?
Because I'm covered in rat juice.
I've got rat juice. And she's like, it's not a big deal. I'm like, it's a rat's testicles dragging on my arm, and there's juice associated. You have 2 rats, and every time I was like, okay, like, get the thing, and it really run across my leg or something. Like, it knew. And so I'm just like, lady, like, put your, wherever you normally keep your rat. And then there was all
I need to get a drink. Keep talking.
at the same time, she had gotten her baby daddy. She just married the guy.
Oh God. She just married the guy and she's trying
She
to bang
just married the guy and then got what's that called? You get a thing so they can't go within 500 yards, kind of thing.
Restraining order.
It was something similar. It was she called it a different name, but it was like a restraining order on a guy she just married.
Order of protection?
Or it's an order of protection. So she gets an order of protection from a guy who works there.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm going to sleep with her. Everybody there knows everything about everything. They all chat. He's going to find out. I'm going to have to get into fisticuffs with this guy at work.
Yeah.
All this stuff. I'm like, I'm not touching this with a 10-foot pole.
Well, then think of it this way. Those rat balls were the things
Those
that saved your life.
rats, they cock blocking rats, sent the blood back up to the other head. And I made a smarter decision than I normally would. But it's just like, I can't, man, why can't I get like, I end up with the lady who works in the kitchen. I don't end up with the doctor who makes 6 figures. You know what I mean?
No, that's true.
But then talking about the sperm bank situation, you kind of understand why I'm still single.
Oh, God.
So thank you all for coming out. That's my rat ball juice story.
Cock blocked by rat ball.
I got cock blocked by Splinter. That's what happened. It was, they weren't rats like she was unhygienic. They were pets.
Pet rats.
Pet rat. And it's like, why? Who does pet rats? Like what?
I know some people with pet rats. I don't know people.
Bronco, what's up, buddy?
Hey, Brad. You just missed the story about how he was cock blocked.
Man, you gotta go back and watch.
You definitely got to.
Rat ball juice on this arm right here.
Basically, he was gonna make out with a chick.
No, I was gonna put my hoo hoo dilly in her cha cha. That's what.
And what stopped was this rat dragging its balls across your arm. Oh, that's fantastic.
The balloon requires helium to function. Is what I'm saying. So,
you got whiskey dick, and all it did was cause a rat. You didn't.
And
need
also, there's the movie Terminator: Dark Fate.
Like I said, I didn't see that. I made it through the first hour.
Oh my god, Bronco! I've been trying to catch up on some of your stuff, buddy. There's a lot.
Bronco's good. I think he just made it past. He's almost at 900 subs.
Wow, I don't know how you do that, dude.
He does daily content. I don't know how he has the time and effort. I sure fucking don't. I'm lucky if I get like 2.
Hi, everybody.
But he also does like a. I went to look for you and it took a bit to get you.
Holy shit!
Yeah.
Are you drinking water?
I'm drinking water because I was having
drinking booze.
I was having a coughing fit, but I'll be drinking beer later.
So for anybody else who just showed up on this channel, rat balls juice on this arm is what we're talking about. While I was trying to get
Brad, my stream that said it was over is I'm still doing this Streamlab thing, and I had to add my camera and it wouldn't work, and I'm a fucking retard when it comes to technology.
Well, you could understand that. I'm a fucking retard. I can't figure this out.
But because I got to do a StreamYard is what they do because he does a stream like every Friday, him and his buddies.
I gotta do one of those things where you sit and chat. I gotta come over here. Next time you're doing one of those, call me and be like,
I can't call you. You don't have $50 on your phone.
Facebook me.
I do Facebook you, but you never respond.
But now I don't have a job, so now I got all kinds of free time. I could come over to the thing that is thing, and do the thing.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Tell Jason I said hey, bud. He's watching the game with Jason's a mutual friend of ours.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Have you heard from Sexy Monkey?
Yeah, Sasha still does his live streams. He was live a few days ago.
Okay.
He does that StreamYard thing that Brad does.
I should tell that story to Sasha. I was over at the lady's house, and then
do your Sasha impression.
A rat's testicles run across me forearm. I was like, I don't know.
He doesn't say me. He's more dignified than that.
He is. He's way more of a gentleman. Sasha's good people. I miss that guy.
He doesn't have like a Cockney accent. Like, hey, me boy, oh.
Hey, it's a rat. It shows of a soccer ball.
Now I was going to plug this woman with my wiener here, and right before I could, this rat with the largest fucking balls ran down me arm. Yeah. And I looked at myself and I realized, man, now my dick don't work.
I was like, Strew, I can't get me pecker working. I'm Jason Statham in every film he's ever made.
Oi, where's Guy Ritchie when we need him?
If Tommy the Tick isn't praying, he should be. I could do that. That was pretty good, Jason said that. I did a pretty good at that. If I made to my own horn. And then I've been doing this weird thing. I'll go into Boston for no reason. I don't even know how I get it. I gotta go watch any Matt Damon film for a little while.
Oh God.
Because I was they got that Dunkin' Donuts commercial with not Ben Affleck but the other one, the nicer guy.
The nicer guy that
his brother
Casey.
Casey, and Casey's like the bum hanging out at Dunkin' Donuts all the time. He's actually really funny, but
Is he?
yeah, Casey Affleck's. I would rather hang. If someone's like picking Affleck, I'd be like, I hang with Casey.
Well,
Seems like a nicer guy.
well, Ben's always known for getting in trouble by pulling his balls out. Speaking of rat balls,
How does he not get me?
they would like on Tell 'em Steve Dave. They would always tell this story about when they're making mall rats and everything, how Affleck would just walk up behind anybody in the crew because he's friends with Kevin Smith and grew up with them, and then suddenly they just feel this. And they turn around, and it's Affleck's balls, like right there on their shoulder.
Oh no. Yeah, that Affleck. That's crazy.
And now he's Batman. Or no, he's not Batman anymore.
He's not Batman anymore because now
it's the Twilight Kid.
Well, what?
Oh.
Yeah. Well, who were you thinking?
No, you're right. They got the Twilight Kid to be Batman now. Whatever his name is.
Serious?
Yeah, Robert Pattinson as Batman.
Ugh.
And
Well, no, there's Batgirl. Chris, good to see you. Really enjoy both channels. Keep it up, guys.
Hi, Chris. Chris, I didn't know he watched my channel. Yeah.
Chris, I'm glad you enjoyed it.
Yep. I enjoyed it too.
I didn't.
But like you said, it was the best thing to happen to you.
Yeah.
But
for more stories like this, go to Volt Party on Patreon or PayPal. And help me out with my
Robert Pattinson is the new Batman. Now here's the thing.
Then there's Batwoman.
Batgirl, but she's on the TV show.
Yes.
She's on the TV show.
She's
Well,
not
no, they do call her Batwoman. They can't call her Batgirl because that's sexist.
She's not replacing Batman. He still at least in that universe, Batman still exists.
Yeah.
But she's kind of effectively taking his spot.
Right. I've never watched any
His
of the
equipment.
TV shows. His equipment. I
got your equipment right here.
I never watched any of the shows, but Robert Pattinson is the new Batman, and they already have announced their Matthew McConaughey is supposedly in talks to be Two-Face.
All right.
Exactly. He's gonna flip the coin, and when it's negative, he's gonna be like, all right. And then they did.
I wouldn't mind that too much.
But would you mind Colin Farrell's in talks to be the Penguin?
Why not Scarecrow? He would be so right for Scarecrow.
I don't know, but yeah, apparently Colin Farrell's in talks to be.
Don't tell me that shit when I'm taking a drink. I'm gonna make a mess in your kitchen.
Colin Farrell's in talks to be Penguin, and then Zoe Kravitz, Lenny Kravitz's daughter.
Yeah.
She is Catwoman.
Well, why can't? We need to get Chloe Camilla as Catwoman.
No, we already have, because the pictures you showed me of Chloe Camilla, we already have the 12-year-old boy on TV.
Yes.
She's the one playing Batwoman. What's her name? Ruby Rose?
Ruby Rose.
Oh.
I've seen Ruby Rose.
She can be attractive, but every other
Ruby
Rose.
Rose has a pretty face.
Yes.
She's a lot better than that porn star you like. Ruby Rose has a pretty smile, pretty face, because she's on. We've seen her. We saw her in Orange Is the New Black, and she was in the very last Resident Evil movie. So, but she was fine. But I don't picture her as Batwoman. I don't picture her as like a tough superhero.
Exactly the problem. She was 105 pounds soaking wet, and she's gonna throw around Bane.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's just like, come on.
But. So, but yeah, I'll give her. She looks pretty. She can pull off the the short hair look. Like not many females can. Your porn star can't.
Yeah.
Ruby Rose can.
Do you think? Because you follow this stuff way more than I do.
Mm-hmm.
You think we're gonna keep getting this garbage? Or you think they're gonna be like, look, we're losing money out the ass?
What kind of garbage? What do you mean?
Like all the feminism and here's my 2 cents.
Well,
because we got
is Batwoman. I know. I know they. Oh, that's Birds of Prey. That's you've heard of Suicide Squad, right? That's the one where Jared Leto was the Joker.
I actually saw it.
And Margot Robbie was
we
Harley
should
Quinn.
talk about that.
That was a fun movie.
Because I did a brief review.
Now they're doing a sequel called Birds of Prey. It's all women, which is fine. No. This part is fine because the comic book, The Birds of Prey, is all female superheroes.
Okay.
and Harley Quinn is in it.
And see, and it's an excellent point because
And then the Charlie D'Amelio one.
Yeah,
there's
we'll get there.
female comic book characters. Just cast the ladies as the ladies. Leave the guys alone.
Mhm.
But it's when they're like, no, now it's a chick. Now John
Well-
Connor's a chick.
Well, this is the thing that I didn't like. I really wanted, because I had a lot of fun with Suicide Squad.
Yeah.
Even with Jared Leto as the Joker, a lot of people shit on him.
Yeah.
I thought once you got used to his portrayal, he was
Yeah.
fine. Because we've talked about that before. And then they're doing this whole sequel called Birds of Prey, and it's about Harley Quinn and that group, and they're fighting.
Yeah.
Ewan McGregor is the villain. And I was okay with,
Ewan McGregor.
I was fine with that until Ewan McGregor himself said that it's a feminist movie, and they're taking on toxic masculinity.
Can I plug something into this? It's gonna start getting loud.
If it has the same
Thing.
input-output thing. But
got
I was
your input
against.
output right
I'm
here.
against it now because I want nothing to do. This might work. Try that.
That looks too big. That's what she said. Way too big.
Um,
That is what she said.
But there, this is all we got.
What about that one over there?
That might work.
We just got to get the right thing in the right hole, and we're us, so we're struggling with
Heyo.
Right thing.
it. Zing. Is it the same? No, it's a different. Looks like it's a different.
This is for an iPad.
Oh, okay, I want you gonna work.
You can work. Well, I guess you'll just have to live stream until your phone dies, and then
Yeah, here we go again.
you can just still be on mine though,
Yeah.
if you want to.
Yeah.
But you could just like sign off and be like, "Hey, my phone's dying," and then whatever. But what I was getting to is I was all for this Margot Robbie sequel. I didn't care that it was all chicks until Ewan McGregor himself said it's a feminist movie, and they're taking on toxic masculinity. And I'm like, I don't want that in my Batman characters,
Yeah.
you know. If you're gonna have a group of women fighting a male villain, I don't give a shit. But when you blatantly say it's a feminist movie, I
Yeah.
have no interest.
Well, and the thing of
So-
it too is it's like we go back to when we're born in the '80s. Every so many years you go through a trend. Westerns get big for a little while.
Action movies,
Action movies, certain type of
slasher movies.
slasher movies, sure. But it's like you can only watch the same thing so many times. You can only make the same point so
Mhm.
many times.
Right.
Eventually, it's going to get old. But here's my theory on this: the reason why this is happening is because in the family unit, mom and dad ain't got $5.
Mm-hmm.
Little Timmy's smoking weed and playing Xbox and doesn't care, and little Rebecca, no pun intended, needs a whole array of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Makeup and product and all this kind of jazz. The only person anymore that's spending money in hard economic times is you're spending money on the little girl.
Mm-hmm.
So hence, with all the corporate tie-ins, you get all these feminist movies. That's why that's
But
happening.
see, the thing is, though, you can do it in a good way, like
Yes,
like-
and it's been done in a good way.
because look in the '80s, we had
Yes.
Sarah Connor,
Mm-hmm.
we had Ellen Ripley. If you want to go more towards the 2000s, Mila Jovovich's character in Resident Evil was a
Sure,
strong
sure.
female character. Even her in the
Underworld
yeah,
with
Kate Beckinsale.
Mhm.
Mila Jovovich in Fifth Element.
Yep.
You know, all strong female characters.
Oh, it's
But
a
when-
long list.
But when it's thrown in your face, like Avengers Endgame,
Yeah.
okay, they had Captain Marvel. You know, they made this big deal about Captain Marvel. And then she shows up, and then, you know, she does two things and she leaves. But there's a scene in Avengers Endgame where Thanos, you know enough who like some of the characters
Sure.
are, okay? Thanos shows up, and the Avengers look like, you know, they're going to die. They're going to get their ass kicked. They're not going to win. And then Captain Marvel shows up, or some one of the bitches shows up, and they're like, Thanos says something like, "You need an army," and she says, "I have an army." And then right behind her is all the female lead characters, and it's just an eye-rolling moment.
Yeah.
And my buddy said to me, he's like, "Well, think of it this way, because you know he's got a little boy, and I've got a young daughter." He's like, "Think of it this way, your daughter isn't going to see it as an eye-rolling moment." I'm like, "True, but I'm the one paying to get her
Yep.
into the movie, and it makes me not want to see the next film when I know it's going to be something like that." You can have a strong female character without it being cheesy like that. You know, I have
Yeah.
my own army to take on the men, and it's all the female showing up in the behind.
I was I was just rewatching some Tour Duty today.
Mm-hmm.
You remember the show from the 80s?
You've mentioned it many times.
Vietnam War epic TV show from the 90s. Very like 88, 89. And it got canceled in 90.
Okay.
And it's replete with strong female characters. Medical staff, reporters, journalists.
Look at Game of Thrones. Game of Thrones has strong female characters.
But we're talking 1980s.
Mm-hmm.
And so everybody's like, you never have a strong female lead. It's like, the fuck are you talking about? It's not a short list of TV shows and comics.
Well,
and
also
movies
look at Raiders
with
of the
strong
Lost.
female characters.
Look at Raiders of the
lead.
Lost Ark.
Yes.
Karen Allen was a badass in that movie.
But
She could drink. She's drinking all the men under the table. She's beating the shit out of the Nazis.
But that show got canceled. I was in the second grade. It started on kindergarten. Long as I can remember, there's been strong female characters.
Like Chris says right there, Hollywood's agenda pushing has become beyond irritating. I mean, really, just make good enough original movies, simple and easy, without feminism or what have you. And speaking of that, Rachel was talking about the new Charlie's Angels movies, and I didn't see it. It's bombed at the box office, whatever. And the reason why a lot of people that I've read, they're not shitting on the movie itself, because a lot of them, it's Charlie's Angels. It's going to be stupid, but fun stupid. Like if you've seen the ones with Drew Barrymore, they're over the top and dumb, but they're fun. Turn your brain off.
Sure.
The main reason a lot of people were shitting on that is because Elizabeth Banks, who is the actress, she's in it, she wrote it, she produced it, she directed it, and it's bombing because she said itself that it's a feminist movie, and that's a major turnoff to a lot of people.
Yeah.
You don't want to go to, you want to go to Charlie's Angels to have fun, not for a political agenda.
Yeah.
Okay? And then when it started bombing, she was coming up with all these excuses. Like she said that the reason why, this is paraphrasing, the reason why Charlie's Angels bombed at the box office is because men didn't go to take their girlfriends to go see the film. What? So it's men's fault? Well, where were the females in the theaters? You know what I mean?
And there's more women on the planet than men.
Mm-hmm.
So in all things, it's because you're men and you're patriotic. It's like there's more of you than us.
Mm-hmm.
So if more of you go to the theater, if more women go to the theater and watch movies, they're going to make more of that. Whatever it is that is making money. So the WNBA could be making more money than the NBA. Except women don't give a shit about basketball. You know, dudes do. And when women do want to see a basketball game, where do they go? They go to the NBA. Same thing with the NFL. Same thing with all these movies. You know, everything is... Women don't want this lecture 57 times in a row either.
Right.
Like, nobody wants to just constantly be lectured with this stuff. You go in there to see a movie about Charlie's Angels, goofball comedy, you know. The next thing, you know what they're going to do? You know what the next thing is? They're bringing back Ernest. They're bringing back Ernest, CG Ernest, and it's going to be it's Ernesta.
I was going to say Ernesta P. Worrell.
A trans Hispanic female male guy thing who's Islam, and then Ernesta goes to Wakanda. You know, that's like the next. It's like Hollywood's just cutting up pieces of paper and mixing them in a hat and just guessing shit. Pumping out dribble. Thank you, everybody who came out for our little PMS session.
Well, like I said, at least Joker was good. You got to see Joker.
I do got to see Joker. Finally, something comes out that's good, and I stayed home on it.
That one was really, really good. Joaquin Phoenix, good as always. De Niro, he plays himself, you know, the fucking asshole that you hate. The girl that was in it was really good. I can't think of her name. She was, like I said, she was in the second Deadpool movie. Yeah, great performances all around. Really liked it.
Yeah. And hopefully Hollywood learns its lesson and starts going back to making movies again. Just making movies because they're good movies. It's something of a bygone era. Joy and Happiness is like died in '96. Just
well, we were also talking about Top Gun Maverick because we were talking about crazy Val Kilmer. And how Val Kilmer is coming back as Iceman in Top Gun Maverick. I hope he's fat Val Kilmer. You know,
he's lost a bunch of weight.
Has he lost weight?
I'm sure he'll thin down. He's a professional.
Well, he's not like Christian Bale. Have you seen Christian Bale when he thinned down for that Ford versus Ferrari movie or whatever? God, he looks sickly.
Wow.
How that man's still alive, I don't fucking get how his body can do it.
The damage he's done to his heart. because he put on weight for the Dick Cheney movie,
Mm-hmm.
which I doubt 4 people saw.
Didn't Val Kilmer have cancer?
That was the rumor going around the mill, at least.
He said it wasn't cancer, but he was very, very ill. Yeah, I don't know.
That's an interesting thing. I've been telling you for years about Red Letter Media. I know you haven't.
I've watched a few of their stuff. I watched one. They just did a Christmas special with Macaulay Culkin.
And I was going to mention that. So Macaulay Culkin years ago looked like he was on heroin or something.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, no, I wasn't on drugs. I was just going through a phase.
Mm-hmm.
But watching him on that show, I believe him. Like, when you do coke and hair and all that stuff, like, you don't get all clean cut and happy.
Right.
And so I'm watching Macaulay Culkin going, I don't think he had a drug issue.
No.
So it's entirely plausible. Val Kilmer just had some health issues with lung cancer.
Yeah. And Culkin's come out of nowhere to be this like big podcaster now, and he's like super fucking funny. Like he's got his own podcast called Bunny Ears. He's hilarious on social media. But he's on the Red Letter Media guys a lot. Like they did a Christmas special because they're like, hey, you know, when it's Christmas time, you think of Macaulay Culkin because of Home Alone, and then that's when they did like Christmas slashers and stuff like that. So he was funny, and I watched.
They introduced him to Warriors, which I don't think he'd seen. The Warriors.
Oh, he'd never seen the Warriors?
I think that was, or is the other guy? I don't think he'd seen Warriors, or something like that.
Mm.
But it's just like one of those things where not everybody did. Somebody mentioned that to me. My buddy Rob mentioned that to me a few years ago. I stared at him going, "Oh."
Well, I had only seen the Warriors for the first time within like the last 10 years.
Okay.
Great movie.
You know, I have the charger. I think I still have the charger for the. Yeah, I do. I have the charger for the phone I just bought in the seat of the car. I can go get that in a few minutes.
Okay, that's fine.
I don't have to get that now. There's still.
He's got plenty of battery.
Yeah, that's still got some time on it.
But
So.
yeah, Macaulay Culkin's been actually really funny. He's got this huge internet feud, like on Twitter, a fun internet fake feud with Devin Sawa.
Oh, okay, yeah, I know.
And he's pretty fucking funny. He does look young to have so many doors compared to Edward Furlong. Edward Furlong, there's this picture circling now that just came out like the past couple of days. It's Edward Furlong and Ron Jeremy partying at the Rainbow Room in California. And I don't know who looks worse, Edward or Ron Jeremy.
Oh my God. That's a
like Ron Jeremy
for
looks like he's
winning.
been dying for 20 years.
Yes.
And Furlong's like not that far behind him. And I remember, like, we were talking, again, Terminator Dark Fate, and they made this big fucking deal that Edward Furlong is back in the Terminator movie.
And he's like, "Hi, Mom, how you doing?" She's like, "Oh, okay."
And what it,
Bing, bang, boom, he's dead.
what it is he's playing young John Connor.
Yeah.
Okay? He's literally in the movie for 1 minute.
Yep.
He doesn't say anything. There's no dialogue. So it's CGI'd.
What is the point?
It's CGI'd. They could have put it on like a 10-year-old boy. It wouldn't have mattered. But it's CGI'd like the face looked good. It looked like he was just from Terminator 2. But they're in Mexico celebrating because Skynet's been destroyed or whatever. It's a year later, and he's at the bar trying to flirt with a girl that's like 10 years too more.
Old.
He gets a beer because it's Mexico. They give 10-year-olds beers down there in 1991 or whatever. Turns around, and this slow motion Arnold, who doesn't look like Arnold, it's a Terminator, but doesn't look like Arnold, walks by, literally points a shotgun at John, shoots him, flips Sarah over a table, and then drops his gun and walks away. I'm like, is he walking into the ocean or something? I don't know. He just disappears, and then she holds John, and then boom, it's present day. So they make a big deal that Edward Furlong is back in Terminator Dark Fate. He's literally on screen 1 minute and doesn't even say a word. And then they shoot him and kill him.
It had to be. There had to be back in 1992. Yeah, Ron Jeremy.
Yeah, he's still alive, man. Oh, he looks horrid.
They
maybe you know what I'll do? Maybe for the thumbnail for this, we should put the picture of. I'll send you the picture of Edward Furlong.
But there had to be something contractually. Mm-hmm. The only way that he would allow them to, and then he never specified.
He did it for $50 and a sandwich.
Oh my God.
You know that's what he did.
That would have to be it. But it's nice to see Devin Sawa getting work.
He is. No, Devin Sawa has this year alone. Devin Sawa has worked with John Travolta. Granted, it was The Fanatic, which I still thought was a funny movie for all the wrong reasons. I
saw a bunch of reviews. I didn't actually see the film.
I liked it. I liked it a lot. So this year alone, he's making a comeback. He's doing good movies. or not good movies, but he's doing movies. He's back in acting, and he worked with Sylvester Stallone in like the latest Escape Plan movie.
Okay.
You know, so he's say what you want about it being current Travolta and current Stallone, but he's making money. He's making movies.
I always liked the guy. He did a bunch of films and disappeared.
Well, he was another one of those. Hey, I became a huge child star. I'm going to the club and partying, and he fell because I talk to him all the time on Twitter. Like he actually responds because he's a big Stephen King guy. So we talk Stephen King. We talk Stephen King a lot, and though he went down the road of alcoholism and this and that, he says he's been sober for like 5 years, and he's just now.
Next time you see him, tell him I said
I will.
Or next time he.
He's now doing a movie in Budapest, I think, but it's about vampires that's being directed by Glenn Danzig, who was the original singer for the Misfits, and it's starring Danny Trejo as well and a couple other like known people, but so Sawa's still working.
Wow.
He's one of those guys you wouldn't realize. Holy shit, he's fucking hilarious too.
Yeah.
He's one of those guys like if you ever get back on Twitter and not get kicked off for your usual
I don't
posts.
know how to even get back on Twitter because I'm suspended, but it won't let me delete the account. Now that I got the new phone, once I get $5 more on my phone, I can now set up a new Twitter account.
Yeah.
Because I'll have a new phone number.
Yeah. But Devin Sawa was pretty fucking funny.
It's good to see him back, man.
Mm-hmm.
He was huge for 5 minutes there. He was in everything.
Yeah. The Fanatic is about John Travolta plays.
He's special needs.
Yeah, he's like Asperger's or something.
Yeah.
He's huge in the movies, especially horror movies. And Devin Sawa plays this action movie, horror movie star. And right when it's John Travolta's turn to get the autograph.
Since I know what you're talking about, you tell the story, and I'll run and go get that charger.
Sure.
It's in my front seat.
Yeah, and what it is John Travolta plays this.
My legs. Rats on my shoulder.
The rat balls. And what it is
That's gotta be the title. The rat balls and the cock blocker.
Rat balls, Devin Sawa, and Ron Jeremy. That's the name of the title.
I'll try not to fall downstairs and crack my hip.
Well, yeah, please don't, because your phone's up here. You can't call anybody for help. Yeah, he couldn't anyway, because he still needs $5 to put on his phone. But yeah, John Travolta plays this guy with Asperger's, and what he's going into a comic book store to get Devin Sawa's autograph, and of course, right when he's at the front of the line, Devin Sawa gets a phone call from his ex-wife and lawyer and all this shit. So, of course, Travolta doesn't get his autograph, and that just sets John Travolta off, and he's like, I'm your #1 fan, and he turns into basically Annie Wilkes from Misery, and he starts stalking Devin Sawa's house. Like, he there's this really creepy scene where Devin Sawa, like, he's taking his pills, been washing him down with booze, and he falls asleep in his recliner, and John Travolta sneaks in, he sits down and watches, because he's like hiding in his closet or something like that, or hiding under his bed, I don't fucking know. And he covers Devin Sawa up with a blanket. I think he kisses him goodnight or some weird shit like that. Rachel, you gotta see this movie. It's fucking hilarious.
Okay.
And then eventually by the end, he accidentally kills the housekeeper, and Devin Sawa like blows Travolta's hand off with a shotgun, and it's wholesome family entertainment. But it's just really and it's directed by Fred Durst, of all people. You know, from Limp Bizkit.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's thrilled. But and of course they have to have the obligatory Devin Sawa's listening to Limp Bizkit in his car while he's driving his son to like soccer practice or some shit like that. But I really enjoyed The Fanatic for all the wrong reasons. It's an interesting movie to say the least. You can tell they try to do something different, but it seems like Travolta goes Nick Cage levels and can't go back down from 11. No, see, the thing with that is, Chris, is Travolta is actually trying to act. He might make poor choices, but the thing is, Nick Cage knows he's fucking insane. I mean, the man has bought castles. The man has bought dinosaur skulls. The man named his son Kal-El because he's obsessed with Superman. the man,
Is this
huh?
Cage?
Yeah, this is Nicolas Cage. The man is so obsessed with Elvis, he married Lisa Marie Presley just to say that he was part of the Elvis family. And the thing is, he was married to Lisa Marie less than she was married to Michael Jackson. And the thing is, though, Nicolas Cage now knows he's insane, and that's what's getting him movies. Like he hasn't been sane since like 1992. Well, I don't know. Whenever Con Air came out, that was the last time I think he was somewhat normal. But like if you watch him in The Wicker Man, remember when we went and saw that, and then in the theaters, that was horrible. But I think he now gets hired because they're like, we need a crazy person who still has some name recognition, and we don't have to pay him that much. I mean, we had to pay him more than we'd pay Edward Furlong. Let's get Nicolas Cage, because I can't think of the last movie where Nicolas Cage has actually been in theaters. And Teen Titans Go to the Movie doesn't count because he only did the voice. So yeah, whenever they want a crazy person, they just get Nicolas Cage. Travolta at least tries. He tries to act. He might not always be successful, but you know what? He put his all into The Fanatic, and I have to give him his props for that. It's funny. I think me and Whitey have talked about it before. Nick Cage, like, I love the movie The Wrestler, and Nick Cage was originally going to be Mickey Rourke's character and not. Well, he was going to originally be Mickey Rourke's character, and he even went to like Ring of Honor wrestling shows for research and this and that. And I can't even imagine anyone other than Mickey Rourke as that actor or as that character of Randy the Ram. But if it was Nicolas Cage, it would have been a god awful movie. You're right. I agree. You're on that point, and I agree. He seems to use that insanity as a marketing tool. I'm not sure the last Nicolas Cage movie I saw, actually. It's been quite a while. Well, like I said, other than Teen Titans Go to the Movies, which doesn't count because he's the voice of Superman, and I think he's the voice of Batman too. But when was the last movie? Because everyone made a big deal about that movie Mandy he's in, but that was straight to video, and I couldn't even finish the trailer because it just looked so fucking crazy, and not good fun crazy. It just looked like retarded crazy. Let's see, there's Con Air. I know Adaptation. No, he was in Kick-Ass. He was in the first Kick-Ass, but that's not really a Nicolas Cage movie. He's just in it. Did you find your charger? Ah, you actually remembered.
You find your phone in there?
Nope.
did you find $5 to put on your phone? We're now talking
I had the $5.
Christopher, your sub. We were talking about John Travolta, and he brought up Nicolas Cage.
Oh my God! Here it comes.
And I was talking about how Nicolas Cage Travolta at least tries to act.
Yeah.
And Nicolas Cage is just fucking insane. And basically Chris mentioned it, it's now like a marketing tool, if you think about it.
Oh my shit! It worked? Wow.
Hey.
I did something that worked.
Wow.
I did something that worked.
Good for you. And we were talking about how you saw The Wrestler because you reviewed that for your channel once, and how Nicolas Cage was originally going to be The Wrestler, not Mickey Rourke. How bad that would have made that movie? Because you ended up liking The Wrestler, didn't you?
Yeah, it was depressing as all get out. Might as well have been a documentary about my life. It was so depressing, but it was really good.
Yeah.
I couldn't see Nicolas Cage doing that.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't see that working. Like Mickey Rourke made it work.
Yeah.
You could believe Mickey Rourke was been through some hard times because he had.
Just look at his face.
Yeah, but I mean,
it gotten worse.
Also was a muscular guy.
It's gotten worse since what was it, The Last Outlaw? You maybe watched.
Oh my God! Yeah.
I can't believe you deleted all those videos, man. Make that Last Outlaw review.
Coming after me with this shit. Like they keep shutting down my. I went through it again. That's one of the reasons I disappeared for a while too.
Mm-hmm.
Is because I was suspended for a long time, and they didn't notify me that I wasn't.
Oh, really?
For this channel. And so I just went on there and tried to upload something, and it worked. I was like, oh, I guess why your suspension got lifted. Thanks for letting me know, guys.
Yeah, that's nice that they told you.
Yeah.
So
Lord of War was really good.
Lord of War was good.
Yep.
Well, yeah, Christopher was trying to think of the last movie, that Nicolas Cage movie he's had in theaters. It could have been Lords of War. Because I don't think
That
because Kick-Ass doesn't
15
count.
years ago.
Kick-Ass doesn't count because that wasn't really a Nicolas Cage movie.
Something about the bees.
That's the Wicker Man.
Not the bees.
The bees, they're in my eyes. Oh God, they're in my eyes. Then he's driving around dressed as like an oversized grizzly bear, and he punches a lady in that scene of that movie. Have you ever seen The Wicker Man?
No.
Oh.
I've seen all the.
Oh, you
reviews and
need to
edits
watch
of
The Wicker Man.
craziness.
Oh, you need to watch The Wicker Man. If you
What?
think it was bad having to talk about the Star Wars movies, you need to watch The Wicker Man.
We got to. I got to come over one of these times and get on the other channel, and we got to do some cartoons and stuff,
hmm
like you guys used to do.
Well, the reason we stopped doing the cartoon commentaries was all the copyright strikes.
Yeah.
You know, and me and Rachel did some good videos, and you know what? It's just a pain in the ass having to deal with, you know, those
yeah.
videos are usually like half hour long because we have our intro, we watch a 22-minute video, and then we have our outro, and then they're really, really fun, and then boom, blocked.
Yeah.
So I might go to Vimeo because I think Vimeo doesn't really give a shit about copyright.
Yeah.
So I might check out Vimeo, and I might move all the cartoon commentaries from YouTube to Vimeo, or I might just leave them. But any new ones we'll do over there.
Yeah. Have you've been watching my stuff? Does my stuff look better now? Because I set up some lighting. I got this kind of next to a brick wall. But
A basement's a basement, dude.
yeah.
You still look homeless.
Yeah, I still look.
It still looks like you're in a back alley somewhere,
It does. And
hanging out with Edward
and
Furlong
got
and
it.
Ron Jeremy.
I should. You know, help my career.
I don't think so. Ron Jeremy might help your career. I don't think
Oh, yeah.
ever.
Help my game, if nothing else.
He was probably across from you at the sperm bank with the little kid.
That he was the little kid. If you missed the sperm bank story,
Go back and watch it.
I can't take a poop and have little kids.
I remember that story.
No.
You were the janitor at a school or something, right? You were the janitor at school or something, right? And you're just trying to take a dump, and some kid just busting on you,
I
and you're
can't
sitting
even
on the
afford to
toilet.
be a drunk. I have every right to be an alcoholic. I have every right to be just a horrible alcoholic, and instead I just got a Pepsi sitting there. And it's a product placement.
Isn't it? And it was both sad and funny, you know. Not to bring up your misery again, but you're living in a house full of people, and the only one that has a job is your crazy sister.
That's nuts. Yeah.
Like the dangerous crazy sister.
Oh, I know. Grace. Oh, I mean, Schmace.
It doesn't matter. She doesn't watch this. Oh.
Oh, God. We are not actually fighting.
I know.
Which is
Well,
good.
you had your little Christmas incident where
Oh,
40
man.
years of stuff came out.
That was I come home. I went and got Schmace from work because she doesn't have a cat.
Wicker Man with Cage I thought was a joke. I thought it was meant to be a parody, honestly, when I watched it. The original was so serious and well done, and this turd comes into existence.
I would say, how did this happen? But we all know it's Coke. You know?
I never saw the original, but think of
No.
it though. The original had Christopher Lee. How do you replace Christopher Lee with Nicolas Cage?
Christopher Lee was the detective?
I don't know. He's the only one I've.
I
It's
thought
it's
he was
it's a.
part of the- part of the
I think
tribe thing.
he's the detective or something because
No,
it's
I
an
don't think
island
so.
full of women.
Huh.
At least that's how it was in the remake. Who fucking knows?
I have no idea. What other horrifying crap?
Well, I recently on this channel did what was called the 12 Days of Christmas Horror, which it was tough to do.
How's your buddy from Two Bearded Losers?
Oh, Frenzy, he's doing good.
Cool.
He's doing good. We still do the podcast every week.
Nice.
Our last episode, which I'll upload here on Monday, we did Return to Oz.
Oh, okay.
That was interesting, but
What
without
Veruca Salk? Salk?
Veruca Salt is the bratty girl from Charlie and the Chocolate Factory.
What
You're
is-
thinking Feruza Balk
Feruza Balk.
from The Craft. Big
Yes.
difference.
Oh,
Yeah, Feruza Balk was an attractive lady who lost her loving mind.
No, you're thinking of Rose McGowan.
Well, there's Rose McGowan.
But I was doing the 12 Days of Christmas Horror, which was tough because it's 12 horror movies at Christmas time, one a day, and I had to upload them for 12 days. And I watched some really good ones, like Santa's Sleigh, where Bill Goldberg, you know, the wrestler, the big giant Jewish wrestler, plays a killer Santa Claus. That was fun.
Makes sense.
Jack Frost 2, which is about a mutant killer snowman who goes to the tropics and tries to kill the guy that killed him in part 1.
Okay.
Rare Exports, which takes place in Finland or some weird European country where you find out that Santa Claus is really this gigantic demon, and his elves are a bunch of old men that run around naked.
Makes sense.
It was actually really good. It was actually really good. Lots of
Yeah,
penises, but it's actually really good.
This wasn't a porno?
If you can handle rat balls on your arms, you can handle this one. Then I watched Krampus, and that was really good.
I'm telling you this shit that happens to me.
No.
The best part is it's all real, kids.
Yeah.
Like,
But then I ended up
real.
watching the Silent Night, Deadly Night series. And I'm going to have to get a beer for this one.
Okay.
But Silent Night, Deadly Night 1 was really good. It's about this boy named Billy who witnesses his mom and dad killed by a bank rob, like a guy held up a convenience store,
Okay.
and he was dressed as Santa Claus, and he shot and killed the convenience store owner, and then he shoots, like his car breaks down or whatever, and he pulls a gun out on Billy's dad, shoots Billy's dad, and then tries to rape his mom, and ends up killing her, and Billy witnesses it all. So then they have to go to the orphanage, and then every time Christmas time happens, Billy's kind of triggered, with the PTSD type of stuff. And eventually he gets a job at a toy store where he ends up playing Santa Claus, so that kind of triggers him, and he goes on a killing spree.
Naturally.
Okay. And then he's killed at the end. It's fun schlock, okay?
Sounds great. What fun?
Yeah,
It sounds horrible.
Because it's cheesy.
Okay.
And then part 2 happens, and it's Billy's younger brother does the same
There's
thing.
a sequel.
There's 5 of them.
Oh my god.
Wait, I'm getting to it. This is the reason why you came over.
Well, of course. Because I like pain.
Part 2 happens, and it's Ricky's brother. Ricky is Billy's brother, younger brother. Does the same thing. He goes after Mother Superior, who beat up Billy and helped make him crazy. Ends up killing her, and then he's shot at the end of the movie. Okay? Fun schlock. Third movie comes, and it's still Ricky. Okay? Ricky was the killer in the second one. But he's been in a coma for however many years he's been in a coma. And doctors have removed the top of his skull. And instead, you still see his brain on top of him, but they've covered it up with this plastic bubble, like dome. And they're trying to get into his head because they want to know why he did this. They're trying to get into his head because now he's psychically linked to this blind chick for some reason.
What?
And this whole movie now, Ricky wakes up from his coma and he wants to go to Grandma's house. And it's the grandmother of the psychic lady. Because the psychic lady's going to Grandma for Christmas. And then, of course, they kill him at the end of the movie type of thing.
Well, yeah.
Okay. Then there's Silent Night, Deadly Night 4, The Initiation.
When do they get to space?
No, they don't. But wait, we haven't talked about part 5 yet. Part 4 has nothing to do with Ricky or Billy, okay?
Okay.
Totally new story. They don't even go the Christmas route. It isn't even fucking Christmas time. I don't think. Or it might be. They might say it's Christmas and mentioned it one time. We're following a coven of witches.
Why not?
And they're trying to impregnate the movie starts, a woman is spontaneously combusts and jumps off a building. And of course, the reporter wants to find out why she did that, right? And then she
spontaneously combusted?
Yeah, she spontaneously
Or jumped off the building.
She combusted first and then jumped off the building.
Okay. Whatever.
And then this was witnessed, and then this reporter lady. Well, she just does the ads in the paper because men are holding her down.
Of course.
So this was feminism before Charlie's Angels came and all that stuff.
Yes.
Okay.
Before Ghostbusters 2016.
Yeah. And then she gets the reporter job, and she's trying to find out why this woman did this, and she gets involved with this coven of men-hating witches. And they try to impregnate her with this gigantic larva because they worship cockroaches for some reason. And the only man in this movie that they have with them is this homeless dude played by Clint Howard.
He's got to show up eventually. What do you got there? A crazy fucking movie? Let's call Clint Howard.
They got Clint Howard.
That's
And then,
brother.
Eventually, the way she is impregnated is she's raped by Clint Howard. And they show everything. Like, they're like, she's like raped by Clint Howard as everyone is watching. And they turn the lights on, like this red light that's going on. And I think you see Clint Howard's butt as he's thrusting her.
That's what I need to say.
No. It's already uncomfortable because
Is his butt unattractive as his face, or does he have a nice ass?
No. We're gonna get to his face because there's
okay.
something on his face. You know, as this is happening.
Is it his face? Is his face what's on his face?
Listen, as everyone's watching, he's wearing this mask. You ever see A Clockwork Orange?
No.
Or you ever see pictures?
I'm aware.
He's wearing like this mask, okay? And it's got this nose, but the nose is really, really phallic. Like it sticks out this far, and it literally looks like a penis.
Okay.
So, and the guy who directed it, he's got this camera shot from like the woman's point of view. So she's looking up at Clint Howard wearing this phallic mask, and he's just thrusting the whole time.
And this didn't kill at the box office.
It was made for video, home video. So there's Clint Howard raping that one, and then in the end she kills Clint and the witches, and
Naturally.
and then there's Silent Night, Deadly Night 5, The Toy Maker. Now the plot of this one, this was actually a fun one. There is this person who is delivering toys to the doorstep of people randomly in town, and they're booby trap toys or whatever. They're killing people.
Of course.
And the suspect is the old toy maker of town. His name is Joe Petto, like Geppetto. Joe Petto.
Okay.
He has a son named Pinocchio. And the killer is played by Mickey Rooney, of all people.
When would this come out?
91, 92?
So Mickey Rooney was still alive.
Well, obviously, if he's in it.
Well,
But, so eventually you find out Mickey Rooney is involved, and his son Pino was involved, but you find out Pino isn't a real person. He was created by Mickey Rooney because Mickey Rooney's pregnant wife died, so he couldn't have children anymore because he didn't get remarried for some reason, so he created Pino. And Pino literally is this puppet, like Pinocchio, like he gets naked in front of the girl. And he looks literally just like a marionette puppet, no dick, no nothing. Tries to rape the girl with no wiener. While yelling mommy, like how I love you mommy, the whole thing. And then she eventually kills him. But that was the good one. So that's what I did on my winter vacation.
there you go. At least you get a winter vacation.
Now, what would you rather watch? The one with Clint Howard wearing a mask, raping a chick? Or the one with anatomically incorrect puppet kid trying to rape a woman?
I'll go with Clint Howard.
Ooh, really?
You gotta support Clint Howard. He's probably
Yeah.
These movies sound insane.
I've only seen the first two. The first two are the only ones worth watching.
Is this something that everybody but me knows about, or is this like super esoteric stuff that you're you? So
This is the first time I ever watched them.
okay.
I watched the first two were fun.
Well, Chris knows what's up.
Well, Chris, if you have Vudu, the app VUDU, they're on it for free. It's a free app, free movie app. So there you go. Merry Christmas.
Okay.
You haven't lived until you've seen Mickey Rooney dressed as Santa Claus kidnap a kid by literally putting a sack over him and then throwing him over his shoulder and walking away.
I want to make movies where like the guys are polite.
But here's the funny part is Mickey Rooney is in part 5.
Sure.
When part 1 came out, it was protested by Christians and mothers and stuff because Killer Santa Claus, 1980, whenever it came out, right?
Show.
So, and Mickey Rooney was one of these celebrities that say, these people should be disgusted, blah, blah, blah. And then he shows up later in Silent Night, Deadly Night 5, the toy maker. The word on the street is that he only thought he was doing a movie called The Toy Maker. And then in a big fuck you to Mickey Rooney, once he did his part and everything, and then the movie was released, that's when they added Silent Night, Deadly Night 5. So he, in his own way, didn't even realize he was making a Silent Night, Deadly Night 5. I think that's amazing.
And he's Mickey Rooney.
Oh, speaking of, my buddy, who I used to podcast with, sent me this because he lives in the UK, and he can't watch this because it's only region 1 or whatever. This is it. I'll show you. Silent Night, Deadly Night 3, 4, and 5. See? There you go.
The Xmas they'll never forget.
Silent Night, Deadly Night 5, The Toy Maker. A young boy sees his father killed by a toy that was anonymously delivered to his house. After that, he is too traumatized to speak, and his mother must deal with both him and the loss of her husband. Meanwhile, a toy maker named Joe Petto, played by Mickey Rooney, builds some suspicious-looking toys, and a mysterious man creeps around both the toy store and the boy's house. Maybe he should have the last name Petto. But who is responsible for the killer toys? Now that doesn't sound like fun. I don't know what does.
For Christmas.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then Silent Night, Deadly Night 4, a female reporter investigates the death of a woman who, while on fire, leapt from a building to her death. Her investigation leads her to discover that the existence of a strange cult dedicated to the Egyptian god Isis, and the cult wants her as his new queen. I forgot about that part. Yeah, you'll fucking hate it.
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm feeling. Yeah.
I don't know what that boy. Oh well.
Oh, that means I need to take my medication.
You literally do, or now your
No,
brain broke because of what I told you.
I don't take medication. Doctors don't talk to me.
Do you want to pop in Silent Night, Deadly Night 5 for you?
No,
You sure?
I am, man.
You have no interest in that movie at all, do you?
No, that sounded awful.
It was. I had fun with it though.
Okay. Silent Night, Deadly Night. There was 5 of them.
And then they remade it.
They
They remade it and they just called it Silent Night. And I remember that one was boring, but it had Malcolm McDowell in it.
Oh my gosh, the British actor from
Yeah.
a whole shit ton.
Yeah, he's still making movies. Basically, he's basically I'll do anything for $1 type of movie now.
Yeah, he was.
He was in A Clockwork Orange.
Did you ever watch The Mentalist?
No.
Well, he was in that. It was a TV show.
Okay.
That's all you need to know.
I think his brother is Roddy McDowell, and he was in the Planet of the Apes movies. And then Roddy McDowell is also in Fright Night.
Wow.
You probably never saw
They're
Fright
probably going to end up remaking those, don't you think?
Night. They already did. Well, they've done a
Okay.
Fright Night remake with Colin Farrell as the vampire, and they've remade the
Yes.
Planet of the Apes twice.
And my guy was in that. Anton Yelchin was. in
Anton
that.
played the boy, and he was really good. And now he's dead. He still haven't recovered
My
from that.
happiness died when he did. I swear.
Have you all heard anything about the new Black Christmas movie? I saw the first remake and thought that sucked and was a waste. I love the Black Christmas remake from 2006. I thought the Black Christmas remake from 2006 was a hell of a lot better from the original from 1972, because I thought the original from 1972 was boring as fuck. But the new Black Christmas remake, you know anything about Black Christmas?
It's when black people have Christmas?
Black Christmas Part 1 happens, and it's a group of sorority girls that get harassing phone calls. It stars John Saxon and Margot Kidder. 70s Margot Kidder,
Oh,
dude.
70s Margot Kidder.
70s Margot Kidder.
That's when Margot Kidder was Margot Kidder.
Yeah, because she was a drunk in that movie, too.
Oh my god.
But they're getting harassing phone calls, and this guy who's harassing them is stalking them one by one, killing them. Okay? Who is the one with the boobs, Rachel, that was in Black Christmas? The one that was in Romeo and Juliet.
Oh, you're talking to me?
No, the other Rachel that's in
I'm
here.
sorry, I can't hear out of one ear.
Oh, that's right. Who was the one with the boobs in Black Christmas? That was Juliet.
Oh, Olivia Hussey.
Olivia Hussey. Okay.
Okay.
She was in that. And then, shit happens. I thought it was really boring. The 2006 remake came out, and it's basically the same thing, but they're being stalked by 2 people, and it's just gross for the sake of being gross, and it's a lot of fun. Okay? A lot of people hate the remake. I love it. Now, they just remade it again this year about a bunch of sorority girls, but this time they're being stalked by none of your business. You know who that is.
Hey, buddy, what's up?
Hey.
Also known as 100 other different YouTube channel names.
Yep.
Truth hurts in the hizzy.
That's right. I'm gonna give him your cell phone number, like you asked me to. The problem is, fucker doesn't know how to put the right amount of money on his phone, so he still can't use it.
Oh yeah.
But the 2019 Black Christmas remake is about a group of sorority girls that are being stalked by a cult of men who don't want anything to do with women because the founder of their sorority, or the founder of their college didn't want to teach anything to women, and Carrie Elways is the leader of a cult, and female empowerment, and white males are bad. So you need to see that.
Naturally.
Well, it's good to see, I won't say his real name, Nunya. We'll just call him Nunya.
None of your business.
One of our biggest supporters.
For the longest period of time.
He's the one that's probably stayed with us the longest now, like consistently.
Yeah, so he likes pain. You missed out on the rat story, though.
Yeah, you missed. Yeah, you'll have to rewatch this from the beginning. He was getting busy with a woman, and then suddenly a rat with the biggest balls in the world crawled down his arm.
Ball juice and all.
And then there was the sperm bank story.
The sperm bank story.
With the little kid outside, you couldn't concentrate.
I can't poop because children. Well, that was the janitorial story. So
I think he's heard that one.
My life is a mess.
Yeah, you got rat blocked.
Rat blocked. What is there anything good? Joker was good.
Joker was very good.
When are they making Killer Clowns from Outer Space with Justin Bieber?
They're still trying to get Killer Clowns from Outer Space 2 happening. You know, the leader, the lead guy from Killer Clowns Part 1, he is now going to be like this drunk. And he's kind of like, you know, the prophet of doom that you always saw in like the old horror movies. Like, you know, it's got a death curse, that type of guy.
Yeah.
And he's going to be one of these guys running around basically saying, the clowns are coming! The clowns are coming! And no one believes him because he's this crazy drunk guy.
Sure.
And then the clowns show up. There you go.
Did
Did you know they made another Critters movie?
Did they?
They did. It's called Critters Attacks. I have it, of course. I watched it. And
The CG critters.
No, they're puppets. But the British are coming. But it's somewhat of a reboot of Critters, but the critters are attacking everybody. But this little group of kids, of course, because you got to have kids in movies now. Of course. They find this critter in the woods, and it's injured, and they take it and they raise it as a pet, and then it eventually kills all the other critters. It's this white, retarded-looking critter. And you find out that critter is female, and it was all the male critters that were causing the havoc. So basically, you get your feminism in a Critters movie.
Can we make a movie that just isn't telling me how awful I am when I'm just trying to like make a living and get by?
I like telling you these stories, though.
I know you do. God. I know why you're here. Why am I here?
I told you about the new Leprechaun movie, right? Now, you liked the first one. You had fun with the first one.
When you say new, you're saying they're making one now?
No, it came out last year. It's called Leprechaun Returns, and it's a direct sequel to the first one, and it's the same leprechaun comes out of the well, and it's attacking these hippie college students that are going green. Tee-hee, they're going green because he's a leprechaun. But it's fun. It's a fun... and he returns. Yeah, thanks, Rachel.
This is the primary cause of erectile dysfunction right here.
See, Christopher saw it. Joker, I agree, was very creative and different. Really loved that movie. The Critter movie was a rough watch, but I just wanted a new Critters. We all did, and well, we got a movie with feminism. Yay. He's right. And the problem is they brought back Dee Wallace from the original Critter. She was the mom, you know.
Of course you had to bring back the mom.
Well, they were going to get Scotty Grimes.
Why can't we get Scotty Grimes in something that doesn't have a feminist message to it? Scotty fucking Grimes.
But the problem is they got Dee Wallace, and they made her a bounty hunter now, which would have been kind of cool. But she's in the movie like 5 minutes.
She's 93 years old. Why is she bounty hunting? Why not Scott Grimes doing anything at all? Go watch that guy read a phone book.
When was the last time I saw Scott Grimes?
He's on that show with Seth MacFarlane.
Oh, never mind. I wouldn't watch that because, I hate Seth MacFarlane. Last time I saw him was ER.
He was in an episode of Dexter.
Oh, no, he's also the voice of the son on American Dad.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that doesn't count because I hate Seth MacFarlane.
Dang.
So Scott Grimes isn't doing well right now.
Band of Brothers, he was phenomenal at. And of course, you had to have seen Band of Brothers.
You showed me clips of it. Because you told me David Schwimmer was actually pretty good in it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which I don't fucking believe.
He was really good.
David Schwimmer fucking sucks.
And he was
I've only seen
like
him
a
in
villainous person you don't like.
I've only seen him in Friends, so I can't really.
He was like the captain who was a dick to everybody because he was Jewish. I didn't write that. The movie did.
But I know a lot of people love Band of Brothers, so.
Yeah, very popular.
They had a nice cast in it. Him,
Yeah.
Schwimmer, Scotty Grimes, and who else? Miguel Nunez?
And Band of Brothers? No. Ron Livingston was in it.
I don't know who that is.
Office Space. You've never seen Office Space?
I saw Office Space for the first time like 5 years ago, and I thought it was boring.
The lead is in that.
The guy with the stapler?
The lead of the film.
The black guy?
The lead of the film is
There's
the white guy who gets the thing.
The guy that has a case of the Mondays?
Yeah.
The guy with the coffee that says that? Or the guy who says it too?
The lead. The guy. The Ron Livingston. I don't know.
I don't know who Ron Livingston is.
His name was.
I don't know.
You do.
No, I know
You've seen
that
him.
there's a black guy, there's a stapler guy, and two other guys, and then there's the asshole boss with the coffee cup who says someone's got a case of the Mondays. I've seen the meme. And they beat up a printer.
And it's everybody else but the lead. The lead of the film is Ron Livingston.
I don't know who that is.
He was the guy in the movie.
I'm not able to comment.
Yeah, you are. We're seeing you all over the place.
Really?
Yeah, it says
You
right
got
there.
rat blocked. Oh, I don't know if it stopped recently.
No, it says we're still recording.
Oh my God. Ron, how do you?
I
Oh.
can't comment.
Tom Hanks and Tom Hanks and Spielberg produced Band of Brothers.
Did they not?
Yes, they did. Yeah, they both did. Tom
Spielberg's
Hanks
big
was-
into World War II anyways, though.
Yeah.
He's always, but then that's the thing, a lot of times, I don't know why you can't comment, Rachel, but, you see, yeah, see, I can see that.
Oh, okay. Weird. I don't know what happened.
But Spielberg's always been into the war. Like, a lot of times you see home movies of Spielberg, and he's making, like,
Yeah.
war documentaries
His
as a
dad
child.
fought in the war. Tom Hanks and HBO did a series back in the late 90s called From Earth to the Moon, which is about the space program.
I think I've heard of that.
And it's basically begins with Kennedy saying we need a space program, and then the whole process, the building of the different crafts, and how everything that happened to all the key players, all the different astronauts,
Mm-hmm.
and it covers like what their wives went through, the press, the whole works. It was really, really well done.
Mm-hmm.
But that's something I would enjoy and you would hate.
You don't know I would hate it.
Well, you would.
Are there killer clowns in it?
After 47 minutes of listening to shit about people killing people on Christmas, somehow I don't think you're gonna like that show.
You don't know that, though.
Ron Livingston is the lead. If I could, can I? Anyway, you're gonna have to look it up someday. You guys know who I'm talking about. I got 6 people watching. Somebody else besides me knows who Ron Livingston is. Or
You told me he's the guy in Office Space, and I named off every character, but you
he's
said none of
the
them.
guy who gets put in a trance, and then he doesn't give a shit anymore. He quits his job.
Did he die this year? Or last year?
He better not have, or I'm killing the whole planet.
You want to check to see if Ron Livingston is still alive? But then again, you just found out Marlon Brando died in
Nobody
2004.
tells me anything. I thought Marlon Brando was losing weight and doing well. Now I know he's been dead for 15 years.
That's true. You just found out Brando was dead
God,
just
stop
tonight.
leaving the house. It never ends well.
No, he's alive.
Oh, thank you.
How old is he?
That's
Okay.
I like that.
Okay.
He's 52.
There you
Yeah,
go.
all right.
Who did he play in Office Space.
The lead character. How can you?
Oh, the stapling guy.
No.
Hang on.
Ron Livingston played the dad in the first Conjuring movie. Dad.
What's the name of the show?
It doesn't matter anymore.
We have lost the plot entirely.
I liked the first Conjuring. First Conjuring movie was really good.
I don't even know what the concept
Is it a
is.
movie or?
Office Space is a movie, but the first Conjuring movie was really good. It's
Okay.
a haunted house movie.
Okay.
Pretty good. Done real well. Very creepy.
Hmm.
Watch it in the dark. You should watch it in your basement. You'll poop your pants.
I don't need to poop more. I need to poop less.
Uh,
Fiber. I need more fiber.
But you got the drains down there. Just pee on it and wash it down, just like when your basement flooded.
Yeah, that's what I do. I pee in the drain. And then the cat is always wanting to poke around. I'm like, don't do that. That's my toilet. Don't. Fucking cat. Whites. We have a white cat, so I call it Whites. And everybody's like, no, it's not. It's Seedling. I'm like, that's the worst. Whites.
Seedling?
Seedling. Oh, and we're down a couple chickens. Did your mom have chickens?
He played Peter Gibbons.
Yeah. The lead of the film.
Don't know who that is. I told you I didn't really care for Office Space.
How? You watched Silent Night, Deadly Night.
Yeah.
All 5 of them.
No, I didn't like all 5 of
And
them.
you're
No.
enthralled. But Office Space, which is a universally loved classic film, and you couldn't give a shit. And then Red Dawn, you're like, yeah, I'll pass.
Red Dawn was boring. See?
Oh my god.
But Red Dawn was boring.
So boring.
I am not watching that remake for nothing. Or the.
Oh.
Remake.
It's gotta be a remake. Can't be a sequel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a remake. I think it's North Korea now, and I think they have the guy who played Thor
Really?
was the lead.
Maybe it'll be good.
No, that's not possible, really. No, see Thomas Howell, no deal, bro.
Hey, you know what?
They
This
made
is
a
a
Point Break remake that came in, or a sequel.
They
that
did
came
no, they
out.
did a Point Break remake.
Yeah. What was it? A sequel or
Not a remake.
Really?
Yeah.
Why? Just why? He dies. It's over. Move on.
Utah,
So-
give me 2.
Well, see, when they were talking about making that, like the thing was that, of course, Patrick Swayze passed away at the absolute wrong time. He had cancer before.
Yeah.
But they were saying you don't actually see him die in the waves, so maybe he comes back. And so I thought that's where they were going. I'm not saying that that's what happened. I'm saying that's what they were saying.
See, Red Dawn, boring. Not even hot 80s Leah Thompson.
Not to
Kept
be a
my
dick, but that's boring the way the animal is it boring you to death.
I'd rather be bored to death by a wild boar than
Uh.
watch Red Dawn again.
It was an awesome movie, dude. How do you
Because it was boring.
Killer Clowns from Outer Space
Isn't
yeah.
Boring.
Red
It's
Dawn
stupid, but it's not
Man.
boring.
A lot of people I know love Mike Judge, but have no idea that he was behind Office Space. I don't know.
It's underrated.
Office Space was fantastic. Mike Judge is a brilliant man. Beavis
No.
and Butthead.
Beavis and Butthead, yes. King of the Hill sucked.
Yeah, I was never really a
See,
fan.
I didn't like King of the Hill.
You know, I could never really watch that show too much.
So there you go.
Idiocracy was good.
Everyone says I need to see Idiocracy.
Yeah, because you're a cynical bastard.
I want to see it just for like I never seen it yet, and then I got 2 buddies at work. They tell me I need to see it, and they sold me alone on just fuck is his name, Terry Crews, being a former professional wrestler who's now the president of the United
President
States.
of the United States.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a Herbert Camacho Mountain Dew. No, Herbert Alexandro Camacho Mountain Dew. So it's Camacho's. And he's got like long hair. And he's a wrestler.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
A lot of people say that with my sense of humor, I really dig it.
You would. So the premise, really quick, is the guy who's not Owen Wilson.
Luke Wilson.
He is a soldier in the army.
I gotta plug in my phone too.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's just right there. But keep talking.
So
Luke
there's a
Wilson's in
soldier
the army.
in an army, and there's an officer who is leading an experiment to cryogenically freeze soldiers in their prime
Okay.
for when they're needed for war. But they grab Luke Wilson because he's like a very average person
Okay.
for the sake of the experiment. And then him and Maya Rudolph who's a prostitute.
I know the name.
She
Saturday Night Live.
her pimp
I haven't watched that show in like 20 years.
her pimp upgrade sells her to be part of this experiment, and they're supposed to be cryogenically frozen for a year. There's a mishap. They end up being cryogenically frozen for 500 years.
So it's like Futurama.
Yes, but in the future, instead of everything becoming more technologically advanced,
Everyone
everything's
becomes stupid.
Everybody's a moron and everything's
Okay.
falling apart. And they're now the two smartest people on the planet. And Terry Crews is Herbert, Mountain Dew, Camacho, Alexander Hondo, the president.
I've heard it's fantastic, though. I heard it's really funny.
It's a very funny commentary on our time. And how everybody's getting dumber, not smarter.
And the thing is, I'll still give it a shot just because I didn't like Office Space, and I don't like.
How do you not?
I think it was. I think when I finally saw it, it was just hype to the moon. You know what I mean?
There is that. There is that.
And because I probably would like it.
When everybody's talking it up versus you just happen upon it on a Saturday is two different experiences.
So, and I don't like King of the Hill, but I love Beavis and Butthead.
Yeah.
So I'll still give it a shot. The guy who made Beavis and Butthead was just fantastic. But what else was I gonna say? I don't remember. I recently watched Beavis and Butthead Do America again. That's still funny.
Oh, that's good.
That's so
I saw
funny.
that in theaters when it came out. What else? What other horrors are being run upon humanity?
Jay and Silent Bob reboot came out, and it was already out of theaters within like 2 weeks.
Oh, really?
Really?
Yeah.
I saw the trailer for that and it looked like asshole.
Now here's the thing, though.
Really bad.
I thought the trailer for Clerks 2 looked like asshole, and I thought Clerks 2 was one of his better ones.
I was fine with Clerks too.
So, but this one looks horrible.
So, real quick story. Me and my friends in college. Yes, I went to college. Went to go
and look
see
at you
that.
now.
I know nothing worked. We went and saw that in theaters, and I was
Clerks
big
2?
on I was big on Dogma,
hmm
and so I was wanting Bartleby and Loki. And my
Still one of his best ones, I think.
and then none of that was in there, and so months and months later, I was one of the people like everybody else went home for Christmas,
hmm
but I was the sad bastard who just sat there and was sad. And so the guys downstairs had it, so I bummed it from them and watched it again with this time with no expectations,
hmm
just to watch a film.
Mhm.
And I was like, this is actually pretty good.
Yeah.
And so when you don't have those big expectations, it makes a difference. So
Yeah, but this one,
I was fine with Clerks too.
but the plot of this is they're rebooting Jay and Silent, in Jay and Silent Bob, Jay and Bob Strike Back.
Yeah, they're rebooting the
The film within the film.
Blunt Man and Chronic.
Yeah, and then they just go on a road trip to try to stop it. And they meet Jay's illegitimate daughter that he had with Shannon Elizabeth, and they call her Millennium Falcon. Because we get it, Kevin Smith, you fucking like Star Wars. And then they go to Chronicon instead of Comic Con, it's Chronicon. Because we get it, Kevin Smith, you fucking smoke weed. And then hilarity ensues or some shit like that. And I heard it was awful. But he's doing Mallrats 2 now. And he's doing Clerks 3. He was going to do Clerks 3 before Jay and Bob reboot, but the guy who played Randall didn't want to do it, Jeff Anderson.
Yeah.
And they
Because
finally...
he has this thing called integrity.
Well, not anymore, because he agreed to do Clerks 3 finally. And the plot of Clerks 3 is the life of Kevin Smith. Randall has a heart attack and and realizes he didn't go anywhere with his life. So he readjusts his priorities, and then he wants to make a movie about people in the not fast food industry, but they're back at the Quick Stop, so in that type of industry. So we get it, Kevin Smith. You had a heart attack. So basically, he can't do anything original anymore.
No, but when he does, it's called Tusk.
Tusk was great.
There you go.
Tusk was great. Tusk was decided after him and his podcast partner. They smoked a bunch of weed during a podcast, and they talked about what if this man was turned into a walrus man and this, and then they made a movie out of it, and it was pretty fucking. I was drunk when I watched it, but it was pretty good.
Clerks and the this and then the Jay and Silent Bob, that all needed to be done 10 years ago, 15 years ago, when they were still relatively young.
Yeah.
Like a bunch of guys in their 20s at their jobs. It's cheeky. It's fun. 50-year-old men telling the same poop and fart jokes. Like that is not.
Well, that's what I was. That's when I was yelling at the screen. I'm like, we get it, Kevin Smith. You smoke pot. You like Star Wars. You like comic books. Move the fuck on. When he did, Red State was fine.
It's okay to revisit.
Jersey
it here
Girl
and there.
is Jersey
Yeah.
Girl. I'll defend. It's a cute family movie.
Okay.
Tusk was fine. I still haven't gotten enough balls to watch Yoga Hosers though, and I probably never will.
You wanna watch Geely?
That has nothing to do with Kevin Smith,
Oh,
That's got Affleck in it.
but it's got Affleck in it.
oh, okay.
See, love Tusk. All,
Didn't
very
you
original.
direct it?
Kevin Smith had nothing to do with Geely.
Oh.
He was promoting when he was promoting Jersey Girl. He was saying, "Please see my movie. It's not Geely."
Yeah.
And
Because it had-
I thought he directed Geely.
No, he was promoting Jersey Girl. He's saying, and it has nothing to do with Bennifer. You know,
Mm-hmm.
Affleck and Aniston. He's like, not Aniston, Lopez. He's like, she even dies within the first 20 minutes. Please see my movie. Well, the Pats lost, so Joe said he is no longer a slash bro. Okay.
The Patriots.
Yeah, they're watching football.
Oh, football. See, I'm a Bears fan, so I haven't watched football in 10 years. I haven't watched.
See, Brad Bronco, he loves Yoga Hosier, so he's the thanks to him, I'm gonna get drunk enough and watch it one night, and I might enjoy it, but I just can't get behind. I think Smith has smoked way too much weed and gone full retard this time, but I could be wrong. But Brad's one of like the biggest defenders of Yoga Hosers. You're a huge Kevin Smith fan, and when I made you watch the trailer to Yoga Hosers, you went and
In
punched me.
1998, I thought Kevin Smith was God and Jesus.
Mhm.
Now I'm just like, I wouldn't pick him up if he was on the side of the road. I know that.
But like I said, he's making Clerks 3 now, and he's also he just announced that Mallrats 2 is happening.
See, Mallrats 2 needed to happen in like in 2001 or something.
But the thing is, and they were gonna do Mallrats 2. Everybody had signed on to return, and they couldn't get a distributor.
Do they
or something.
even have malls?
Well, see, they released the script for Mallrats 2. You know what he was writing in 2015, and it was malls are closing, and what the fuck is it? Jason Lee's character Brody. He's moved his he's moved his comic book store into the mall. This was before he became big in the other movies or whatever. And the mall is closing, and of course terrorists attack the mall, and it's up to them and their children to save the world. I told you, Smith has smoked himself retarded.
He had kids. He got married and had kids. That'll kill you.
Thanks.
You can't. Oh my God. Marriage and kids, like, you can't be funny anymore. You're done.
Oh, she's right. We do have malls around here, but you don't want to go to them if you value your life. Because they're always
Yeah.
getting shot or
Yeah.
people getting beat up at them.
Well, that's everything.
Hmm.
Like, no matter where you go. Like, we don't even get in politics today.
Yeah, no politics
I don't
today.
need any
You're depressed
politics.
enough as it is.
Oh, fuck yeah. If you want to help out a poor Irishman who's down on his luck, there's Vote Party on Patreon and PayPal. Throw me $5 so I can
Turn on your phone.
turn on my phone. So I went in.
Tell the story.
So the phone that this is on here
Uh-huh.
is $50 a month through Metro PCS, and I'm too far southwest. I'm too far away from Chicago. So when I'm at work, it's like hit and miss that I get reception for anything, even the internet. And so I'm like, well, I'm going to get a different service. But I just left my job, and I don't know, am I going to be in the state of Illinois? Am I going back to Colorado? What am I doing?
Mm-hmm.
And so I went and got just a cheap BO flip phone, and I put $45 on the prepaid minutes just to get it started. Not really realizing you need $50.
Because you tried to call me today so I would have your new number, and it said the call could not be completed as dialed.
It's been 10, 15 years since I've had one of these. I just don't remember how it worked. So I need to go put $5 more on this thing just to call a guy. And I'm ready to just jump off London fucking Bridge.
I told you.
God.
Jesus really does exist, and he's pooping on you right now.
Hates
He's
me.
the one that was outside playing in the hallway when you were at the sperm bank.
Hates the Irish. I'm here to tell you.
Oh, man. You just can't win.
I can't. I mean, the only thing that I forgot to tell you. So, I went. Again, my last day was Christmas,
Mm-hmm.
and then it was Friday was payday.
Uh-huh.
So I went to the bank, and there was no paycheck in there.
Oh, you told us the story.
Yeah.
Go, you can go ahead and
I
tell
haven't
them.
told these guys. So I'm not going to say where I live, but there was a lot of driving around to get from point A to point B because we're out in the boonies. And then I finally get there, and they're like, and I'm grinding my teeth. I'm so pissed off with these people. All the times they screw me out. I'm like, they're screwing me out of my last paycheck. I'm killing everybody here. So I went in there, and they're like, yeah, your last paycheck isn't direct deposit. It's a paper check. And so thankfully that money is there in my holiday pay, so I have something to live off of for a little while. So I don't have to go work at Denny's.
The guy previous to you almost killed the people there, though, right?
Yes. Oh, I wasn't there to see it, but man, everybody said he lost his mind. Like he started, and it's an old folks home, and he's screaming at residents and stuff. So, which is crazy. Oh man, but some of the stories.
Well, you also had the story where you did a video on your channel about how just the bad conditions there.
Yeah. I haven't told you guys about the poop, the softball-sized poop. Some little old lady took a poop, and I don't remember how I got involved in this because I'm in laundry, so this is not my world. So the CNAs were like, we need a plunger or something, and I go in there and I swear to God, sitting on the bowl it was a softball-sized poop. I'm like, how? And the little old lady is like little and old, and I'm like, how did that get out? Like, but it was intact. So did she like maneuver and it settled into the softball form, or did that come out of the rectal cavity
like that
size? And it's like that should have like ruptured all kinds of. But then again, maybe she was making porno in the '70s and she's got a lot of elasticity going on right there. I really don't know. I don't know the story. And then of course you can't ask them.
Rectum hardly knew him, right?
Yeah, you can't go up to be like, hey Betsy. Did you do a bunch of porno in the '70s? I'm trying to lose my job.
Do you have the rubber rectum or not?
Well, and of course, like the best part is though, is like you can say that shit because they aren't gonna remember it 20 minutes later. But then again, she might not remember taking the poop to begin with. So you know.
Just be glad you didn't find that in your basket of linens.
Oh my God! Oh no, but that I've had. Oh my God! I have
She lost about 20 pounds is what she lost.
Air got cut off to her brain, and that's why she's in the hospital. Oh my God!
That's
but
horrible.
Yeah, people would die all the time. Like we went through the whole building.
Yeah, because we were talking about how you'd be like doing linens for Carl. Okay, linens for Carl. Like, oh,
Yeah.
Carl's not here anymore.
And then I go to put their stuff in the room, and they're dead. So it just, I guess he doesn't need these socks. Why there's got to be a job out there that's just like normal or something, right?
Yeah, there is. You just can't find it.
They won't hire, again.
Because since
racism.
I've known you, well, I've known you almost 20 years,
Yeah.
but YouTube-wise, since I've known you, you've worked with the dementia ward
Yeah.
in the scary basement doing their linens.
Mm-hmm.
You worked with Mr. Sturgis.
Yeah, oh my God.
You worked in that nursery?
You worked in the haunted nursery. Remember?
No, for the kids.
Yeah.
It was daycare facility.
Okay, you worked in the haunted daycare.
Oh my God.
You worked with the old man who almost burned you guys to death with a cigarette.
Yeah.
He's the same guy that was trying to hit the elevator button, but it was a hand sanitizer.
Okay, so let me tell some of these.
No, Sturgis and the old man are different. He's a different retired.
Let me tell this story. Let me tell the story about the crackers.
The crackers?
So I'm at this daycare facility for the hospital I'm working at. I might not have told you this one before.
I don't remember the crackers.
And the shift started at 4 p.m. and every so many minutes people are coming to get their kids.
Okay.
They work at the hospital. This is a periphery building. It's like 200 yards south.
Is this the haunted building?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Same
And
building, different
so
story.
Every little by little, 1 and 2 and kids are leaving as their parents come to get them. By 6 p.m. they all got to be out of there. So for 2 hours, I'm kind of putzing around looking for things to do to keep busy.
Okay.
So I'm sitting there with my cart because I'm the janitor basically, and in this room with some kids still in it, I hear screaming, and I don't have kids like you guys, so I don't know how this works, and I'm thinking of like, this is like, oh my God, horrifying screaming, and I'm thinking like Johnny Cash's kid brother who got cut in half by the bandsaw. That's what I'm thinking. I'm like, is there like a jaguar in that room? that's
Wrong
eating
kid
that
died.
child? Yeah.
You ever see Dewey Cox?
Yes. So but it's at that level. of screaming. It's like hair stands up on your back. Oh my God.
Yeah.
What is happening in this room?
Mm-hmm.
And so after so many minutes, this little cute brown-haired girl comes walking out of there, just tears pouring out. And I think, oh my God, did Hitler start World War II? Like, what, Pearl Harbor? What's going on? It just seems so horrifying.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And then the only other guy in the building, who was one of the teachers, comes out of there with the most dead-eyed look on his face you've ever seen.
Mm-hmm.
And I go, my God, man, what just happened in that room? And he looks at me and he goes, we ran out of graham crackers, so we had to give her a saltine. And that's why she was, like, just freaking, like, it needs to go into the phone. But
How old was she?
The point is, that's what liberalism is. That's where I was going with that.
How old was she?
3.
Yeah. Oh
About
yeah.
3. That's
Yeah.
what,
That's
the way
that
it is.
happens, man.
But it was, you had to be there. It was the just shrieking, horrors, what's going on? Because she ended up with a saltine cracker instead of a graham cracker.
Well, hey, man, that's life, man. You wanted a graham cracker too, but you didn't have enough money. You had $5 short. You got your saltine cell phone, you know.
$5. But that, oh my God, that building was just, you always felt like, because, so after 6 o'clock you're on your own. And then around 7, a maintenance guy would come down and do part of the floors for about an hour, and he'd chat with that dude. And then you're on your own until about 1 a.m., I think it was. And you always felt like somebody was watching you.
Yeah.
It was just creepy. All kinds of stuff. But what are some other stories that I've told in the past that I need to retell?
Oh, Rachel always liked the hand sanitizer story.
Okay, so a guy who I worked for MedSpeed out of Elmhurst for about 8 months, and a guy there, an old timer named Bob, who was as funny as fuck dude, because we had the scanners. We had to like scan out packets of blood and urine and all that stuff and put in our pouch. And he did coke for a lot of years, so only this part of his eye worked. So he'd be like, what'd you say? Just like that. And then when he was training me, we're driving on the street, he goes, what's that say right there? And I'm like, what? He's like, what time is it? He couldn't read the clock on the dash.
And he's driving.
And he almost hit a guy once. I was like, Bob, look out. And he goes, I was going to miss him. He's like, he almost clipped
While you're doing this story, I know it's another Bob story. The cigarettes while you're driving. Remember, he flicks out the window.
Yeah. And so we're driving down the road, and Bob's smoking a cigarette, which he's not supposed to do. He flicks the cigarette out the window. It goes out and comes right back in and lands on our paperwork. And I caught it, but I could just imagine he's so out of it, like him driving down the road with flames shooting out of the back of the car. It would have been genius. But the story he told me about the elevator was he went to a hospital and he sat there for like 10 minutes hitting the button.
Mm-hmm.
And then after a while realized he wasn't hitting the button. He was hitting the hand sanitizer thing. Click, click, click. I got to put that to a skit, man. It's just genius.
I've never seen Christopher before, but he says he's heard the hand sanitizer before story. So,
Really?
So he must
He's
be
been around for a while.
This must be the first time I've ever seen him comment.
So thank you, Christopher, the one friend that we have. You and somebody else is watching this. A couple people over here, but that Mrs. Cracker doesn't count.
Wow, she can hear you say that.
Well, because you're sitting here. You're not like another person from the elsewheres of the universe. Sorry, I shouldn't have said that.
Oh, you're in trouble now. What was the other stories?
Do you ever have crazy work stories? Is
Dirk,
seriously just
Dirk's
me?
here.
Dirk Jensen, what's up, dude?
Do I ever know Dirk Jensen?
I've done multiple shout-outs to this channel. He's got a political commentary channel.
Then I don't know Dirk Jensen, no.
Suffering horribly, same as mine, because the algorithm hates us.
Hmm.
So Dirk's here. Good to
No,
see
not
Dirk.
anymore. Now it says there's 0.
Yeah, let's see if it's accurate.
He got
He'll
mad
come
at you.
back.
No, he's still there.
He's still
Oh,
there.
okay.
Who fucking knows? This StreamYard. No, this is Streamlabs. Yeah, this Streamlabs thing is fucky anyway. So
It was nice having Chris Goopton with us.
yeah, he was cool. What was the other one?
Do you have? Because I have all these crazy work stories. You never have any. You just have like a normal person job?
Well, we have this old lady that shits on the floor.
There's that.
at where I work, like she can't hit the toilet.
Really?
We mainly have not really stories. We have nicknames for people at work.
Okay.
Like I work with 90% women, but we used to have this.
Hey.
Hey,
It's
Rob.
Roger.
Hey, Roger's here.
Hey, Roger.
Hey.
to see ya.
We used to have this one lady we called Quasimodo.
Oh, real quick, Dirk, this is Eric. He's got a YouTube channel, Hey Internet Eric here.
Yeah, thank you.
And he's streaming over here as well. We get a chance to check him out because he's got good stuff. Movie reviews, not political.
I would pay him to say that, but you know, I'm broke.
Yeah,
But,
just throw me that
we used to have this lady we used to call Quasimodo.
Okay.
Or Quasi for short, you know. But we'd also call her, and just because she walked with like a hunch,
Yeah.
like yeah, yes, master, you know, that type of thing. And we also called her Bedhead because she woke up and her hair was just like this. She's retirement age. She just retired last year. But we also called her Marty Feldman. You know, you know who Marty Feldman is?
Family Guy.
No,
Right?
no, Marty Feldman from Young Frankenstein. He was Igor.
Oh, right.
Because
the actor.
Yeah,
Marty
because she had one eye that went that way and one eye that went this way. So we called her Marty Feldman. Let's see. We also have the lady who shits on the floor. We would call her Fiona.
Now this isn't like the middle of the warehouse or something.
No, it's in the
We're
bathroom. She at least made it to the bathroom.
She just has
But
problems.
we call her Fiona, like Shrek and Fiona. She's built like this big fucking ogre.
Okay.
And then I also called her linebacker because she's big and scary, but she doesn't know how to put. What is it? Is it blush you put on your cheeks?
Yeah.
But instead, she just goes like this. You puts the line on, so it looks like fucking football war paint or whatever that is that they put on their cheek.
It's for the glare for the lights.
And and then she's like she's really nasty and gross looking, and she's all wrinkled and stuff, and she wears shorts, so it looks like the skin of her legs are kind of like detaching and stretching. So we call her mashed potatoes because because when she wears shorts, it looks like it's mashed potatoes like pouring out of it. And then she's got this retarded grandson who just made it into the army after like his 7th try. So we call him Private Tater because the only good thing he can do.
Hey, you got somebody watching.
Hey Joe, horror man. We call him Private Tater because he's dumber than shit. I mean, Forrest Gump made it into the army or whatever, or the Marines. But this guy's dumb enough. He'd probably be only good enough to like peel the potatoes type of thing. Fastest potato peeler in the West type of thing. But so we have her, and then we have
So Chris has seen your other stuff.
I watch a lot of your channels. Two Bearded Losers. Oh, he just hid in the shadows. That's okay. That's cool. And then
No problem, Chris.
she's Fiona. We do have a Shrek there. He's this big retarded, ogre-looking.
What do they call you?
Asshole.
Okay, that's it.
But he's this big Shrek-looking motherfucker, and he really is like psychotic. He's like, you ever hear that Dane Cook stories, like always be nice to the crazy guy, give the crazy guy a candy bar.
Yeah.
So when he shoots up the place, he'll come to your cubicle and say thanks for the candy bar
Yeah.
and walk past you. That's this guy. So the thing is, he's one of those guys. But we went from calling him, because he's got even more retarded now. We went from calling him Shrek to Go-Go, like, because he's also built like a big silverback gorilla. So we call him Go-Go. Every time he comes to the dock, I just yell Go-Go. He's on his way. I'm just waiting for him to beat his chest. The reason why I call him Go-Go is I won't say the person's name, but he's the father of a person we went to school with. And he's still married to the same woman. And the guys on the dock, they're always wondering, why the fuck is this guy still married? I said it was like when Jane Goodall went into the jungle with the chimps to study. He's just like the big retarded gorilla, and she's still trying to figure it out.
And that's our buddy, the one guy we both know from work.
His dad.
And he's still there, our guy.
No, our friend is super smart. Nothing like Go-Go.
Okay.
He definitely got his mom's smarts.
Yeah.
But yeah, so every time he walks around, I walk around, like when I pass him, I'll beat my chest and just go, yeah, just walk past him.
How long have you been there now? It's been
16 years?
Jesus. And you don't run the place
Did
yet?
you get
No.
something for 15?
No. No, I'll get something at 20 years if I'm still alive.
Oh.
Because Gogo might fucking shoot up the place when he finds out I'm making fun of him. But we got that. We have a woman there that we call Princess, not because she's prissy, but because she's a fucking spoiled brat.
Yeah.
We have another woman who is Armenian, so we call her a Kardashian, which she hates
Yeah. I'm sure.
because no one wants to be, associated with them. And there's a couple others, like I call one a wicked witch, and I threaten to dump a bucket of water on her or drop a house. And why is she so mad? Because someone dropped a house on her sister. I say that all that type of stuff. So we don't have any real stories like we don't have stories like you have your work stories. I just have names that I talk to them about.
It must be our family. Grace told me this story. No, it's Shmaze. Told me the story. We live in the Boonais.
Mhm.
Okay, you have a pretty good. You haven't been there, but you have a good. We are like way out there,
Mhm.
even for here. Okay, Grace was sitting on the back porch,
Mhm.
and a van came rolling down the road,
Oh, you told me the story, yeah.
and as it came around that corner, tumbled, crashed into the ditch. Grace ran out there to help the guy, black guy, and he gets out of the van, lucky to be alive, and he's like, I gotta get out of here, I gotta get out of here. There's a church right there. Tries to break into the church. The police are on the way. He's trying to escape the police. Ends up running off into the cornfield, disappearing. And it's like, we are so in the middle of nowhere. It's like, how? Like, it finds us. You know what I mean? It finds us. Like,
Mhm.
she's just sitting there on the porch having a cigarette. And this shit shows up in the middle of nowhere. So it's like if you're on a deserted island and crazy shows up. It's like, how? That's what it's like. Because I haven't even been there. We are freaking nowhere. Like, they told me where it was, and I'd never heard of it. And it's like, we grew up here,
Mhm.
So, great, man. We gotta get Grace on this shit.
No.
She's got stories with days.
Maybe if we do a live stream when you're at your house. I don't want her in here.
This is one I told before. Maybe Chris remember this woman. She was staying at a hotel up in the Rockies. Yeah, running backwards through the cartoon. But
No pants.
she's up in this hotel in Rock. She lives there, and she's like the custodian there, kind of thing.
Mhm.
And so
I wouldn't want her trust her cleaning my
I wouldn't-
building.
She couldn't clean nothing. But some guy came home with a dude he knew was sleeping with his missus.
Oh no.
At this hotel.
Oh no.
So the guy went to attack the other guy, and then
Mhm.
the guy who was cheating on him, like, pulled out a katana from somewhere, sliced the guy.
Like
And
Ni-
What does that have to do with
His,
Yeah, he just-
it just happens to have a katana. He's just like, boop, 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 bing, katana. And slices the guy to the point where his arm was like his wrist was dangling off by like the skin.
oh God.
Blood all over the place, of course, and they had Grace clean it. Because she's the janitor lady. And it's just like, it finds us. You know what I mean? It's just like something through the universe.
Wow.
None of us can make $15. And it just, yeah.
It's like how certain people find me.
Yeah. Wow. I basically married you.
Wow.
What?
What?
No, I basically married Grace when it
You
comes to
married
the crazy.
Grace,
Oh
yeah.
no.
You got the
God.
crazy, man.
What?
No, because how crazy finds her and crazy finds you.
Hey, horror boy.
No?
Okay.
You got the same thing
What a-
where crazy finds you.
Oh my God.
He's the lead of the film, Ron
You were
Livingston.
just saying it badly.
Office
We were
Space.
talking about Office Space again. Now I understand your frustration.
You were just saying it badly.
Oh.
Which one is in the movie Office Space? The guy, the lead?
The guy with the stapler.
The guy in the movie, like the person who the whole story is about? And
Like
you,
I said,
you know every other
Office Space.
character but the lead. Like, I
It-
don't know.
Lead character.
Right. He's not the black guy. Black or Indian. I
The
don't know.
black guy had like 5 minutes in the movie. The Indian, there's a black guy in it.
Okay, so there you go. There's a black guy, Indian, stapler guy, asshole boss.
Yes. There's like two, and then two like white dudes.
Okay, so he's one of the white dudes.
looking white dude.
I don't know what the other white dude looks like.
Doesn't look as good.
How?
But you saw the movie.
I saw
The guy has
Office.
black hair. He's like, good.
He's a white dude with black hair. That really fucking helps.
Yeah.
It really fucking helps. Wow. Now I'm gonna just Google Office.
Somebody asked if you've seen The Grudge yet.
Have I seen The Grudge yet? No.
What's The Grudge? I think I saw something.
Or
Rise of Skywalker. We saw Rise of Skywalker opening weekend. I really enjoyed it.
Really?
Yeah.
You're the one, huh?
Oh, shut the fuck up, God! I thought Rise of Skywalker was great. I wasn't a fan of the Grudge with Michelle Gellar, or not Michelle, Sarah Michelle Gellar. We saw that in theaters. It was okay. I saw the second one. I thought that was boring. I
I
would.
saw the one and I got freaked out because.
We had that creepy guy that came and sat by us.
Well, that and little boys should have meow and.
Yeah.
Like a cat.
They had some creepy imagery. I would watch part 3 because it has Shawnee Smith in it, and I've had a thing for her since like the Blob. And but the Grudge remake has Lin Shaye in it, and I fucking love Lin Shaye, so I will watch it. Just I won't pay for it.
That was weird. The guy came in. We were in the date seats.
Mhm.
And
So
some
we were
guy-
sitting, yeah, we're sitting in the date seats watching The Grudge, and some weird hippie guy just came and sat next to Rachel.
And he wasn't even in a chair. He was just kneeling down.
Yeah.
And he sat there for probably half an hour.
Yeah.
That's
And then he
odd.
got up and he left.
Well, here's my opinion, horror boy. You say you
And
haven't
there
seen
was
it yet.
Rooms, places for him
Yeah.
to sit.
You say it's interesting, but it's split between fans. Who gives a fuck what they think? If you want to see the movie, go fucking see the movie. That's what I always say. You know, there's so many movies that I love out there that people shit on. We're talking about Black Christmas an hour ago or whatever, and I was talking about how much I love the 2006 remake. Everybody fucking hates it because it's sacrilege to remake a classic or whatever. I thought the original Black Christmas was fucking boring. Me and Rachel watched it one night and we were waiting for it to fucking end. Okay? As much as I have a thing for Margot Kidder, she couldn't save that fucking movie. You know?
You liked Olivia Hussey.
I liked her hussies in it, but that's about it. She couldn't act or do a goddamn thing.
She was good in Romeo and Juliet.
I remember getting naked in Romeo and Juliet. That's all you remember because she ain't that great of an actress. But she's fun in like Ice Cream Man and stuff like that, so that tells you where she goes. But anyways, if you want to go see The Grudge, go fucking see it. Don't listen to all these other people, like, you know, Star Wars fans. You want to go see Star Wars fan? You want to go see Star Wars and everyone shits on it? Go see it anyways. Who cares? Ever since social media was created, I mean, and I do it too because, you know, I review movies or discuss movies on my channel, what have you. Everyone now has an opinion, and everyone with a YouTube channel now, they have to scrutinize movies. They think they're critics. You know what? Just go to a movie, have fun, turn your brain off. You're going to see a remake of The Grudge. You know what you're getting into. It's like I'm going to Star Wars. I'm going to see lightsabers and Wookiees and Muppets and all this stuff.
How many phones do you have?
Yeah.
Just the two, and then the third
And
one.
the flip one?
But anyways, it's like your favorite, Howard the Duck. You know what? You know what you're getting into when you watch Howard the Duck.
It's a duck.
Exactly. But you looked at it as a movie you just couldn't get past the fact that it was a talking duck. What the fuck did you expect? You know what I mean?
With 3 phones, maybe.
I don't know what
maybe
to tell you
that's-
about Howard the Duck, man.
Maybe that's why you can't afford to put the $5 on your other phone.
But I'm not spending anything on these. They're just there.
Just to look pretty.
Just look pretty.
The fans hated the Star Wars prequels, but I really enjoyed them. And that's great. I hated the dialogue in a lot of the Star Wars prequels, but that's because
Wait, whoa. Who what?
Horror Boy likes the Star Wars prequels. Yeah, it says right. My problem with the Star Wars prequels is George Lucas can't fucking write. He can't write dialogue. He wants things to look pretty, but he's a hack writer. Just look at the dialogue. Anakin Skywalker running around saying yippee and thinking that Padme's an angel, and then in part 2 he hates sand because it gets everywhere.
Oh my god.
And then part 3 she says he's going down a path he can't follow because her heart's breaking, shit like that. But it's got great action. And that's all you want in Star Wars. Like I said, you want Wookiees, you want Yoda, you want lightsabers and this. So he did good there. He just can't fucking write to save his life. That's why. And why is Empire Strikes Back the best of them all? Someone else fucking wrote it and directed it. Plain and simple. But my point is, if you like them, like them. You know, that's all that matters. Don't be like this cynical asshole. Do you think Spielberg could have wrote it? Would you have watched the Star Wars prequels if it was written by Spielberg?
I don't know if it was any good. Yeah. The prequels were just. I don't know how else to tell you. They were shit. They were just shit.
You never really liked Star Wars to begin with, though.
No, and to be fair, I was never a fan in the first place.
I'm thinking of showing my wife Dune or Fart the movie, but I actually love her and care, so I don't know if I have it in me to put her through that traumatic event that I endured. I just don't know.
You have been on board for a while.
Yeah, you have.
Going
Dune is still the worst movie you ever made me watch.
Wow.
Well, if you want to put Fart the movie, but guess what?
Does he want to stay married?
Fart the movie.
Yeah, you're looking to try to get
Fart the movie
divorced.
doesn't count, in my opinion. Okay, but that movie was god awful. But that movie didn't count. Dune is the worst movie you ever made me fucking watch, ever.
Yeah, that movie.
Because it was boring. Nothing happened. I still don't know what happened other than there's sandworms and Kyle MacLachlan and sexually ambiguous Sting and a floating fat guy.
Ambiguously-
I'm still waiting. I'm still waiting for that film to come out of the closet, and it hasn't yet.
Yeah, Dune. Roger's right. They're remaking Dune. It's coming out this year. All I know is Batista's in it.
Why do I look at the house? They're remaking Dune.
Yeah.
That's if. Who?
See, look. Christopher says, I really liked Howard the Duck, to be honest. It grew on me over time. He hated it for years, and he grew to enjoy it. So you just need to watch it 5 or 6 more times.
What's he saying?
I got death threats for liking Friday the 13th Part 5 and 3. But that's because people are fucking assholes. I like Jason Goes to Hell. Jason Goes to Hell is one of my favorite of all the series. Well, how do you think I get it when it comes to reception? I just say, fuck them. I'm the one spending 90 minutes watching the movie. In the end, my opinion matters. But I can also have a civil conversation. The horror community a lot of times are like Star Wars fans. They feel so entitled. Just sit down and watch the movie. It's a fucking movie about a guy with a hockey mask stalking teens. What the fuck do you want?
They got laid. You have to kill them.
Exactly. Just enjoy the movie. Who cares what other people think? If you like a movie, then fucking enjoy it. Defend it to its death. That's all that matters to me.
Office Space was great.
And then, you know what? You can like Office Space all you want. I still don't know who the fuck the lead guy was.
All right, Ron Livingston. I don't even. Oh, so because he was work with Scotty Grimes and Band of Brothers from 2 hours ago. The last thing Scotty Grimes was in Band of Brothers. Was really good.
Was Scotty Grimes in Office Space? Is that what you're saying?
No. Band of Brothers.
But why did you bring up Scotty Grimes in Office
Because
Space?
Ron Livingston was also in Band of Brothers. You're like, who else is in that movie? I'm like, Ron Livingston from Office Space. But he liked the prequel. How do you like the prequels, man?
He's got it. Okay.
He
Horror Boy, what was it about the prequels you liked? Because he can't get it through his head.
I can't get it through my head. The rat.
Or the rat balls, right?
Have you've seen the new ones then?
No.
The Rise of this.
Yeah, I've seen all the Star Wars movies.
And you're alive.
Because I enjoy them.
I don't
It's
think-
Star Wars. What the fuck are you expecting?
I don't know. I don't have expectations.
But that's the thing. What are you expecting? It's Star Wars. Lightsabers, Wookiees.
Do you think are they making another one, or are they?
They got a TV show on Disney Plus now, called The Mandalorian, which is basically like the bounty hunter group of bounty hunters that Boba Fett was. Boba Fett was the cool looking bounty hunter who actually really kind of sucks, but So they got that, and they're focusing on TV now because they're gonna do an Obi-Wan Kenobi, TV
You're
show.
my only hope.
No, I can't not think of that.
With Ewan McGregor. So
Oh, we have a dog named Obi. Guess what I call him?
Obi-Wan.
Yeah, Obi-Wan Kenobi.
See, you do like Star Wars.
Not really. I don't even like the dog.
He thought the effects looked decent sometimes, and he liked the cast and the movies and the action scenes. Perfect. That's exactly what you want from Star Wars. Action.
Yeah.
Roger says the cast of Doom is somebody, Oscar Isaac, Josh Brolin, Stellan Skarsgård, Dave Bautista, Zendaya, and some other guy. Also, a bunch of Jason Momoa and Javier Bardem. So I know half those people.
You had me on Josh Brolin And Javier Bardem, Stellan Skarsgård.
Batista, I know who Batista is. Zendaya, I know who she is. She's in the Spider-Man movies. Jason Momoa, he's good. Horror Boy, the acting isn't as bad as everyone says. It just depends. I think Jake Lloyd sucked, but then again, he just wasn't. George Lucas shouldn't have picked him.
Poor Jake Lloyd.
Yeah, that's a horror. That's a sad, sad story.
Oh, Horror Boy. You like horror movies? You should see Dune. It's horrible.
No. Okay, well, you know what? Only see Dune based on his recommendation because I want you to
I'm not recommending.
I want you to come back to my
you
channel.
watch it because it's good. I'm recommending you watch it so like you understand what the Jews went through during the Holocaust.
Compared to the new ones, the prequels are Shakespeare. Oh. You know what? It's hard to discuss Star Wars. Either you love them or you hate them. I think people just look too into them right now.
It's I couldn't even tell you because I haven't seen the new ones, but I don't know. It would be really nice if we went back to movies that like just a bunch of shit happened.
We need Commando. We
Yeah.
need more Predators with
Yeah.
Arnold. Last great horror movie I saw was House That Jack Built. Is that the one with what the fuck is his face? Matt Dillon, right? I've been watching a lot of Phantasm lately. I've never seen.
Oh my god, you gotta check it out.
I will pay to watch the Dune remake if Gilbert Gottfried and Clint Howard are in. Take my money. I still wouldn't do it.
I would see that. I would see those guys should be in anything. Seriously.
Get a reality show with those guys. Put them in like a house for a week.
Jurassic Park remake, and they play the dinosaurs.
They're they pop out of the eggs.
Yeah.
Like Twister and Independence Day. Twister was a lot of fun. Independence Day was fun for all the wrong reasons.
Independence Day. How was the? Did you see the?
I didn't see the second one. I remember Roger talked about Zombieland 2. He said it was fun. Roger was talking about
Can I use this?
what about the one in the bedroom?
I didn't want to wake her up.
Oh, she'll be fine.
Japan.
But Roger was talking about this. He once talked about the second Independence Day, and I think he said it like left an impression like a fart in the wind. So
Yeah.
heard they were remaking the Blob, but nothing ever happened. Last I heard, they were remaking the Blob, and Rob Zombie was behind it. But then he said that was all bullshit. So, but yeah, Gilbert Gottfried and Clint Howard in like a reality show. There's this thing.
Yeah.
Me and my buddies at work have been talking about this. What they need to do, they need to get Nick Cage and Gary Busey together and follow them for like a month with cameras. Imagine that.
That would be crazy.
You would pay to watch Nick Cage and Gary Busey like try to make a grilled cheese.
But what if?
Wouldn't you?
What if they got along just fine?
No, it would be because Nick Cage would be like grilling the grilled cheese with like an iron,
Yeah.
and Gary would put it up to his face, knowing him because he's retarded, thinking it's a telephone.
Exactly what happened. I hated.
ID4 the sequel, and Will Smith wouldn't do it. What else is he going? Well, the thing is, Will Smith turning down roles. He was originally going to be Neo in The Matrix, right? But he turned it down to do Wild Wild West.
Oh. Ooh, a swing and a miss.
Did you guys like
Yikes.
Ewan McGregor as Kenobi? Yeah, he was fantastic.
Yeah, that was
He was
the
good.
best part of the film.
Especially by episode 3, he was Alec Guinness perfectly.
Tell me you've seen the Red Letter Media, Mr. Plinkett. I'm talking to Horror Boy. The Mr. Plinkett reviews on that are genius.
Never heard of him.
But he made I gotta show you sometime. But he made a really good point. Like Ewan McGregor, and there's a black guy at some point, are like the two most rational-minded people there.
Okay.
And they're the ones that get stuck watching the ship while every other bumbling idiot goes out to accomplish things. And it's just like, it just felt like it was thrown together in a weekend. Nothing was thought out.
What was I gonna say? Gary Busey, Nicolas Cage, Ewan McGregor.
Oh, but a film I'm not a fan of really, but they nailed it, was iRobot.
I liked iRobot.
Yeah.
It was fun.
It was fun. I was okay with it. It wasn't-
Great special
I
effects.
didn't think it was phenomenal, but like now it's like, it's now.
Mm.
iRobot is now. We now
Mhm.
live in iRobot.
Mhm. Will Smith, I think, is pretty good when he has to save the world.
Yeah.
I think he's pretty consistent when he has to play that character. He's fine. I liked Qui-Gon Jinn. Big fan of Liam Neeson. Liam Neeson looked like a Jedi. He was great. I think that was before he became like the go-to old man kicking ass type of character. Um, what is that party people? It's me, the one. Oh, okay. I saw his name, Heartbreaker. He's in a bunch of other live streams that I follow. How's it going, bud? But Liam Neeson was like the go-to guy to be like an old man kicking ass, and I think Phantom Menace kind of started it. Has there been any updates on Beetlejuice? I know I've been in limbo forever.
Beetlejuice 2. Electric Boogaloo.
Well, there was a rumor that they was going to do Beetlejuice 2. Beetlejuice goes to Hawaii.
Yeah.
But then recently, there's been talks with Tim Burton and Michael Keaton, and they say they're down, but there's no script written. Winona Ryder said she would do it, but it depends on the script.
But see, that's a film that could get made, because what do you got?
I personally don't want a sequel because I think they did everything perfect in the first one.
But at least in terms of all these films where they keep doing these remakes and killing off John Connor, like the whole damn thing doesn't make sense anymore because it was all built around John Connor.
Mm-hmm.
But with Beetlejuice, he could pretty much end up anywhere.
Yeah.
And, he could, another family could move into that house, and he still haunts that house. That makes perfect sense.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it wouldn't be a stretch for him to show up pretty well in his
Mm-hmm.
play. So that's a sequel that, and then Michael Keaton, throw him into makeup, bickety bam, you're there. It's like, that's not too hard.
Horror Boy, to put it easily, the easiest way for me to put about his special edition changes, I'll say he made Return of the Last Jedi into an abortion. Didn't care too much for Star Wars, A New Hope, and then there wasn't, Empire was fine. But my very first ever video that I did for YouTube is called George Lucas Can Eat a Bag of Dicks. And
Good call.
I go in length about how much I hate the special edition changes. So it's my very first video if you want to know exactly how I feel. Heartbreaker was going to do my contest, but made it 18 exclusive. That's because I ain't taking chances of sending anybody anything under 18 in the mail. I'm not saying I don't trust you, Heartbreakers. Like, I'm not taking a chance. Doesn't matter. He's on a Quentin Tarantino high. I watched Django Unchained for the first time, and going to watch some of his. Django Unchained was fantastic. I do think Quentin Tarantino is one of the most overrated filmmakers out there.
Mm-hmm. We've had our discussions about that.
I think personally he's a piece of shit. I prefer the movies he writes but doesn't direct over the movies he does direct. Like, my favorite movie of his of all time is still Reservoir Dogs. Pulp Fiction I think is okay. It's overrated. It's okay. Kill Bill 1 is fine. Kill Bill 2 is great. Django is great. Hateful Eight, once you get past that long, slow burn of like the first 40 minutes, really becomes good. Haven't seen Once Upon a Time in Hollywood yet. But the movie... Glorious Bastards I thought was kind of boring. And I haven't seen Jackie Brown yet.
Okay.
But the movies he writes but doesn't direct are fantastic. Natural Born Killers, True Romance, and From Dusk Till Dawn. Fantastic movies. So, I could take or leave Quentin, I guess. I think he's just put on such a high pedestal. I don't really think he's great. He's a good filmmaker, but yes, we also know all of his shticks too. We know we gotta have the camera coming out of a trunk. We know we gotta see someone's fucking feet. We get it, dude. You got a foot fetish. But that's it. How old are you?
I was talking about what Dirk said. Dirk. He's only famous because he has the right politics.
Okay.
So Dirk, that's fair. Like, he's very liberal.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
I don't know. I just don't really care for him. I don't think he's worth like all the hype. And he's just a fucking asshole too. He believes all of his hype. He'd be one of those celebrities I like to punch in the face.
Old. We're old.
I'm almost 40, and he's like a couple years behind me.
Yeah, I'm gonna be 38 in May. Fuck's sake.
I just turned 38 in October. From Dusk Till Dawn, one of my fave. It's fantastic. You ever seen From Dusk Till Dawn?
Weren't we just 20? Like, that just happened. What just happened to 18 years?
Oh, I got married and had a kid.
I haven't done shit. I watched a lot of Tour of Duty and played a lot of Man 2005. Civilization Called to Power. That's all I can say for the last 20 years. Is watch some movies and play some video games. And I don't mind because, my skin is still good. But, I was wanted to own an island by now at least.
Well, you live in a basement that floods sometimes. So.
It's similar.
Thoughts on Eli Roth? Eli Roth is a great interview. The guy knows his stuff. I didn't really care for Cabin Fever. Loved Hostel. Thought Hostel 2 was okay. And I thought Green Inferno was great. I thought Green Inferno was really good. And I didn't want to see Green Inferno because for some reason I don't really care for cannibal movies.
Really quick for anybody who doesn't know, we're streaming on 2 different phones.
Yeah, that's why.
Just in case you want, we're answering questions off of 2 different phones.
So but I love him when he shows up as a cameo. I loved his cannibal. I loved his cameo in 2001 Maniacs. I absolutely loved his cameo in Piranha remake. The Alexander Aja movie where he's like the douchebag DJ. He was fun. So filmmaker, pretty decent. As an actor, he's always fun.
Oh, sorry. We got an interesting question over here. I should tell that story. What about Jared Genesis?
Do you still support Jared Genesis? No.
Me? No.
No.
So, were you done with your point on Eli Roth?
Yeah, sure.
So, Jared Genesis was a guy I had no idea who he was. And I don't recall if I commented on something of his or he or mine first.
I knew him because I think, did a shout out for. I think I was searching for Volk Party or Whitey the White Guy or something, and it popped up like shout out too. So I clicked on him and I subbed to his channel because he did like live streaming and stuff like that, and he subbed to me and this and that, and we talked back and forth through the comments, and then his channel disappeared. So I searched for Jared Genesis again because his channels are always getting shut down, and. This is what I had to message you about.
Yeah.
There was a bunch of Jared Genesis supports pedophilia because he says it's okay to.
We had no idea.
It's okay to sleep with 13-year-old girls if you have a connection with them. And,
he
I'm
went
like,
lower. He went to like 9.
Did he?
Yeah, he was like, I would date a 9-year-old girl, and I was like, bro.
So I'm like, I texted you real fast because you've even shouted him out before.
I did a shout out to him, which is probably still up. But like, what happened was, I came across. I don't who commented on whose channels first. But when I got a small channel, I'm at 271 subs as of when I woke up this morning.
See, Horror Boys heard of him. Yeah. Is that the pedophile guy?
And so, anytime somebody subs to me, I sub them back. Mm-hmm. And then if somebody's got who's a content creator, just getting a couple subs, I always try to shout people out to help them out and grow their small channel. So, but I had no idea who he was. Like any number of small people, Dirk Jensen, I've done a number of shout outs to his channel, but Dirk does, here's the difference. Dirk is a good guy, A, and B, does little quick 10-minute political rants.
Okay.
Jared Genesis.
Dirk is the guy in your.
Yeah, it was just okay. Jared Genesis streams for hours. Well, we were talking, 3 hours ago when we started to stream 2.5 hours ago. I've been working 50, 60 hours a week for months. I haven't seen this guy in 6 months because I've been working so much. So I'd see a video, Jared Genesis should put up a video, and so I'd pop on there for 60 seconds. I'd give it a like. Hey, buddy, what's going on? And then move on because I'm fucking working all the time. I don't have time to sit there for 4 hours and watch a guy play video games. And then I did a shout out, say, hey, we got to support small content creators. This guy Jared Genesis, and that's when you sent a thing to me, and you're like, oh, dude,
don't do it.
And so the way I'm looking at my phone, like it would just say he put up a video, and then when you sent that to me, this whole world showed up on the suggestion thing about all this stuff he'd said and done, and I had no clue that world existed. And so now, I probably lost subs over that for all I know. But
Well, that's what I told you. I didn't want
lesson
you.
learned.
I didn't want you to be
Yeah.
associated with it. Like,
Having
all
no
jokes
idea.
aside, when you get into your politics, that's going to turn off a lot of people.
It is.
And but that's it's your channel. It's your right to say whatever
Mhm.
you want politically. But I still didn't want you unknowingly to be associated with
that guy.
this dude.
Having no idea. I had no idea.
So
that
when I
whole
found out,
existed.
because I was subbed to like 3 different channels, so I'm like gone,
Yeah.
gone, and I texted you right away, and it was just like, dude, do some research. But this guy has been linked to pedophilia. I don't know if he's actually done anything, but
Right.
there's
And neither do I.
videos out there with proof.
Yeah.
Because I sat and watched some of this stuff, so I'm like, yeah, do some research.
I watched like one video and the dude has got some issues.
Mm-hmm.
And so I kind of I don't know. Obviously, he's not like a celebrity or something. He's a
No,
YouTube personality.
Just a YouTuber.
He just seems like God, the world took a shit on this kid. But on one hand, I want to feel sympathetic, but on the other, watching some of his content, it's like, bro, you got a dark side, bro.
Yeah.
Like but it was stuff where, again, when you're working 60 hours a week,
Mm-hmm.
you don't have time to sit there and watch hours and hours and hours of video. So one of the videos you sent me, I'm like, just the way it was all edited together, shit. He said, I mean, you'd have to sit there for hours
Mm-hmm.
and watch his stuff for hours. There's nobody who exists who
Well-
I've watched their stuff like any one video,
Yeah.
like a 3-hour video. Like I would never sit here and watch this again, going on 3 hours.
Yeah.
There's no way. I just don't have that kind of. Now I do. I'm
Mhm.
unemployed,
But there's people that are dedicated to finding people like this.
yes.
And
But
you can't.
would
And
need-
the thing is, when it comes
that's who you'd need to be to
when
watch
it
that
when
kind
it
of shit
comes
all day.
when it comes to this though, you gotta have proof. You can't just be like, okay, that dude's a pedophile, because
Yeah.
it's like the whole Me Too movement thing. You know, Morgan Freeman grabbed my ass in 1972.
Yeah.
You know, that stuff sticks with you no matter what. But this person
But-
who the video I sent you had video proof of Jared saying
He
all
was
this
saying
stuff.
it, yeah. And so I don't know, is he even accused of taking action on this? Or is this
He
just,
approves of it, I think.
Or was this him just messing? I have no clue.
Right.
But I don't.
They should have spoken to the authorities.
I'm sure people already
they
have. They have.
They have. But he, you know, either way, it's like, dude, that's just a Pandora's box. You don't open it. Even if he was just fucking with people.
Mm-hmm.
But part of the problem too is it's not because you know, if it was like you got some guy on here and you're like, yeah, I'd fuck your sister. My sister's only 9. Well, I'd fuck her anyway just to mess with this guy.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is like the way he said it.
Mm-hmm.
I could believe him.
Yeah.
And that's where it was just like, okay, that got too weird too fast.
Yeah.
And I hate to the whole world's no doubt crapping on this kid,
Mm-hmm.
but it's like, bro, you gotta like
He brings it upon himself.
brings it upon
So
himself.
that's why I don't give sympathy. But
And then he was doing one video. He was talking about like putting porn, showing porn on his thing because the guy was restreaming his thing to screw up the other guy. I'm like, dude, you getting dark on me here,
Yeah.
bro. So
to answer Randy's question, no, we don't.
I don't support Jerry.
No,
Jones.
not at all.
You know, I was trying to help out a small
Hey,
YouTube
Helly.
creator.
Uh,
You know, like I've done with any number
Mm.
of YouTube creators, and just had no idea that whole world is out there.
yeah. He never apologized for what he said. I like that James
Yeah.
Gunn made some controversy with his tweets, but he apologized and he said it was a joke. Now, see, here's the thing: it's a thin line. James Gunn made jokes,
Yes.
and he apologized for it already, and then
That
people
understood
found
to be jokes.
people found it, brought it back up, and then he
Yeah.
apologized a second time. But with Jared, you could see the way he talked about it. He was all for it.
I'm not even going to go that far. Maybe not. But
Well, I'm not saying he would, but he was being like, yeah,
The
dude,
way-
if
watching
you got a
somebody-
connection with
yeah.
somebody who's like 13 years old, I don't care. I'd do it.
So, like, the only defense for saying that really is like what I said. Let's say you've been in an hours-long battle with a heckler, well, not a heckler, a troll.
We've been trolled before.
Yeah, and so you start saying egregious things to mess with your troll, and then somebody edits that out of context.
Right.
That's the only real way to defend it. But still, it's like because
But the way this guy
the way he goes about it's not just what he said; it's how he goes about doing it.
exactly.
He creates an atmosphere about himself where it's like, dude, you're making it too plausible of a story, friend.
Exactly.
So, no, I don't. I don't want to. I don't want to hate on the guy too much because he's probably got enough, but I can't support that.
No.
I was
So no more. That's why I got pissed watching his vids. He was discussing disgusting stuff.
and, yeah. The way he goes about doing things, I can't abide by.
Yeah.
And I'm no saint,
No.
but just the way he goes about doing, like the dude needs to talk to a head shrinker and get some help. So I'll support him in that respect, bro. Go get some help.
Mm-hmm.
But I can't support his activities.
No, God, no.
What he's been saying.
But so yeah, to answer Randy, no, we don't support him.
And I should probably again, months ago, should have done a video about it. But man, my life, my life. It's been. I haven't seen you in 6 months.
Right.
That's the time frame in which it's happened.
Yeah.
I just haven't had time.
Helly, he was a YouTuber named Jared Genesis. He disrespected my friend. Well, I'm sorry he did, Horror Boy. He disrespects
a lot of friends.
I'm sure he disrespected a lot of people. But.
So again, I tried to help out a small time YouTuber, and like so many times when you try to help people out, it comes back to bite you in the ass.
Yeah. So that's what, like I said. Long story short, that's why I sent you that text and be like,
yeah, I appreciate that.
Ooh, don't do that.
Yeah. So again, real quick, there's a YouTuber named Jared Genesis, who I can't recall if I commented on something of his or mine, but because he had a small channel, I gave him a shout out to help him grow his channel, but I didn't really know anything about him. And then this whole world of he was accused of
pedophilia.
I don't know if he was actually accused of in that he actually took any action, but he was.
He might not have. He supported it.
He was espousing.
Yeah.
He was all saying for it. And I've only seen clips because again, like I said, it was hours and hours and hours of stuff. I do not have time. But there's a clip you could argue was taken out of context, but where he was saying, I would date a 9-year-old girl, and it's like, man, even tongue in cheeky, but he said it so straightforward. So I don't know what his deal is. I just tried to help out a small time YouTuber like myself.
All right, let's get out off the.
No, these people are captivating. Oh boy, talk about that guy.
But before we were talking, like in between all the Jared stuff, Horror Boy asked a kind of a cool question. Was there ever? I don't know if he specifically said horror movie. You're not a big horror guy.
No.
But so you can just say any movie in general.
Okay.
Was there any horror movie that legitimately scared you? My wife is terrified of the original Poltergeist, but she's also so scared of the original Pet Sematary where I'm not allowed to watch that if she's in the house.
Yeah.
Now you've seen both of those and you've enjoyed both of those. Pet Sematary is my favorite horror movie of all time. And it's one of those movies that you should watch in the dark every time.
Oh, yeah.
And you still get that, hey, it's Jay Wilkins. Hey.
Really?
He's now Jamie on YouTube.
Oh.
Yeah. Jay Wilkins. Hey, bud.
I haven't seen that guy in a while, man. What's up, buddy?
But Pet Sematary, the original Pet Sematary, you gotta watch in the dark. You still have that creepy feeling with the music, the imagery. I just got it on Blu-ray, so it's cleaned up, and so you can see more of the gore and the stuff like that. So it's perfect. Is there a horror movie that's ever scared me? Absolutely not. But Pet Sematary still gives me that creepy feeling. A lot of the original Poltergeist still gives me that creepy feeling. Like that scene with the steak going across the counter and the guy peeling his face off. Rachel and I watched The Conjuring, the first Conjuring. And in our old house was this really, really old house. It was made in 1910 or something like that?
Something like that, 1916 or something.
And it was one of those, the wind blows on you and on the house, and you just hear, and The Conjuring is a haunted house movie. And we watched it in a little bit of the dark, and it was fantastic.
What was Hereditary?
And then you wanted me to go in the basement and get the...
Yeah, I wanted you to get the laundry, because I didn't want to fucking go down there.
I was like, heck no, I'm not going down there.
But,
You can mildew, I don't care.
Oh, are you familiar? He says
Exorcist? Exorcist?
Hereditary. Exorcist, I know, of course, but what is Hereditary?
Hereditary.
Did I- it seems
I've
like
never
I've
seen
seen that.
Hereditary. I know it's got.
That's more recent, isn't
Yeah,
it?
it's within the last couple of years. A lot of people say it's creepy. Our buddy Derek, he wants me to watch it because he said it's the first film in a long time that's made him feel uncomfortable.
Oh, Derek.
But I'm not gonna say his last name, but
I haven't seen Derek since like Clint was in the White House or something.
Mm.
It's been a long time.
but Exorcist never scared me. Now my mom is who got me into horror, okay, and she was very Christian, so of course she saw The Exorcist in 1975 whenever it came out. I don't know, so of course she believed a lot of it, obviously.
Really?
Okay, and she still swears. Now, granted, back then my mom and dad smoked a lot of pot, but she still swears they once played with an Ouija board one day. And when they were done, they put it in the coffee table. You know, it was one of those coffee tables with the doors on the side.
Sure.
And it started knocking and making noise. I don't know, but my dad swears it happened too. He threw it in his pickup truck, drove to the dump, you know, the
And
garbage,
chucked it.
and chucked it. But my mom, one of the first horror movies I
Your
ever
dad
saw.
was a Marine.
Yeah, Vietnam.
Vietnam vet.
I'm vet, and he swears it happens. But what was I saying? One of the first horror movies I ever saw was The Exorcist
Okay.
because of my mom. Now, before you get your torches and pitchforks and everything, you know, telling my mom, why did you let a kid watch that in elementary school? It was the edited version.
My dad.
So there was
my
no.
dad and I watched Predator when I was 5.
Oh, so did I. I watched that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
But this
pussy
was
jokes
different.
and
You
all
know,
that.
there's pussy jokes in Predator, but she masturbates with a crucifix in
There's that.
The Exorcist. So, but I never saw The Exorcist uncut until I was like out of high school
Okay.
because I'd seen it so many times as a kid. But that never scared me either. I mean, I've never religious. No, Martyrs is creepy, not scary though. I've never been religious, so I didn't have that going for me.
Yeah.
You know, watching The Exorcist. A lot of it's kind of boring in the beginning. It's a very slow burn, but everything in the fucking 70s was.
Well, the pacing was different back then.
Yeah.
You didn't have a whole lot going on. You didn't have all this stuff. So you wanted a good long film.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you were paying good money to see this movie. So the pacing was different.
I always loved, though, how in The Exorcist, Max von Sydow plays a priest fighting the devil.
Mm-hmm.
And then 20 years later, Needful Things, he plays the devil. Stephen King movie.
I remember seeing that, but I remember scant about it.
Ah,
I
it's
do
so
remember
good.
liking it.
Yeah, it's so good. Max von Sydow just, as the devil, just chews up the scenery. He's so good.
He's just fantastic all over the place. He was a Dune.
I wouldn't remember. He was also
His small role.
he was also in Star Wars: The Force Awakens.
Oh my god.
So there, fuck you.
Was he in Howard the Duck?
He was in the costume.
There's a horror film I
He
like.
was the duck.
Yeah, he was the
He
duck.
was the duck.
The old man in Poltergeist 2 was uber scary. Yeah, that fucking dude scared me.
Yeah, you said he actually had cancer.
He was dying of stomach cancer at the time.
Oh man, that guy was creepy. You should all get out.
You're all gonna die when he's like looking through like that screen door.
Yeah. That's like as weird it is as it is. Like that's good.
Mm-hmm.
Be good.
Well, he was a
filmmaking.
Shakespearean actor too.
Yeah, but I mean, there's no gore. There's another. He's just the concept of you're standing there with your family on a normal day in the burbs, and that dude comes walking up. What do you do with that information?
Well, it's like when you're walking in the Canadian woods, and you know Randy Quaid's behind you.
Yeah,
He's 6'5" with a beard down to here.
and he's gonna.
But that's great though
because
because that's all visual. Like, have you ever seen the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre?
No.
A lot of people swear how bloody it is. Almost no blood on the entire movie. It's all what your mind makes you
Yes,
think.
yeah.
You know, you see a big fucking dude like our size wearing a skin mask chasing you with a chainsaw, you expect there to be blood. Not really, but it leaves an imprint with you.
The Ring was creepy.
The Ring, the original, like the Ring with Naomi Watts, I didn't think was that creepy. I've never seen the Japanese
I
one.
thought it was creepy.
Yeah, but that's because I think the girl's name was Rachel, wasn't it?
Probably.
Yeah.
And she was born around the same time I was born.
Yeah.
One.
Cannibal Holocaust scared me in the fact that I didn't know how far it was going to go. I still won't watch Cannibal Holocaust because, again, cannibal movies, like jungle cannibal movies, make me feel uncomfortable. And I know there's a lot of animal like torture in that, and I don't want to see that.
I got creeped out by the others, and nobody else did. I was the only asshole. Like,
She was kind of creeped out by the others, but we
Yeah.
saw it in theaters, so
Yeah,
we had the
that's right.
surround sound. Original Night of the Living Dead still creeps me out watching with the lights out. That was a good one. The original Night of the Living Dead, the black and white one, that's really good. That's still my favorite out of all the Living Dead movies.
Christopher nailed it.
Ghostbusters 2016 scared the hell out of me too. The more I'm thinking, terrifying.
Yeah.
You still never
I
had
still
the ball.
haven't seen that movie. Where's my apple?
As much as
I
you,
still haven't seen that
as
movie.
much as you, Blair Witch Project scared me as a kid. I could see that if you're watching
As
it
a
in a
kid?
theaters and you're very young before the internet, because everyone fucking believed
Evil
things.
Dead freaked me out when I was
Did it?
7 years old. Yeah.
Well, you're 7, of course.
Exactly. When
You're 7 years old
the
and you
lady's down in the basement, he ends up down in the basement. Like, I remember watching that, and then the go you watch it now, it's like, you know. But
you're
at 7 years old, I distinctly remember watching it.
And then see right there, he says, we're talking about Blair Witch. He remembers people telling me it was real before he'd seen it. But because it
Yeah.
came out in like 98, 99. So the internet's still kind of in its infancy.
Yeah.
And everyone believed this was real found footage and these fucking kids were killed. That's fantastic marketing, though.
Fucking idiot.
But
What?
that's fantastic marketing. Because everybody believes everything.
Everybody thought it actually
It's
happened.
before social media and all this and that. And I thought it was great. I enjoyed it the first time. I think with repeated viewings, it loses its luster, to be honest.
It has to.
Yeah.
Because it's that whole what's around the corner.
hmm
You know, is what. And then when you get to the end of the story, you realize.
Did you guys think it was real? No. I knew it was fake.
I've never seen it.
Because I've seen, when they came out, I was old enough. I had just graduated high school. Or was going to. I don't know what year it came out. But I saw the actors promoting it on Jay Leno. So I knew for a fact it wasn't fucking real. So.
Yeah. That kind of takes it away from
Mhm.
you. I'm trying to. I just don't really.
Was there any movie that scared you? Like, it didn't have to be a horror movie? Like, anything terrifying? Like Red Dawn?
That scared me. I remember when I saw Jurassic Park.
See?
Yeah.
Blair Witch, budget was $25K and it made like $200 million. I don't know if it made that much, but it was pretty fucking successful.
Yeah, so no, it probably did.
Why did people...
I wasn't scared by Jurassic Park in the film, but I saw that when I was 9-ish, give or take. And I remember I had a nightmare about that. And I was living in a basement at the time, not making this up, and I came over there. And, you know, there was a T-Rex chasing my family in the drain.
Horror Boy, why did people think it was
No,
real?
but hold on.
Okay.
I was upset because it didn't catch him. I was like, there was a T-Rex trying to kill you. It's like, oh, that's sweet, you cared. And I was like, no, you don't understand.
You lived!
You assholes got away. That's why I'm crying.
It's fantastic. Horror Boy, why did people think it was real back then? Because they marketed it as real footage. And it was pre-internet, or internet was in its...
based on a real story or something like that.
the internet was in its infancy, and they bought it hook, line, and sinker. Director of Cannibal Holocaust? Yes, I remember this. Director of Cannibal Holocaust almost went to prison because he claimed the film was real. Originally, he made the actors sign a contract to stay hidden and not appear for a year once the movies came out. Cannibal Holocaust, if I remember, is about a film crew who goes to some fucking island, and I don't fucking know where cannibals live.
Okay.
And they're tortured and eaten alive by the cannibals. And it was promoted as based on a true story, or as a true story, or found footage, or some bullshit. And like Roger said, the way it was filmed looked like documentary footage too.
Okay.
I still haven't watched it. But they really believed that it was real footage, and that the director had to go to court to prove that these people weren't really murdered on film.
What?
It's very interesting if you look at the research. I
Okay.
still won't watch the movie because, like, animal torture, like, I know a monkey gets his head cut off or some shit like that. Fake or not, I don't want to do that. But that's just me. Even I have my limits. I don't do animal torture films, and I don't do rape films. Like, I watched the original Last House on the Left, and I don't want to ever relive
or
it.
poop and fart for that matter.
Yeah, I don't do poop and fart jokes either. That's what the wife's for. She likes those.
Good God, that is not all I like.
No, it's
Why
not.
do you say that?
Well, he said poop and fart, so...
People probably think I'm like some
No.
weird person.
Weird person. No.
Well, he did marry Eric. I mean, not for nothing.
Cannibal Holocaust was a dark film to watch, and it was a lot to take in. Very mean-spirited film. Still the most disturbing film I've ever seen. There you go. You want to get back into movie reviews? Cannibal Holocaust for you.
Okay.
It's old enough you can pirate it.
All right.
There you go. And you can do a shout out to the Horror Boy for you. What are both of your opinions on the Phantasm series? Very, very underrated in my opinion. I've never seen a Phantasm movie in my life.
I had a phantasm once. It ended up all over my leg.
I've never seen Phantasm movies ever. I've just seen clips. I know there's 5 of them, but I've seen.
Sorry, I forgot you were there. I'm sorry. Sorry, Mrs. Crocker.
I lost my train of
There were
thought.
2 rats involved.
I was gonna say, was this before the rat slimed you with its balls?
Yes, a phantasm is.
I have seen one Don Coscarelli movie. and that-
Christopher's the only person I think has been here for long enough to remember us talking about that 3 hours ago.
I've only
So,
seen one Don Coscarelli
That was
movie.
absolutely hilarious to one person. One person.
No, Rachel was
is
over there.
dying right now.
But I've seen Don Coscarelli film, and that was Bubba Hotep, and that was fantastic.
You've mentioned this before.
Bubba Hotep stars Bruce Campbell as Elvis,
Yes.
and Elvis is living in a retirement home with a growth on his dick, and he's the real Elvis. Like, before Elvis died on the toilet,
Yes.
he got tired of living the life. He wanted to go live the normal life, like in the trailer park. So he found like the best Elvis impersonator, and they signed a contract where they would switch places basically. So the one that died on the toilet was the Elvis impersonator,
Okay.
and then real Elvis, Bruce Campbell, was living the good life in the trailer park, and then he was living as an Elvis impersonator. Broke his hip on stage, got infected, got put into this retirement home. And now there is this mummy that was stolen from a museum, and the people who stole it, like, they crashed the bus or whatever. So the mummy got out of the casket or whatever, and it's stealing the souls from all the people, all the residents at the old folks' home, because old folks can't really fight off a mummy. You know what I mean?
This is true. This
okay.
is true.
So Bruce Campbell learns this from a black man in a wheelchair who claims that he's John F. Kennedy. And he was really never killed. He was just dyed black by the government and thrown in the old folks' home as a crazy person. And they get together to fight this
Too
mummy.
close to home, dude.
It's a fucking fantastic movie, dude. Seriously. You would have a lot of fun.
It's kind of what's the one up?
And it's great because there's a commentary with Bruce Campbell talking about making the movie. And then there's a commentary with Bruce Campbell as Elvis in a secret location watching the film.
It's like The Shining. And I actually worked in a hotel.
I fucking hate The Shining.
No, it's not a great film, but I never saw it when I went. Everybody kept saying, you know, did you see The Shining? I'd be like, no. And they're like, dude, this hotel is just like that hotel. And then when I did, I was like, fuck me. It is the same.
Jennifer
Very
Tochi's
similar.
here.
Oh, my best friend. Hi, Jennifer.
Be nice. Now that Jennifer's here, you cannot
Try
trash talk.
I
Power
gotta
the
be
duck.
Careful what I say about things.
But
No,
you
gotta
and
be careful about what you say and think.
yeah.
Oh, sorry, Mrs. Cracker.
But the thing is though, bless her heart, you and Jennifer do have a connection with your love of Gilbert Gottfried.
That is good. I do love Gilbert.
Mm-hmm.
He should be played. I would love that movie if Gilbert Gottfried voiced the duck, or
I want to say
or
this.
if they put Gilbert in an outfit as the duck.
Well, he was already the Affleck duck too. So
Yes, I'm saying it was like 2 + 2 gets you 4. Where did we fuck this up?
here's the best thing though. I will give Jennifer Tochi a shout out because, first off, she was the winner of my contest, and I
Okay.
gave her a whole bunch of shit. But she's got a really cool video. I think it's like 2 or 3 weeks old. But she goes through all of her autographs that are on her wall and her different memorabilia. She's got Bobcat Goldthwait autographs. She's got Michael Winslow autographs. Robert Carradine. Really, really cool
I
shit.
know who all those people are.
I know.
We just talked about the carrot.
We just
Yeah,
talked about the
like-
Carradine.
like
That's
the
right.
Conversation.
So, but yeah, I just want to say that was a really cool video showing off all of her memorabilia. And in that video she's got a little gremlin figure that I sent her, you know, when she won my contest. So that was pretty cool.
Oh, you don't have to be nice to me. I just have to be nice to you.
That's right.
Nobody really has to be.
Jennifer, if you want to trash talk Whitey, that's okay. We all do it.
Everybody, that's his whole.
God's been doing it for almost 40 years.
And I keep coming back, and I don't know why.
I do love The Shining, but fans worship it way too much. Agreed. The Shining is boring. We did a review on your channel before you got it taken down. Jack Nicholson, in the last 40 minutes, makes that movie watchable.
Yeah.
But up until that part, it's you. First off, you already knew he's fucking psycho because it's any Jack Nicholson.
Jack Nicholson. He's not gonna.
He doesn't do anything special.
Yeah.
He's the same motherfucker in every single movie.
Yeah.
Every single movie, even in the ones where he's a nice guy, like As Good as It Gets or The Bucket List. He's still.
He's not a nice guy as good as it gets.
Well, fine, a nicer guy. You know.
He's
still
not
fucking.
a guy with an axe chop.
He's still fucking Looney Tunes. You know that from the beginning. The last 40 minutes are great. And Scatman Crothers does a great job. Okay?
Yeah.
But it's fucking boring. It's overrated. I don't really give a shit about anything Kubrick has made other than A Clockwork Orange and the first half of Full Metal Jacket. But other than that,
3 hours.
You made it in 3 hours?
Yay.
So yeah. There you go. Stephen King, same as Tarantino. What do you mean, Dirk?
I said
overrated?
the same thing when I had that Phantasm. I was like 3 hours because it took a while. I'm so sorry, Jenny. I apologize, Mrs. Cracker.
Did you just call her Jenny?
No, Jenny.
Oh, Jennifer.
Yeah,
Okay.
I said be polite,
Oh.
and then I made a Phantasm joke.
Shut the fuck up. Oh god, I love how it's made. Yeah, Kubrick's got his fans. I'm not a. Have you seen Doctor Sleep? I liked it a lot. I haven't seen it yet. I heard it was great. I want to see it because it's a Stephen King film and it's got Ewan McGregor, but I don't want to see it because it's a sequel more so, I guess, to the Stanley Kubrick version of The Shining than the Stephen King book Shining. So yeah, I'll see it eventually.
How about
That's my Stanley Kubrick movie noise. I'm like, yeah.
Hellraiser?
Stephen King, he's highly rated because his politics, but he's not very interesting. I love Stephen King as a writer. I love him. He's the perfect interview, but I hate his politics. He needs to fucking get off his high horse. We get it. You hate Trump, and he's got the right to hate Trump all he wants, but god damn it, put something else on Twitter too, other than that. Okay. Opinions on the Hellraiser movies. Hellraiser 1, fun. Hellraiser 2, almost as fun. Hellraiser 3, I have a fucking blast. 4, not as bad as everyone fucking says. 5 is a good murder mystery. 6 is Hellseeker. Good to see Kirsty back. That's kind of a good mindfuck movie. 7 is Deader. That was boring as fucking hell. Hellworld is okay because it's got Lance Henriksen in it. I don't know. Hellraiser 9, whatever one that is, was not as bad as what everyone said, and I haven't seen part 10 yet. So there you go.
I was actually, speaking of Lance Henriksen, he was supposed to play the Terminator at one point, right?
Yes, he was originally going to be the Terminator, but they didn't think he was intimidating enough.
Yeah.
O.J. Simpson was originally thought to be the Terminator, but they didn't think he looked dangerous enough. How the world has changed.
Ironical.
Yeah.
Were they wrong?
Yes,
Oops.
horror boy. I love Hellraiser 3. Yeah, Hellraiser 3 was the first Hellraiser movie I ever saw too.
But I actually
Directed by Anthony Hitchcock, who also directed another favorite stupid schlocky horror movie of mine that I love, Warlock the Armageddon. Anyways, I had to say that. Starring Julian Sands.
he's not coming back to Lance. He's not physically imposing enough.
No.
But I think the voice could have worked.
The voice... I don't know. I think he's still got a raspy,
Yeah, he's got that deep.
Arnold had that intimidating, I'm going to kill you. Lance just smoked 100 cigarettes,
What's the one guy you were doing the other day?
That can be taken totally out of context.
The one guy that you were. The guy
See.
from Milan.
The guy from Mulan.
Yeah.
Did he give you a fantasy?
Oh, Harvey Firestein. Oh.
What the fuck were we talking about?
Lance Henriksen?
Yeah,
OJ was originally going to be the Terminator?
that's craziness.
Yeah. And they originally wanted Arnold to be the Kyle Reese character.
That doesn't work.
No.
No.
Michael Biehn was perfect.
Michael Biehn nailed it. Nailed it.
You don't see him anymore.
No.
The last thing I saw him in, he was in Planet Terror, which is a fucking awesome movie. But I think he was missing in action for like 20 years before that.
No. He still he pops up from time to time.
Hellraiser Inferno is great. You're just mad that Pinhead's only in it for like 3 minutes. I had to say that.
19 hours ago, were we going to talk about Suicide Squad at some point?
Well, we were talking about.
I didn't
Do you
have
want to
the-
talk about the actual
I finally-
Suicide Squad movie?
If
you wanna
it's
talk about?
okay with the crew, because you guys are talking about horror films, I don't want to change too much. But I finally saw, because we were talking about this months ago.
Mm-hmm.
I finally saw Suicide Squad
Mm-hmm.
fairly recently.
What'd you think?
I didn't hate it.
See?
I didn't hate it. I didn't. It was imperfect,
Mm-hmm.
to be sure. The
Right.
logic of it was like, what? But as a it was fair.
I saw it in theaters. I went in looking for a good, fun 90 minutes. I got it. I got Will
Yeah.
Smith shooting people. I got Margot Robbie looking like a sexy clown. I got used to Jared Leto as the Joker. He was fine. This movie made me like Jai Courtney. Jai Courtney fucking sucks in everything. But he was great. There you go. I had a lot of fun. What's your thought?
Heck is Jai Courtney?
He was the guy with the boomerang and the drinker
Oh,
and they had
yeah, I
the
like that
unicorns.
guy.
Yeah,
Okay,
see?
yeah. I don't think they ever really explained the unicorns, but they don't. Really
He just
need
liked
to.
unicorns,
Just
that's all.
like unicorns.
What are your-
it was logically made no goddamn sense whatever.
Yeah.
But in a just go with it, enjoy the characters and stuff. I was fine with it. It's flawed, but it was okay.
Mhm.
I was okay with it.
What's your thoughts on the Star Wars spin-off films like Rogue One and Solo? Guarantee he hasn't seen them.
Nope.
Rogue One I thought was boring as fuck until the last
Yep. Chris.
45 minutes. Then it was good. Solo was great. Solo is the young Han Solo movie. I thought
Do
it
you
was
want
great.
to talk about those, and I'll go have a smoke.
You can go have a smoke if you
I'm
want.
gonna go have a smoke.
Um,
Hello, Bobby. Right back. I'm gonna get a smoke.
Yep, go do your routine.
If I live to be 70, it's a mistake. So
I thought Solo
taking
was
off some
great.
years.
Rachel watched Solo with me. She thought it was great. I loved.
Can I just step out on these stairs?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure, that's fine.
Absolutely.
Take this empty can. Make sure you bring this inside though, because I don't want our beer cans on the
No,
porch.
that's what I've been doing.
Okay, but Solo was a fun heist movie. You knew right away Woody Harrelson was the bad guy because it's fucking Woody Harrelson, but you knew he was gonna turn on Han Solo. But the guy who was Solo was charming. The guy who was the young Lando was charming enough. I hated the feminist robot, but she gets killed fucking within a half hour, so that was good. Solo was just a fun movie. It was what you need from a Star Wars movie. Fun. That's it. Remake. Have you heard they're remaking Carrie again? I haven't heard that at all. It probably will be the third remake, because I do really enjoy the TV movie with Angela Bettis. She was like perfectly cast. And then I know that was going to be like a TV show that went nowhere, which basically was going to be Carrie going from town to town saving people with her powers. Basically, she's going to be like the Incredible Hulk from the 80s show. But I remember the remake being okay. I thought, what the fuck is her name? Julianne Moore was great as the mom. I loved how in the original movie Piper Laurie so over the top and batshit crazy. I liked how Julianne Moore was more low key. I liked how she was a self-mutilator, dealing with her mental problems and Carrie and all that shit. I thought that was good. I thought, what the fuck is her name? I can't think of her name, but she played Hit Girl in Kick-Ass. She's too pretty to be Carrie. You needed someone who looked like Sissy Spacek. You needed someone who looked like Angela Bettis. Someone who looked like the non-high school girl, I guess, the outsider. You needed someone who looked, I don't want to say it's the wrong term. You need someone who looked ugly, okay? And Hit Girl was way too fucking pretty for that movie. So that was bad casting. But some of the CGI was lame. But overall it was fine. If I had to pick, I'd prefer of the two remakes the TV movie. And that one was fucking like 3 hours long. So that tells you something. So if it's remade again, I'll see it. Because I'm a huge Stephen King fan and I'll see anything Stephen King. We're going to do a Stephen King themed episode of Two Bearded Losers sometime soon. Which will be exciting because me and Frenzy are huge Stephen King nuts. But we'll see. Do you remember the sequel to Carrie? Saw that the other day, first time in years. And yeah, I remembered why. Yeah, The Rage, Carrie 2. Oh, God. It's basically the same movie with half the budget and half the charm. The kills are fine, and I like seeing the punk from Home Improvement getting his nut shot off with a spear gun, so that was good. That's all I can say. Hey, Brad, glad you're back. What are the thoughts on the Disney trilogy? Force Awakens was great. It's a lot of fun. I don't care that it was a lot like A New Hope. It was still a lot of fun. I personally love The Last Jedi. I don't give a fuck what anyone thinks about that one. You know, I personally loved it. I loved how it was something different. I loved grumpy, curmudgeon-y, faithless Luke Skywalker. I don't get why people hated on Rose. She was fine. And then Rise of the Skywalker, I thought was great. A lot of fun. So, and you bring back Billy D. Williams.
Billy D.
Yeah, Lando Calrissian, you bring him back, perfect. You know, he was used properly. Yeah, I think my favorite of the new trilogy was Last Jedi because of I just loved what they did with the Luke character. I loved how he lost all of his faith. I loved how he thought a lot of the Jedis were hypocritical. I kind of lost respect for Mark Hamill because he became that big fucking crybaby, you know, publicly trashing the movie because he didn't like what they did with Luke's character. Motherfucker, I'm sure you like those millions of dollars that you cashed when you got that paycheck. But I don't know. Mark Hamill's gotten retarded too. You know, I had to unfollow him on Twitter because it's nothing but political propaganda and shit like that. I'm like, dude, just stop. I didn't like the feminist agenda in Last Jedi, but the different take didn't bother me too bad. Yeah, see, I didn't see any feminist agenda. I didn't go into looking at that, you know, for Star Wars. It's fucking Star Wars. Like I said, Wookiees and lightsabers. That's all you fucking need. I got it. And like I said, I didn't care that Luke's living on an island with porgs drinking milk out of some weird animal's nipple. Okay? It was fun. So yeah. See? And Brad, you know, Bronco Juggalo and me are the only two people I know that really enjoyed Last Jedi. And that's saying something because me and Brad always have like this ongoing like joke between us. He loves movies that I hate, and I love movies that he hates. But we can agree that we both love The Last Jedi. So that's fantastic. I do not think any agenda was in the way of the film. Yeah, see? Agree with what you say about the Return of the Jedi special edition changes. I was watching it today, now it's cringing. What George Lucas did to the Return of the Jedi was garbage. Did he want to improve on the singing at Jabba's palace? Whatever. But he made it look really retarded. Too cartoony in this. And then why the fuck is Hayden Christensen, a Force ghost? Luke doesn't know who the fuck he is. The only time he ever saw his dad was when he took off Darth Vader's helmet and like the black guy in Chasing Amy, he said he's this crusty old white man. He doesn't know who the fuck Hayden Christensen is, so he doesn't know. Why the fuck are you smiling and nodding? Yeah. Proof that George Lucas is a hack and retarded. And there you go. Feel better? Got your smoke?
Yes. You do need to watch the Mr. Plinkett reviews.
Who's Mr. Oh, it's at the Red Letter Media.
Red Letter Media. I'm a big fan.
I laughed a lot. The Red Letter Media, was it called Half in the Bag?
Yeah.
They did a review of Terminator Dark Fate, which was kind of funny.
Okay.
But it's
Yeah.
like fucking an hour and a half long. Right?
Yeah, it is. It is.
And that's funny coming from two guys that have been sitting here for 3 hours. I don't.
Talking about, but we haven't been talking the same movie.
Right.
But those are hilarious.
You know they want to bring back Lucas? Fuck George Lucas. He sold the shit. I don't give a shit. Why would they bring back George Lucas? What has he done since the first Star Wars that was great? Don't mind the prequels, but they weren't fucking great.
Oh, but don't forget about the movie with the short people in it.
Willow?
Mm-hmm.
That was Ron Howard. Ron Howard directed Willow.
But George Lucas produced it?
He also produced Howard the Duck. Alright, shut up.
You're right. He hasn't done a goddamn thing.
It's funny that a lot of people that are hating
He
on
also
Rise of
did
the
Red Wings.
It's funny that a lot of people that are hating on Rise of the Skywalker are saying because it does not follow up on Last Jedi, which I think it did. It did follow up on Last Jedi. And they are the same that complained during Last Jedi. Lucas is working on Mandalorian. I don't give a shit. I haven't seen The Mandalorian. But here's the thing. We're talking about, and you can just sit there because you don't know, this is Star Wars talk.
Okay.
All these people that were shitting on the Rose character in Last Jedi are the same people that are shitting on not enough Rose in Rise of Skywalker. So that's why, other than Brad, I don't like talking Star Wars with anybody because they're so self-entitled, so fucking spoiled, and they make talking Star Wars not fun. They're like you,
Yeah?
but you're not a Star Wars fan.
I know.
Never have been.
Nope.
It's like a lot of people in the horror community, which, I hate that term, horror community. A lot of these people that discuss horror movies, not just on YouTube but on Twitter, they're so spoiled, and I can do this better and I can do that better. It's a fucking horror movie. Fucking watch it and enjoy it. See? The end. Don't be like Whitey, okay? Turn your brain off and enjoy the fucking movies.
Yeah, don't be too cerebral.
It's like when when we used to have our prelude to a review, which
Yes.
I wish we still did. We would pick movies to torture the other person.
Oh my God.
I would pick movies like No Holds Barred. It's a movie starring Hulk Hogan. I would make you watch Suburban Commando. It's a movie about Hulk Hogan as
What's
a
that smell? It's Dookie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or I'd make you watch Suburban Commando,
Yeah.
a movie with Hulk Hogan as a bounty hunter from space. I know what I'm getting into.
If I
Did you ever make
All right, see you, Brad. Thanks for watching. What's up, Radio?
Did you ever make him watch Mr. Nanny?
No, he wouldn't watch Mr. Nanny. But I did make him watch the Star Wars Holiday Special.
I don't have the repertoire of bad movies.
Hulk Hogan Super Agent Club. Ooh, no. I do have to discuss, for a request, Hulk Hogan in Little Hercules. Now, back in the late 90s, there was this kid who was a bodybuilder called, like, Little Hercules or whatever, that you saw on Howard Stern.
I'm familiar.
He does a movie where he's Little Hercules. He's the son of Zeus. Zeus is played by Hulk Hogan. And Little Hercules is Frenzy's here. I just got no fucking notification. Fucking YouTube. Hey, all. Frenzy, if you don't know, he's my co-host on Two Bearded Losers.
Oh, okay. It's up,
Okay.
buddy.
Two-bearded Buddha?
Finally
Yeah.
getting to meet you in a sense.
And maybe I'll have Frenzy talk about it, but Hulk Hogan plays Zeus, and Little Hercules goes to high school and becomes like a rap star because his best friend is a black kid. And then, of course, bad things happen, and Hulk Hogan has to come down from Mount Olympus and save him.
Ew. I already had to poop, and now I have to poop on top of that poop.
He remembers Little Hercules too. Yeah, this little kid that was on Howard Stern and everything.
Why do I live
Later,
in
Brad.
a house? Little Hercules?
Yeah, and it's in 3D.
Oh, well, yeah, it's gotta be in 3D. It's Little Hercules. He's a rap star. It's like that Jaws movie.
How long have we been live? I've been live for a little over 3 hours, and Whitey's
15 minutes
yeah,
before.
15
While
minutes
you were
before me.
still old man geezering trying to figure out how your phone works.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
I needed your help actually for once.
Isn't it weird? The roles were reversed because I don't have a job anymore. So I have mental clarity, I guess.
Right there. Film fans in general, kind of like you said, need to ease up on the sense of entitlement altogether. Goddamn right. Just watch the fucking movie. Well, that's the fucking movie.
I was just thinking about that while I was smoking because
Didn't you write a zombie movie once?
I wrote a screenplay for a zombie film, and then I need to someday work on a second one. I have an idea for a zombie western. I need to hurry up and write that.
I talked to Frenzy about this, and I was thinking of writing a story from the point of, like, you've seen Gremlins, okay?
Yes.
And you know at the end, all the gremlins are killed in the theater, and then Stripe is killed at the end, right? But there's one gremlin that you don't know is alive or dead. It's the one that attacks Billy at the high school, because because Billy Billy goes and gives like the extra mogwai. Yeah, that's why I married her, folks.
I can't not do it when I hear that.
And the one that attacks Billy, after he murders the science teacher. And I've always wanted to write a story from the point of view of that gremlin, because he's still out there somewhere.
Yeah.
Like, he's hated by society and this and that.
30 years later, what's he been up to?
I always thought that would be fun.
Character.
You know what I mean?
Film. Yeah. Okay, but who's gonna play him?
Well, Vern Troyer's dead, so you can't get him in the suit.
Who's gonna play that character?
He could be voiced by Gilbert Gottfried.
There you go. Bams.
I knew where you were going. Do the ice machine. Alex is here, Frenzy's here. Do the ice machine.
I know how much he misses it.
There's an ongoing joke. The first time me and Frenzy did our first ever podcast episode, we're talking, and then suddenly you just hear. I just look at him like, Rachel. And Frenzy was having a heart attack. See, Frenzy just said yes. He had a heart attack because he thought like the computer was crashing. Because it took him like a half hour just to set up like Google Hangouts or whatever to get us together, and yeah.
Good times. What was I gonna say? I was gonna say something.
Gilbert Gottfried as a gremlin?
Yeah.
Bring back Up All Night, yes. Gilbert Gottfried, USA Up All Night.
Gilbert needs to do more work. I mean, what's wrong with this town?
When I watched USA Up All Night, it was past Rhonda Shear, but Gilbert Gottfried was the host. And the only episode I've mentioned it many, many times to you was the one where he was introducing Nightmare on Elm Street. And I'll tell it here anyways because other people that I don't know are watching was. But, before the movie shows, it's a Gilbert scene, and then they go to commercial, it's Gilbert, and he comes back. He's on the street corner, and he's hunched over, and he's got a little metal cup, and he's just, begging for change and stuff like that. And there's this stereotypical Italian behind him, cranking a music box. So Gilbert's trying to make spare cash as like one of those dancing monkeys. And he's like, it's great. And he's like, it wasn't always like this. I used to be Gilbert Gottfried, the fifth Ramon. So then it does the whole wavy lines and everything. And he's remembering when he's hanging out with the Ramones. And it really was Joey, Johnny.
Ronnie, Bobby, Ricky, and Mike?
Sure, those guys. Shut up. And they're there on the tour bus, and they're playing golf, and Gilbert's just carrying their bags type of thing. So, but that was the ongoing joke for that episode. That's all I remember. But there's also Gilbert was also the host of like a sketch comedy in the either late 80s or early 90s. I think it was early 90s. And all I remember from that sketch comedy show, Jennifer, if you're watching this, you're a huge Gilbert fan. What the fuck am I talking about? All I remember from the sketch comedy was there was also like a Bruce Lee type character, and he would just do wacky shit, and he would always do jump kicks, and the camera would be following his legs going across the guy, and I don't fucking know what it was. But it was on like Fox, like right before Married with Children would be on, like, because you had The Simpsons, then you had whatever the fuck that they threw it in. Well, guys, I'm going to head off, catch some Z's. Been No, don't worry about the flooded questions, dude. We're glad you participated.
Yeah.
Thanks for answering. Tune in next time. Have a good night. All right, Horror Boy. Thanks for watching.
Yeah.
I saw you had a channel. I didn't know, so I'll give it a sub and a check. But yeah. Yeah, Frenzy doesn't know the show I'm talking about. Just got back from Uncut Gems. It was fantastic, but Gilbert Gottfried should have starred, not Adam Sandler.
Yeah.
I refuse to see Uncut Gems with Adam Sandler because I can't separate. He's gonna be the fucking retard from Billy Madison. Can't do it. Monster Vision on TNT, dude. I got a Joe Bob T-shirt. Of course I do.
I remember that.
Monster Vision was great, and now he's on Shudder with it's called Last Call or something. And Frenzy, I need to get your Shudder info because we had to redo the TV and it's fucked up. But yeah, Monster Vision was great. He was a fun host. He was basically like Elvira minus the tits.
Yeah.
And he was a redneck that came out of a trailer park.
I remember.
Yeah, it was fun.
I remember very little. It was a long time ago, but I do remember him doing the show. He did a thing on Shawshank Redemption.
Yeah, eventually towards the end of Monster Vision, they just started throwing random shit in there.
Yeah.
And I don't know why. I think a lot of it was rights issues.
Yeah, but it was basically you'd watch the movie, then like with commercials, he would come on and talk about it.
Yeah.
It's kind of like before the internet, before you had all that information.
Yeah. And he was fun.
Oh, the day.
No, dude, you should. No, I'm not going to see Uncut Gems. I can't do it. I know they say Adam Sandler's not Adam Sandler in this movie. He is to me. He's always going to be that spastic, yelling man-child.
Shawshank was the bomb.
Long story, but our daughter is in our bed. Well, it looks like I'm sleeping on the floor tonight.
Shoot. I got a basement.
What'd she do? She climbed in our bed?
No, she was making a lot of noise when you guys were in here saying how she was not comfortable and I didn't want to fight with her. So I said, "Do you want to get in her bed?" And she was like, "Yeah." So she's asleep in her bed.
That's fine. I'll probably, once she leaves, I'll get drunk and sleep on the couch.
We can either move you back to the floor, which is going to be incredibly hard to do,
Or I'll figure something out. Just let her sleep,
Okay.
and I don't care.
But I think I would like to go to bed, so
Good night.
good night, all.
Thanks for
I'll
participating.
see you again in 6 months.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds like a plan.
All right. Good night.
Assuming any of us are alive in 6 months.
Sven Viguli is doing pretty good. I still love Sven Viguli.
Oh my god.
He's still on.
That's going really.
Yeah. He's still doing it every Saturday night.
Him and Red Green. You don't remember Red Green? That's some kind of Canadian weird ass shit.
No, never heard of Red
It
Green.
was just some old redneck that did skits. You'd have to. That's how you just have to see it. Red Green, and everything was
remember,
about duct tape faces. Everything.
I remember Sven Viguli. I remember when he was just Rich Coase on Fox, because he used to have, like, on an afternoon, he had a kids show called The Coase Zone, and he was a lot of fun.
Dirk knows what I'm talking. Yeah, after, Adam Sandler after Happy Gilmore. I haven't followed.
See, here's the thing. I love The Longest Yard, so I'll give him a pass with The Longest Yard. Click would have been a perfect movie. It's not really. I mean, it's got
With Gilbert Gottfried.
Gilbert Gottfried's not in Click.
I'm saying Gilbert Gottfried. What did you say? It would have been the perfect movie, and I said with Gilbert Gottfried.
See, Click was great because it was dark.
Right.
It was different. He wasn't too Adam Sandler-y, so it would have been perfect if he didn't have that fucking fart joke in it. He literally pauses David Hasselhoff, gets up on his desk, turns around, puts his ass in his face, and fucking farts.
Right.
For like 30 seconds. Would have been a perfect movie, but no, he had to fuck it up. Joe Bob and I agree on 90% of movies. The only one that stands out to me I remember is he did Pee-wee's Big Adventure on Monster Vision. I thought it was the worst movie. I don't get it. Yeah. Now, Jennifer, I enjoy Click. It's just I didn't want that fucking fart joke. It would have been perfect.
It's a thing. He's got.
I hate fucking fart jokes.
Really bit of hang up about that.
I fucking hate it.
Yeah.
I think farts and poop and all that stuff, they're not funny. But
That it would
going back to Frenzy, I could understand why some people wouldn't like Pee-wee's Big Adventure. I mean, Joe Bob's hired to talk about schlocky horror stuff.
But Pee-wee, I mean, I saw it as a kid.
Mm-hmm.
oh, of course you're gonna love that movie as a kid. It's got toys and stuff on a bike. I thought it was really clever. I've seen it since, but it's been probably 15 years. It's a clever movie. Phil Hartman co-wrote it, I think.
That I don't know. I know it's Tim Burton's first movie.
Yeah. And then you told me they put out another one more recently.
Pee-wee's Big Holiday or something like that. That was fun. That was a fun road trip movie too. It had a lot of the charm, and I was surprised because Judd Apatow was involved, and you know I hate his movies.
I actually don't. Do I know that?
Well, I would always shit talk it because I don't like Seth Rogen and that cavalcade of characters. Well, other than Superbad. Superbad I fucking love. So when I was a kid, I still like, I think Pee-wee's fantastic. I wasn't a huge fan of Big Top Pee-wee.
We gotta go back and watch the show. I haven't seen the show.
I watched
since
it's on Netflix.
There.
I watched it with my daughter. It's still fun.
Okay.
And she fucking loved it.
You really should. I don't know. Is that a show you should watch with your kids?
It's not dirty.
Okay.
His stage show was dirty.
Yeah.
His adventure in the porno theater was dirty.
Yes. Well, did you see Mystery Men that he was in?
I not. I saw parts of it and turned it off. It's Ben Stiller. I fucking hate Ben Stiller too.
Well, you got a list, man.
And then again, his why would I want to watch it? Pee-wee's
farting.
Is a farting dude.
Yeah.
The only time when
kind of a redundant
time when farting works is in Freaked with the Eternal Flame. That's the only time I'll let it slide.
With my boy, that's another actor I really like. Is that guy?
Yeah, that's a wrestling thing you won't know. But the Fiend Bray Wyatt gimmick is obviously influenced by Pee-wee. I love that. I love the whole Playhouse gimmick of the Fiend because I love how it's basically. I always thought like he went to get like mental rehabilitation. That's why he's the Pee-wee guy now, and then he finally snapped. So, it's wrestling. You didn't understand.
Whee! I actually wrestled in high school, and that's what I know more about. There's a film about wrestling.
You like The Wrestler?
What was it called? Vision Quest with Matthew Modine. And I think it was maybe pre-Full Metal Jacket Matthew Modine. It was a wrestling movie, and you can't. If you yourself didn't wrestle, you can't make wrestling interesting. It's like not possible.
I did it for 1 year.
Really? I didn't know that.
Not in high school, but I did it before high school where they're like, hey, try to wrestle type of thing. You're fat, do it.
Yeah.
So I did. I hated it.
It's if you didn't wrestle, I don't know that you could. Yeah, Dirk, you told that story. Dirk was good. See, I was like a Midland. But I never, my knees were such a mess I couldn't do anything.
Jennifer says she has to let Booger get away with fart and boogers. She's talking about from Revenge of the Nerds. See, I'm okay with him being a slob. I don't really give a shit about, like, burps are okay.
Oh, no kidding?
But farts are stupid.
So that's crazy. The guy from the actual movie. Wow.
Whee!
Yeah.
Like
I've seen worlds. I did football and wrestling in high school.
I was a fat, quiet kid who read comic books.
Yeah. Wow, that is crazy. See, Dirk was like good. I was just there. So two different things. But I developed bone spurs in both knees. And so, real quick, there's like stand up. This is mostly for Dirk, but there's stand up and sit out for escapes. And I literally couldn't do stand up. I couldn't do squats. I couldn't run stairs. It was very limited in what I could do. And you can't be a successful wrestler when you can only do half the moves.
Yeah. So,
and I still have knee problems to this day. Are there any movies coming up that looking forward to? Hey, I don't follow what's going on anymore.
After Star Wars, no. I wanted to see Birds of Prey until Ewan McGregor said it was a feminist movie. I can't think of anything coming out that I really give a shit about.
I can't think of a thing.
To be honest.
Red Letter Media, of course, just did. It's the 20s, and here's the movies that are coming out. And Rich Evans sits there and ends up like pouring beer all over himself. He's just in misery because it looks awful. So it's like we're just in a period of time where movies are just garbage.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't really even know what's coming out this year.
Then again, Kid Hercules or whatever.
Wonder Woman looks fun. I'll say that.
Okay.
I'm not like looking forward to it, but Wonder Woman looks fun. Don't give a shit about Black Widow. Um,
Yeah.
the 1917 War movie looked good. That's coming out.
Okay.
That looks good.
Man, but that's a good point,
I
though.
don't give a shit.
Something about what was that called? I had told us zero.
Frenchie just says, my dad used to shit in his pants anytime he was in a full elevator at the casinos when we were kids, just to laugh at the people's reactions.
Your dad must have hung out with my dad because my dad had similar. My dad was on the railroad for nearly 40 years, and they'd be working out on some piece of track out in the country. And he had to make sure they had toilet paper because he'd suddenly get the call and be in the middle of fuck nowhere and just go take a shit somewhere. That's just fitting. You guys, sorry to you guys that don't know my dad, which is all of you.
Oh.
It makes
I
sense
still laugh when I was at the shanty at your place. I think we're like talking Masters of the Universe or Dune or Steel with Shaquille O'Neal or some shit. And we're sitting like this, okay, and we're facing the shanty. And we got a bonfire behind us. It looked really nice. They were trying to talk about some movie, and then suddenly the door is like right in front of us, and the door literally opens, and it's your dad in an undershirt and his fucking red boxers. He just goes, "Hey guys, what are you doing up there?" And it shuts the door.
Dad, Grace and I fought all the time, and so I'm in middle school, maybe high school. Grace is in high school. We're fighting, and this was back in the day where you had to go to places to pay your bills. So we just paid a bill. He comes out. We're in the car fighting, and he pulls up and goes la la la, or just I can't do it because your kid's sleeping, but he just does this crazy yell thing, and we went
like the terrorist, like
I would have to do it loud, but
yeah.
We went from at each other's throats to laughing hysterically. So he won. Well, I'll tell. Should I tell the story about his? When
you had to trim, yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
Get another. Sorry. Okay. Yeah. So, my dad went through a divorce back in 15, I think. Yeah. And he lived in this trailer, double wide trailer in a trailer park. And so.
Was this the one where sophomore?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm surprised he saw it. He almost. Christopher Gupton is talking about the time he almost blew us up with the gasoline. Oh. I'm surprised you saw that, man.
Yeah, I remember that night too.
But so you
that was my first time back.
Yeah.
Since you moved in with them.
Yeah, and then I'd been up to Wisconsin. I gotta just hang out with you more. But so I move in with my dad after the divorce because the wife left him, and the place is getting older, and there was a crack in the toilet. Not the bowl, but where holds the water right behind that bowl, whatever it's called. And
tank?
So in the tank. So he and I are in this small bathroom with one of those big window deals, and we're looking at this crack. I'm looking over his shoulder because there's not a lot of space, and then I look into his ears. My dad's a ginger, and he's got red ear hair,
like a forest,
growing out of his ears. So I'm like, Dad, do you realize you have like all this red ear hair coming out of your ears? He's like, no. I'm like, look in the mirror, dude. You can't see that. And he's like, I can't see it. So I grabbed the buzzer, and I'm cleaning the red ear out of his ear. And then when I get done, he's like, thanks. And I'm like, can you hear better? He's like, yeah, it's great. And then he's like, do you want to get me down there? And I'm like, no. He wants me to clean his coin purse. And so I was like, no, dude, I do not. So I go to my half of the trailer into my room, and I'm sitting there just lying in bed, and I clank, clank, clank. And I look over, my dad's coming at me with his pants on the ground, which is the clanking from the belt, and he's got the razor in one hand, and he's walking towards me like this, and he's like, ready whenever you are, or whatever he said like that. I'm trying to be quiet, but he's like, so that's my dad.
It's like it's like your dad's Randy Quaid now.
Yeah, so my dad's Randy Quaid, so he's coming at me with the razor, and he wants me to clean his Irishness.
Don't worry, Jennifer. He didn't clean the Irishness.
It didn't happen. I told him now.
He locked the door very quickly.
A lot of red
hair. Christopher brought it up, you want to tell him the time he almost burned us alive?
Yeah, dude, Dad gets Dad, I love my parents, but they are good parents. Just no two ways about it. They don't take safety into consideration.
Oh yeah, we almost died.
So I just came back from Wisconsin. We're
Mhm.
sitting there in the back of the shanty with the fire pit.
It's a huge fucking fire
Yeah.
pit.
But it's like kind of I'm like, oh, feed it with little sticks and brush. And Dad comes over with a whole cup of gasoline. He's like, and I've got a beard like this.
I got a beard
And it's
like this.
Inches away from it, but he could have nuked us, man. He could have caught on fire.
And you had a lighter next to you.
Yeah.
And you're like, Dad,
I'm
God damn it, we had
click-
chemicals.
I got the clicker. I'm like, click, click.
And then what does he do after you yell at him? He gets like this big tote of papers and throws it on top. And
Yeah,
the papers
dude,
the papers are flying everywhere.
Situational awareness, man. He almost took out 2 fat guys.
I loved your dad. We were talking the story.
He's still alive, by the way. We're not talking about that. He's just down in Missouri. It's not quite like that.
I love the story how I was over at the trailer park with you watching. We were watching Killer Clowns from Outer Space because we were going to review it on Whitey's old channel. And Whitey had never seen it before. And
I saw it when I was a kid. I didn't see it 20 some odd years, barely remembered it.
And it's one of my favorites from childhood. So you knew I was going to like it, so I
Yeah.
knew you were going to hate it. Okay? And about a half hour in, Pops, I always call his dad Pops. Pops comes home, and me and Whitey are sitting in the recliners. We're watching the movie, and there's this big couch behind us, and Pops gets his blankie, and he puts his feet up and watches from the couch. And he watched about an hour of it with us. And then...
Which is only because you were there.
Exactly. And, it's Killer Clowns from Outer Space, so take it with a grain of salt. And we watched, then the movie ends, and then Whitey says, okay, you want to go record? I said, let's go record, our review. And then Pops just goes, that was the dumbest fucking piece of shit I'd ever seen in my life.
Oh, my God.
And then I looked at Pop and I'm like, he wanted to watch it.
Dude, so when I was 5 years old, we
Mhm.
went over to his boss's place. His boss is on vacation.
Mm-hmm.
And so we're pet sitting.
Okay.
And we feed the pets and groom the pets. And he popped in Predator. And this is VHS was king.
Oh, okay.
And so I'm 5 years
The
old.
original one?
And
Yeah, you're 5.
We get to the pussy jokes. And I look up and I go, Dad?
It's because of the echo.
I go, Dad, what's a pussy? And he goes, I don't know, but I think it's bad. And then, of course, like years later, I was like, oh, you clever motherfucker. Like, smooth, cool is the other side of the pillow. Like, he nailed it. That's exactly how to answer that question.
If my dad asked me to trim his coin purse, I would say, Dad, that's a hard no. And we had a good run as father and son. But trimming
You're
coin
on your
purses
own,
are a deal
actually,
breaker, Dave.
yeah.
Good day to you. Christopher, this is the first time I've ever fucking talked to you, but I love you, dude. You're fucking hilarious.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Should I bring back Whitey now that I have time?
Yeah. You need to bring, you need to, now that you're no longer dying,
Yes.
at least from work, you can bring back Happy.
Yeah.
You can bring back the Whitey the White Guy show. Like I said, keep Volk Party political. Whitey can do just your movie reviews. You got your word squirrel for video games. Happy whenever you want to be like a retarded gay guy.
Yeah.
I still got to say your Happy review of Cyborg, and you were just talking about how sexy Jean-Claude Van Damme was.
Yeah.
It's fantastic.
So I should bring back Happy.
Yeah.
And I'm serious. It's just hard to be happy when you're not happy.
Well, you're just,
It's
but
very difficult.
think of it. Be an actor. You
Be an
gotta-
actor.
Yeah.
Don't just act happy. Be happy.
No, you can be miserable when you're done.
Okay.
Once you hit stop on the
A lot of
camera.
stand-up comedians,
Yeah.
actors do this all the time.
Oh man. Speaking of unhappy stand-up comedians, I watched on Joe Rogan. It's an old one, but every now and then I watch Joe Rogan's podcast, like little clips of it, like 7-minute clips.
Yeah.
He was talking to Pauly Shore. Oh my God, that dude is so sad now.
Yeah.
He looks like Richard Simmons.
Yeah.
Like he's aged horribly, and they were talking about what happened to your career, and he's basically like, bad decisions, and I didn't listen to my managers, and the weasel thing grew, ran its course. I'm like, and I always thought I was a huge Pauly Shore fan. Like I love Encino Man.
Thank you, Chris.
All right, excuse me. I love Encino Man. Son-in-law's fun. Love In the Army Now. Now I hated Jury Duty. I loathe Biodome. But Pauly Shore is Dead was fun. If you ever saw that one. And I'm just thinking to myself, why the fuck did his career die? But, you know, motherfucker Adam Sandler is still the retarded man-child, and he's making all these fucking money. You know, this Netflix deal.
Sandler directs.
What has that got to do with it?
He directs his own films.
But people still, what I'm saying is people still flock to his movies. He's got a fan base.
Yeah.
He's not any different, really, than Pauly Shore. Pauly Shore was the retarded man-child, too.
I hear what you're saying on that point, but you have to look at it from the studio point of view. Like, Sandler, here's the answer. Sandler sold the fuck out. And so, with the way films are getting made now and have been since the Pauly Shore era, it's not about the movie means nothing.
Right.
It's all about the corporate tie-ins. So if you can get Coca-Cola to pay you millions of dollars to put Coke in the background, and Dunkin' Donuts and everything else, what the film does means nothing, because those corporate tie-ins, that's contractually guaranteed money. So Sandler kept making movie after movie after movie, and whether it sank or swam, meant
yes,
nothing.
he is Jewish, Christopher.
Tie-ins.
Here,
yes.
Christopher just said he enjoyed the happy character. I need you to bring it back. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to put Whitey.
I didn't know anybody even saw that.
Yeah.
I only did like 3 videos.
What I'm going to do, I'm going to put Whitey.
You saw it on here.
I'm going to put Whitey on the spot.
Okay.
We're going to bring back Happy right now.
Okay.
He is going to read the descriptions of all.
This should be interesting.
Yeah. I was sent Silent Night, Deadly Nights, parts 3, 4, and 5. Now, if you have not seen, Jennifer still has the Weasel poster on her wall.
Okay.
Another Pauly Shore. That's why I love Jennifer. Recently, for the 12 Days of Christmas Horror, I did discuss the entire series minus the review, Silent Night, Deadly Night. And I already broke Whitey's brain when I discussed Clint Howard rape and Mickey Rooney as an evil toy maker. But I recently got this sent to me, and Happy is going to come out, and Happy is going to read the descriptions of parts 3, 4, and 5, just to get you back in character.
All right.
What do? You need to...
I need to come into frame.
Oh, okay.
All right, give me an action.
Action.
Oh my goodness! So hey everybody, look here. My friend my friend Cracker just handed me this 3-disc set. Silent Night, Deadly Night. It includes 3 films. 3, Better Watch Out. 4, Initiation. 5, The Toy Maker. He sees you when you're sleeping. Oh, that's creepy. Oh, goodness. Goodness. Okay. The Axemas. Oh, it's spelled like the word axe. The Axemas they'll never forget includes 3 chilling films. Silent Night, Deadly Night 3. Better Watch Out. I'm trying to do this quietly because you have a child sleeping in the other room. And I can't say things like phantasm in my pants. Ricky Caldwell, the notorious killer Santa Claus, awakens from a 6-year coma. Really?
I didn't know it was 6 years. Don't break character. Don't break character.
I haven't broke shit. Listen here, son. He's in a coma, and it's the 3rd film. But they don't take it to space, and there's no orgasms in space. Can you hear an orgasm in space? I'm not sure.
Yeah, but be careful. You know, it's 0 gravity.
It's like oh giggity giggity, and then it's floating around, and you have to avoid it or clean it off the button.
Keep going.
From a 6-year coma after being kept alive on life support by a barely slightly crazed doctor experimenting with ESP and other special abilities. ESP with the sports program? He's watching football?
And Sockhead has ESPN. Oh, get him with a skull crusher.
Ricky targets a young, clairvoyant, blind woman named Laura who is traveling with her brother Chris and girlfriend Jerry to their grandmother's house for Christmas Eve.
See, I wouldn't make that shit up.
Ricky decides to go after her, leaving a trail of dead bodies in his wake. I wouldn't put this in a bag and leave it on people's porch on fire.
Nope, you still got to read
Oh my goodness. Silent Night, Deadly Night 4, Initiation. A female reporter investigates the death of a woman who, while on fire, leapt off a building to her death. So she's on fire, she jumps off a building. The fuck is she investigating? Lord. She was on fire. Why did she jump off the building?
Because she was on fire.
She's on fire. Case closed. Okay, her investigation leads her to discover the existence of a strange cult dedicated to the Egyptian god Isis, and the cult wants her as its new queen. I've had, like, I can't keep count how many cults wanted me as their queen, and you go with it. I phantasmed everywhere, like a lot.
Well, watch out, it's still floating through the air.
Okay, it's like, boom, oh, good lord, and artillery. Okay. Silent Night, Deadly Night 5, The Toy Maker. A young boy sees his father killed by a toy that was anonymously delivered to his house. After that, he's too traumatized to speak, and his mother must be take two. A young boy sees his father killed.
Keep going, keep going.
A young boy sees
Fuck it, we'll
his
do it
father
live.
killed by a toy that was anonymously.
Line anonymously.
Try it again. A young boy sees his father killed by a toy that was anonymous.
Skip it.
I can't do it. Phantasm. Okay.
Sasha's here.
Okay.
Hey, Sasha.
Who was that guy from the 90s? Ricky somebody that used to sing songs? Was it
Rick Astley.
No. Never mind. I'll think of Chloe Camilla.
That's the boy girl, right?
My nipples are hard and there's a cucumber in my butt. Here we go. A young boy sees his father killed by a toy that was anonymously sent to his house.
Yes.
After that, he's too traumatized to speak. I've been there before. Did I say traumatized? I meant I had too much in my mouth. And his mother must deal with both him and his loss of her husband. Meanwhile, a toy maker named Joe Pato, I had a Pato.
Joe Petto.
Yeah, he was also my football coach. Builds some suspicious-looking toys, and a mysterious man creeps around both the toy store and the boy's house. What kind of toys are they? Are they fun toys, or just like cars?
Well, I mentioned the puppet
The boy's
shop.
house, but who is responsible for the killer toys? I've had killer toys. And by killer, I mean my butt was still sore, like from Monday to Thursday. They were just rotating, and they got those toys nowadays. It's like you send a text and phantasm at the same time.
Sasha picked a great time for him to enter the stream, didn't he?
Oh yes, Sasha. As a British man.
Now,
Did I ever tell you
since
guys
Sasha,
that scenario.
tell Sasha the story in your Sasha impression about the rat balls.
Well, no. Here, let me do the thing. Because I had this idea of a skit for Sasha. Sasha's our buddy who's from the UK. He's got the British accent, and I had this idea because we were sitting there in your basement talking about this, and I thought it'd be really hilarious if somebody was like tied up with ropes. And then, like, there's a gang of guys has somebody tied up, and they're gonna torture him and kill him. And then Sasha comes walking in. He's like the main bad guy, and he's like, "Okay, unfortunately, you've stumbled across our plan, so we're gonna have to wait. Look at these ropes. Look at this shirt. We can't have him in this shirt and these ropes. I'm so sorry. We'll be right with you. Just a moment. Yes, get the screwdriver. Okay." We can't. Who tied these knots? Because Sasha's got that ADD shit. Like, if you're not familiar, the guy redoes DVD and Blu-ray covers, and he's anal retentive, and it's beautiful. But I would just love him to be like
He's meaning that in a positive way, Sasha.
No, Sasha, we love you. He's supposed to torture the guy, but he's like, oh, but these knots are all wrong. We can't do this. This is the UK. We can't just burn a man alive with these knots because it doesn't quite work here. Hold on, we're going to have to change this. I'm so sorry, you have to be patient with us. But just a moment, we will get to burning you to death. But we have to fix this thing really quickly.
I kept getting referred to as James. Yeah, that's what I fucking said.
I was in character. The fuck do I know what's going on? Hey, Sasha.
I kept getting referred to as James Bond the other day on a drunk stream.
Tell them about what's going on with James Bond.
Daniel Craig still doing
He's like
James
a
Bond?
black chick now?
No, they just showed the trailer for the new James Bond movie. It's still Daniel
Really?
Craig.
I thought they were doing a new James Bond.
There's rumors that they're gonna make him a black woman now.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that was just
Who's
internet.
trans and celebrates his
I
love.
think that was just internet talk.
Really? I hope so.
Now, there's also been talk of Idris Elba being the new James Bond, which I like Idris Elba, so I'd be totally okay with
If
that.
it was the right guy. Oh, who's
I have no problem with it being like a different actor and a different race because,
no, just it has
I
to
think-
be done right for the right reason.
because I think I've always looked at it. I'm not a James Bond guy, so I know nothing. I've seen the Pierce Brosnan movies and that's about it. And I've seen Goldfinger. But I've always thought like maybe James Bond is just the name you get when you
Yeah.
become 007.
You take up the position,
Yeah.
and that's your name. Kind of like 21 Jump Street. You know, the new characters
Mhm.
like, oh, we were in 21 Jump Street. It's more of like a function or something.
Yeah, so I'd be okay with Idris
Yeah.
Elba being him.
Mos Def came to mind. If Mos Def were James Bond, I'd be okay with it. That'd be a stretch for you. But something like
you know
a
what?
classy,
I've seen
black guy.
two most. Well, no, I liked Mos Def in that season of Dexter he was in. He was hilarious in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
We're not talking about the same guy.
Black guy, very skinny, bald. Yeah,
The muscular guy?
there's a muscular black guy named Mos Def.
No. That's weird. We're okay. We're lost, and we don't have any phones to look this up. But we might. He was in Dexter.
Mos Def was a
Def.
character like in a season of Dexter,
Huh.
and Mos Def was also in that Bruce Willis movie 16 Blocks.
Okay.
Who the fuck are you talking about?
I don't know the dude's name. I need the phone, and where they're going.
You have a phone right there.
And I'm watching my own show. I'm trying to grow a channel here, guy. But there was an actor. Are you talking about? You're not talking about season 1,
Of
Dexter.
no.
Okay. We're talking about two different guys then.
Are you talking about the cop in Dexter?
Yeah.
The scary dude?
Yeah.
That's not Mos Def.
No, that's what I'm saying.
But you said it was Mos Def.
I didn't realize Mos Def was in the show. I'm gonna have to go back and watch that one again. But anyway, I could see him, him doing like a James Bond.
Oh.
That's a lot of reading.
Yeah. Sasha, I'll check your message later. That was a
Yeah,
lot.
Mos Def is a rapper, and he's
Yeah.
a good actor. He's been in a bunch of movies as well.
I thought he was great in Hitchhiker's Guide to the
Yeah,
Galaxy.
yeah,
He's great
yeah.
in 16 Blocks. You were just talking about the wrong black, the other
Yeah,
black guy.
wrong
That's
black
not Mos Def.
No, it's not at this point. We're agreed on that. We're good.
But who's the guy from The Office?
Ron Livingston. People, somebody help me out.
I have no idea who that guy
People
is.
have to know who Ron Livingston
Dude, you
is.
got 6
Can't
people
just
watching
be
you.
me. I know, we're crushing it.
That's the
over
most you've had in a long time.
ever, probably.
So you need to come over here more often.
I do. I need to, and it needs to be going on 4 hours. Oh, did I tell you about the lady at work in my old job, which is not my old job?
The one that was in the
There
dryer?
were so many stories. Okay, so we had you know what behaviors are?
Behaviors.
As your brain is deteriorating, fewer and fewer phrases you can grasp, words you can use, things you do.
Okay.
So this one lady is probably still alive. Last I left, Evelyn, her developed a behavior where she would just walk out, or not walk. She was in a wheelchair. She would wheelchair up and down.
All right, tell your story and then we'll pay attention to
Okay.
that.
Well, she wheelchair
I like what
up
Chris
and
says.
down the hallways and just count. And she'd be like, in 21, in 22, in 23. And I wanted to wait around the corners until she got to
Yes,
100.
Sasha, that's that Idris Elba.
And then I wanted to jump up and be like, 100. But I didn't want to get fired. And now I wish I had. But she would take my cart and hide my fucking cart. And
Oh, you told me.
yeah. She would. I would come upstairs with heavy ass laundry and need to put it on a cart, and it'd be gone. And be like, Evelyn, and nobody saw her do it. She like ninja'd the fucking thing, and then we couldn't find it anyway. Again and again. Where the fuck did she? I don't.
Sorry, I
really
have to
figure it
go.
out.
You guys, Jennifer, get some sleep, man. We appreciate you watching. you know.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you're a big supporter of my channel and somewhat of Whitey's. So, but no, we appreciate. Get
Well,
some rest.
we'll bring back old Whitey and do the movie reviews and stuff again. No politics.
Christopher asked a good one. Favorite Bruce Willis movie, non-Die Hard.
Oh wow.
Fifth Element.
Fifth Element. I would probably go with Fifth Element.
Fifth Element. Sasha says 12 Monkeys. That
I
was
gonna
really
say
good.
that would be option number 2. It'd be 12 Monkeys.
Yeah, 12 Monkeys is really good, but I gotta say Fifth Element.
Yeah.
I think Chris had another another comment. He basically said they should replace James Bond with Happy, and he wants to know your interpretation
Happy.
of
I would- I
Happy
would-
as James
I
Bond.
would need a script. Like I don't really watch that much James Bond.
Just be a gay British secret agent. That's all you need.
Yeah, that's not that complicated at all.
Exactly.
But
I
he's
think if-
British, so you're almost there already.
I think you would. I think you would probably. Happy would be definitely more Inspector Gadget than James Bond.
I need to be tied up to something. Be like, oh no. Now that I went to the Family Guy.
Oh God. Yeah, 12 Monkeys is great.
Where's the guy with the crazy teeth? Is he the one doing the torturing? Because he can torture me in certain places with those teeth. I think that could be exciting.
Oh, here comes a little midget. What do you think of him? Last Boy Scout. Ooh, that's a good one.
Man, I gotta go watch that again. It's been a while.
Yeah.
I just remember him shooting a lot of people.
I just remember him and Damon Wayans, and then the smart-ass daughter. I think that was. What the fuck is it? Danielle Harris, I think, from like the Halloween movies and stuff like that. Last Boy, and I think if I was wrong, I think Last Boy Scout is also Shane Black, and Shane Black's a great writer.
Yeah.
Dirk's out of here. Thanks for watching, bud.
Thanks for coming out, man.
James Bond is in fact a black chick now. This is Craig's last Bond. Well, there you go.
Wow.
Now you can really be happy.
It's a good thing I don't watch anything because I'd be upset about everything.
Yeah, I like I said, I'm not a big James Bond fan. I've only seen the Brosnan ones, Goldfinger, and then we were bored watching Casino Royale.
Yeah.
The first one with Daniel Craig. I didn't know that whole James Bond is a black chick now it was real. I thought it was just like a whole internet troll thinking thing.
Replacing men and white people.
If it works, I really don't care.
Which is what I was saying with Mo Steph. If it's like you got a classy guy, and he's right for the part. And we always come back to Predator.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they didn't cast
Lightning in a Bottle.
They didn't cast Carl
Weathers
because he was black. They cast him because he was right.
Mm-hmm.
And I was about to say Billy Zane, didn't he? Right?
Billy Zane.
Who's
Arnold Schwarzenegger?
No, Billy, the other black guy.
The black guy? Bill Duke.
Bill Duke. Maybe there's Bill in there. Bill Duke.
Yeah, he's not Billy. He's Bill.
But he wasn't cast because he was black. He was cast because, god damn, was he right for the part. All of them.
Sasha. Trying to think. Shane Black was a right. Shane Black did the Lethal Weapon movies. He did Last Boy Scout. The Predator. He directed Iron Man 3. So I don't know what you could be thinking, though, Sasha.
He's written a bunch of stuff.
No, Billy was the Indian. He meant Bill Duke as the actor. He called him Billy as you know.
Yeah.
Like that's why I said he's Bill Duke.
Bill Duke.
That man is not a Billy.
Bill Duke played Mac.
Yeah.
And then Billy, what did you just say?
Sonny Landham was Billy the Native American.
The Indian guy.
Yeah. That was a perfect cast, dude.
Nailed it. And John Travolta. John.
What?
It's getting late, bro. It's getting early. John McTiernan was the perfect director.
Yeah.
Like that could have been schlock so fast.
Oh yeah.
And he crushed it.
Mm-hmm.
Frame for frame, everything was perfect about that movie. Oh, I want to do. I need to write I'm gonna write a spoof of the original Schwarzenegger movie, and the censors come in when they do the whole blast the jungle down thing, and say it's too violent, you can't do this, so they have to sit through a bubbles. It's gonna be hilarious. I just need a few $1 million. We're almost there. I want to do a spoof and I thought of you for this. Instead of being a bunch of muscular special forces,
it's fat bearded dudes.
It's a bunch of fat bearded dudes. And so the thing where they're in the helicopter and he throws the ball at him and he catches it because of reflexes, instead it hits you in the face and you're like, oh,
that would be funny.
My face.
That would be funny. Oh man.
John
Travolta.
Oh my god.
Gotta see the Fanatic.
He's good.
Gotta see the Fanatic.
I saw enough of the Fanatic. Even for Devon Sawa's magnificent return. I don't know if I could see that movie. Like Devon Sawa is a guy that just about anything else I would go watch a film if you were in it.
Happy can be Batman. I'd rather watch that than an actor who played a sparkling vampire as the Dark Knight.
Should we just do that from now on? I'll just be happy and I'll reenact all the different movies. I'll just, like, you print off the scripts of the different, I'll play the different characters.
Yeah, I want you to be Happy reads as Heath Ledger's the Joker.
Yeah, I'll just, me doing auditions as Happy.
Or, you know what?
That's not a bad idea.
You know, you'd be great as Alfred, you know.
Yeah.
Sometimes, you know, they just, some people just want to watch the world burn.
I don't think you understand, Mr. Bruce. Some people just want to watch the world burn. I'm Michael Caine. Oi.
Oh, shit.
The other thing I want to do is like film my family for a day.
Oh,
and
God.
and then narrate them as a British guy.
You need to be like narrating them as like a British guy, but he's like watching a bunch of monkeys in the jungle.
No, dude, like my family. And
There goes the wild smace.
It-
What?
it was only then though that Drew Bob realised that gasoline and flame don't mix with breakfast. Do they have breakfast in the UK? I don't think so. I think they just skip it to lunch. That's why we get more down here in the States.
Yeah, what you need to do is you need to somehow find some editing. Redo the video of Drew Bob putting together his rifle.
Yeah.
And you need to speak as Michael Caine, like just like talking
And,
about it.
I'm Michael Caine. I need some. Give me the DVD back. Alright, here we go. Silent Night, Deadly Night 3. Better watch out. Ricky Caldwell, the notorious killer Santa Claus, awakens from a 6-year coma after being kept. Oh my god, this premise is ass. I can't read this as a joke. A 6-year coma. And they had to be like not just a coma, a 6-year coma. As if that like, okay. A 6-year coma after being kept alive on life support by a slightly crazed doctor experimenting with ESPN and other special abilities. You didn't. Okay. Ricky targets a young clairvoyant.
Did you call him Ricky Tarded?
No, Ricky targets a young clairvoyant blind woman named Laura, who is traveling with her brother Chris and girlfriend Jerry to their grandmother's house for Christmas Eve. Ricky decides to go after her, leaving a trail of dead bodies in the wake. I'm Jason Statham. If Tommy the Tit isn't praying, he should be.
Okay, Christopher says this. Now,
I know you didn't have breakfast. I don't know how I do that.
Now, Christopher says this. Hottest actress in any movie you've ever seen. Now, is it like we find her hot as in she's just hot in general, or in that role?
In that role.
Because
that is important.
one of the top of my lists has always been Carmen Electra.
Interesting.
But she's fucking shit in everything. So, it depends. But I also, like, my top 5 would be, like, Carmen Electra, and then, what the fuck is, I'm a little drunk,
Steve-O.
Kate Winslet. Steve-O. Kate Winslet is fucking gorgeous. You know who she is, right? From Titanic and all those other movies that she gets naked in.
I'm sorry, but how did I know you didn't eat breakfast? Like, I just threw that out there.
Hottest in general, I guess. Then I would probably pick Carmen Electra. She's always been my.
Who do we always talk about from the movie with the lady in it?
Samantha Mathis.
No. Yeah, there's. Oh, God, yes. Actually, you give a point.
When she's in Broken Arrow and she's wearing those tight brown pants.
You still haven't seen Pump Up the Volume.
No, but I saw the titties.
You get to see them. Oh my God.
But I would say like Carmen Electra is always. I love Kate Winslet. She's beautiful. Selma Hayek. Michelle Rodriguez. See, Michelle Rodriguez. Like I like
That's
Latin.
all tater tots compared to Samantha Mathis.
Like Selma Hayek is sexy, especially in From Dusk Till
But who are
Dawn.
we just talking about in the movie, and then she was in Superman as well, in the movie with the house that's on it?
Margot Kidder.
Margot Kidder.
70s Margot Kidder.
Margot Kidder. Oh my God.
I never realized how sexy she was until we watched Amityville Horror.
And then when she's doing the thing when she's in the outfit and she's stretching out.
Where
for
she's in her
herself,
panties, and then she
she's
turns
going
around, she's just
D-rag.
wearing like
Oh
she's
my
like on button, yeah.
God.
But then there's Michelle Rodriguez. I think is beautiful. Yeah. And you like that porno chick that looks like a dude?
She doesn't look like a dude, man. That's, you gotta think.
Best actress as far as acting skills. But see, then with hot chicks, you can also go Jane Seymour. She's beautiful as well. Michelle Pfeiffer, gorgeous. But acting skills.
Wait, are we hottest best actress?
Bro, you never gave your hottest.
General. No, dude, Samantha Meadows.
Is she your number one?
I would take that as a number one. Like,
Okay.
Oh my god.
Yeah, she's good.
Oh, the stuff that she just
Acting
does with her
skills?
mouth. Acting skills?
God, fuck if I know. I only pay attention to actresses.
Acting skills. Someone who's really blown me away, if you know what I mean. Huh.
Negative. Samantha Mathis. We'll just say her. She was, she was great in Super Mario Brothers.
I need more time. I go.
Chloe Moretz is pretty hot. Chloe Grace Moretz. Okay. Well, that's what I was saying when you were taking a smoke. She was way too hot to be Carrie in the remake. Way too pretty. Wow, they gave her a ripped up sweater and that made her look dumpy.
Yeah.
You know? Marianne Cutter is a good female actress. I have no idea who the fuck that is.
That sounds familiar. I've seen it somewhere. And if we weren't using all of our technology,
Well, you could use that one and then go back to watching.
Trying to keep the numbers up.
You already got 5. You got more than me. I got 1, and it's probably Frenzy.
Yeah, well, work on your British accent, asshole. They're all watching the same thing because you can't do it. Oh my god!
I tell you, if you would just
I know who you're talking about. She is really good. She's been in just a bunch of stuff. She was in Inception. She was in that Johnny Depp
Jennifer
movie.
Connelly in Career Opportunities.
She's
when Career Opportunities.
Oh my god!
Is that the one where she's riding the horse and you just the one where she's stuck in the mall overnight or whatever?
Watch this movie. This is news to
You
me.
see her full frontal in
Oh my god! Jennifer Connelly's up
fuck
there.
is her name? Requiem for a Dream.
Yeah.
It's not a pretty movie.
Worst movie of all time.
Greatest of all time actress, Betty Davis. I've never seen a Betty Davis movie.
Does the 1978 Star Wars Holiday Special count as a
Worst
film?
movie of all time that you both will never watch again? Dune.
I can watch Dune right now.
Fuck that movie in Happy's ass. I'm not watching Dune ever again.
It is.
Dune is the worst movie I've ever watched. And I've watched a lot of... I watched Silent Night, Deadly Night 4.
That I won't watch again.
He said it counts. Star Wars Holiday Special counts.
Okay, I'll go with that. That might be it, because that, with the exception they played a pretty catchy tune for the band.
Yeah.
Otherwise, that was just really unbearable.
Favorite Gigi Allen song? I never got into Gigi Allen. When you find out the guy wipes his own feces over himself and throws it in the crowd, I'm like, nah, not interested.
What the fuck is Gigi Allen?
He was like a punk rocker, I think, and he used to throw his poop on people.
Betty Davis.
Betty Davis, greatest of all time actress.
Okay.
Man of Steel has no redeeming qualities for me. I wish there was a way to unsee it. Calling that a film is an insult to other films. I detest it.
Wow.
I liked it. I liked Man of Steel.
I didn't see it.
That's the Superman one.
I know. I knew that.
Well, with you,
Is that the newer one?
No, that's the very first one.
Oh.
The very first DC one.
Wow. So we're going back to Christopher.
Oh,
Reeves.
fuck you, Frenzy. You guys excited for the new Dune?
Define excited.
No.
I just watched this YouTuber do an analysis based on the books, and I have no familiarity with the books. But apparently David Lynch really screwed the pooch in terms of the story.
Oh, I hate David Lynch too.
I think there's an interesting story there. I think the film screwed it up completely, but I think that there's potential in what the story is to be an interesting. So if people said, hey, they redid it and they did it well, I would be interested in seeing that film.
Craziest drunk story always makes for fun story time. Ooh.
Craziest? Do I have to be the one who's drunk?
Well, I'm gonna get another beer. My craziest drunk story, well, one of my craziest drunk stories, when I was hanging out with like the wrong crowd,
Yeah.
and I have a birthday that is basically like 3 days later than the person I was hanging out with, and I've been friends with her since like first grade, and we ended up working together for a while, and we'd always go out for a couple drinks for our birthday, and we were like, okay, we'll just go have a couple drinks for our birthday, and we're not going to close the bar or whatever. So we go there, and of course, since it's our birthday, everyone's buying us all shots. And I'm drinking shots and drinking beer, and then I need to get some food in me, and of course, me and this girl are one of the last ones to leave of the group, and I'm literally falling asleep in my potato salad because I'm so fucking drunk. So the wife puts me in the car, and we drive to Walmart because she's got to get some stuff. And my friend calls me, and I'm gone. I'm gone. Like, I'm in the car because I can't get up and walk. I have the window down to get the cool. You know, it's October, it's my birthday, so I got the cool air blowing on me. And she's in Walmart, and my friend calls me, and she says, "Hey, come on over to my house." She lives in, I won't say where, so we don't know where we are, but 20 minutes away. Okay. And I'm like, sure. So I make the agreement while the wife's in there shopping. So I get out. I gotta move because if I don't, I'm gonna throw up, type of thing. I'm that drunk. So I get out. I start walking. I walk into Walmart, and once you get in there, you know, you have the benches to sit down. I sit down on the bench, and I'm,
Yeah.
you know, like that. Someone comes in, knows who I am. I have a full fucking conversation with them. I don't know who they were. And they left. So I'm like, okay, I gotta start moving again. So I get up and I walk back out to the parking lot, and I'm lost in the parking lot looking for the car. Unbeknownst to me, the wife is in Walmart. They're like, "Where's your husband?" She's like, "He's probably drunk in the parking lot." Little did she know, I was drunk in the parking lot, walking around looking for our car. I couldn't find it. The reason was I was looking for my car.
And you didn't
We took her car. So I'm trying to find it, and then she finds me. "Eric, what are you doing?" "Looking for the car." "This is our car." "Oh, I thought we took my car." My car is still at work because I walked to the bar, and the wife came and picked me up. So I'm out there for like good 20 minutes, and of course I'm fucking drunker than hell. I'm surprised I didn't have the cops called on me because I'm trying to get into cars and stuff like that. And yeah, that's me. I was lost, and I didn't know where my car was. This is a Friday until I got a text from my coworker friend. Saturday, she'd be like, "Hey, did you find your car?" "No." "Oh, it's still at work." "Hey, you found it."
Oh my god.
Yeah. So I'm in the Walmart parking lot looking for my car when we took the wife's car the whole time.
I don't really have a super crazy one, but I got my friend Beth was like down in shots my throat one night when I was in lacrosse, and then she like disappeared on me, and I thought it was Jagger. I thought that was the point. And then she got equally drunk, and I went left, she went right, and lost track of it. So I just remember there was a boulder because there's bluffs on both sides of boulders spread around town, and I'm just like hanging onto this boulder, and it's like sidewalk, grass, road, and it's in the grass, and I'm just like, "Mr. Boulder, you're my best friend in the whole world."
There was
hold on.
Okay.
And they just passed the drunken public ordinance.
Oh no.
So you can get fined. So I'm like, okay, because this is like lacrosse, 3 universities in one town, a lot of people drinking. Suddenly it's getting quiet. I'm like, I gotta get out of here. So I had to like hide in an alley for a good hour because I couldn't walk.
Really?
I was that toasted, and I had to use like walls and stuff on the exterior of buildings to get me all the way back to my house. Because I had no motor function whatsoever.
Sasha says, "I once got so high that I had an out-of-body experience. I actually looked into the next room to see if I was in there."
Wow.
That's fantastic.
That is awesome.
Another drunk story I had, I was at home because I was drinking rum. Rum is I call it my blackout juice because I can't handle rum very well. And I make rum drinks extra strong because I like the sweet taste of it. I like drinking Captain Morgan, I like drinking Kraken, that type of stuff. And it was when the baby was first born. She might be 1. Okay, she's no older than 1. And I'm fucking drunk off my ass. Before people get worried, Rachel was in the room with me. Okay. We're in the bedroom. She's sitting at the head of the bed. We have the TV obviously at the foot of the bed. Baby is sitting at the foot of the bed on the right, I guess you would say on Rachel's side. Rachel is sitting against the bed frame. And then I lay down next to the baby. And I remember laying down next to the baby. I pass out. And I wake up. And when I lay on my stomach. I have a pillow under my head, and I got to kind of like cuddle a pillow under my arms. Yeah. That's how I laid down. There was plenty of space between me and the baby. When I wake up, the pillow went from under my arm, and it was right where the baby was. And I throw that fucking thing off the bed. I'm ripping the covers off. Eric, what the hell are you doing? I'm looking for the baby. She's in the bassinet. She's been in the bassinet for over 2 hours. The fuck happened? You got drunk. Oh. And then there was another time when the baby was in the bassinet. I fell asleep. Now again, it was rum. I fell asleep at the foot of the bed. I wake up. I fell asleep fully clothed. And I wake up, and I normally just sleep in my boxer shorts. And I wake up, I'm at the head of the bed, undressed under the cover. So Rachel had to lift my fat ass up. Oh my God. And undress me and put me to bed. So, yeah. I once got so drunk I thought I heard my dad ask me to shave his purse. Probably just a Jack Daniels. Well, that's okay. He did it sober.
I didn't actually shave the guy. It'd make a better story, though.
Yeah.
Hours.
He woke up and he was shaving you.
Yeah. Oh, God. They just got weird. That's a happy story. That's not a white story.
It's going to be like $200 million and not like the Lynch version at all. I still don't want to see Dune. I don't care.
No. That movie really ruined it for you.
Yeah. Well, I hate David Lynch, too. I hate Mulholland Drive. It's too fucking confusing. I hated Lost Highway. Too fucking confusing.
That movie got weird.
I didn't mind Twin Peaks. We watched the first season, but then we had no desire to see the second one.
So he's just flaming. Is that what's happening with that man?
David Lynch?
Know it?
No, he's just fucking weird.
Okay.
He likes to do those, like, what's the movie mean type of thing, interpreting.
Lost Highway, which also had McLaughlin in it.
No, no, Lost Highway had Bill Pullman. McLaughlin was in Blue Velvet.
You're right.
With Dennis Hopper breathing the oxygen and banging the chick with the scissors.
Like, Lost Highway was so fucking weird.
Mm-hmm.
He was like, I don't know, teleports his body, something.
Fuck if I know.
It was all kinds of crazy.
Fuck if I know.
Gay crap going on. And I'm not like homophobic, but it's just like with Dune.
Sting.
Sting. The whole thing between Sting and the Bernhard Conan, it's like, fuck or go home.
Stick it in him already.
Go big or go home. Like, don't. Well, it just feels out of place.
How about favorite bands? My all-time favorite band is Guns N' Roses.
Pearl Jam.
Yeah, I knew you were a big Pearl Jam fan. Yeah. If I had to say my top 5 and solo acts count, we're going to go Guns N' Roses. We're going to go the Ramones. We're going to go Rob Zombie. Aerosmith. And I'll say Dokken. I love Dokken because I'm a huge George Lynch guitar fan.
Okay.
So there you go.
Yeah, I did read that, but he was talking.
But see, the thing is, I don't like David Lynch enough to really even learn about him. But
yeah, I don't know anything about him besides the films. I'll go with Pearl Jam, Radiohead. I'll go with Queens of the Stone Age. Oh boy, that's a tough one.
You can just do top 3 if you can.
I have to go with Soundgarden.
Yeah, I knew you were big into like 90s grunge and stuff like that. Nirvana?
Boy, maybe. That 5th one's going to be tough. I don't want to put All CL Sound in there, though. I'll go with Modest Mouse for number 5. Just to... He's actually really
my number 1 has always been Guns N' Roses, though, ever since I was a kid. It's mainly
Thank you, Chris.
mainly for Slash's guitar playing, but I think Axl is if you get past the fact that he was a piece of shit, great frontman as well.
That's one thing that's interesting is watching this stuff 30 years later, like interviews and stuff. And it's like, who was the asshole? Slash?
Well, it wasn't just Axl.
Both.
Slash was a piece of shit too. Duff had his problems. Steven Adler was kicked out of the band for his drug use, and that says something if they kick you out.
Duff, who's a really nice guy.
Metallica. You like Metallica.
Oh, I'm a big Metallica.
You said other than Lars.
Yeah, Lars is a pain in the ass of a person.
You know what? Do a happy impression of Lars Ulrich.
Why would I do that?
He's the same character.
Oh, look, here's 2 drumsticks. Hey, it's the last 3 albums. Hey.
Yeah, the last.
After saying, oh, look, it's my snare decisions on the album Saint Anger. Yeah.
Not counting.
There. Oh, they're metal.
Not counting
They're
the.
metal and they're cold.
Not counting the S&M concept album, which was pretty good.
Yes.
And not counting Garage Inc., which is nothing but covers, so that doesn't count. Last album I liked was Reload.
Yeah, Load and Reload. And see, the irony there is with Lars's drumming, I thought they worked well for Load and Reload.
Mm-hmm.
But he's more of, he plays to the tempo
Mm-hmm.
and not the rhythm, not the beat. And it's hard rock and roll, you gotta play, he's doing it wrong, basically.
Mm-hmm.
He's self-taught and he's just not that good. And in an amazing band, so. But I watched this thing recently on YouTube where the guy who did the sound on, I want to say the Black Album, not the Black Album, one before that maybe, but the one that has no bass.
Mm-hmm.
And apparently it was Lars who came in and kept turning down the bass and said, basically take the bass. The 1st one that Jason Newsted was,
Jason Newsted, I think, debuted with the Black Album, didn't he?
was it sure it wasn't Creeping Death?
I'm pretty sure he debuted with the Black Album.
But in any event, it was Lars's fault. The reason why there's not a lot of bass in Metallica and a band that needs bass is because of Lars Ulrich.
Oh, he's
According to that guy.
Fucking retard.
Bands we hate.
Yeah. Sasha loves the opening of Sweet Child of Mine, the build-up. That's a great build-up, but I think the best build-up in a Guns N' Roses song is You Could Be Mine. You know, from the Terminator 2 soundtrack.
How about favorite Guns N' Roses song?
Favorite Guns N' Roses song is You Could Be Mine. That's my favorite Guns N' Roses song.
Coma. Coma's the song I listen to all the time.
Coma's okay. If I gotta pick favorite Guns N' Roses song, I'm gonna go You Could Be Mine, Civil War. I'm gonna throw in November Rain. I'm gonna throw in the original Don't Cry.
Oh, Sasha and the Black Chicks.
God damn it, Sasha.
That's why we love you, buddy. S&M and Ree, and he thought of Rihanna.
Yeah.
Spanking him in his British ass.
He
And shoving things in
yeah. He would sell his soul just to drink her fucking sweat.
I just talked about stuff going in Sasha's ass, and then I saw that church. It's not in frame. They don't know what we're talking about.
Yeah, I know.
It's sharp. And
What bands do I hate? Oh, God, I don't fucking know. I don't listen to music nowadays.
Yeah, I don't even know what's been made in the last 15 years. And let's not forget good bands, Chevelle. I got to mention those guys. I got into them in the last 2 years.
I can't think of any bands I hate, to be honest.
That I absolutely hate. But the point is I'm not listening to them, so it's hard to really hate.
Yeah.
Hanson would come to mind. Slipknot? Slip Biscuit?
Limp
Limp
Bizkit.
Bizkit. I was thinking combining Slipknot.
Speaking of Limp Bizkit, Fred Durst is the one that directed The Fanatic.
Yeah.
It always comes back to The Fanatic, doesn't it?
Oh my God! But yeah, Limp Bizkit. I really did not like that.
I enjoyed some of their music.
It was
horrible, but it was catchy.
We were coming out of some really amazing music being made, and then that asshole showed up, and it's been a shit show ever since. With the exception of like Chevelle, it's like the
I've seen
newest
Chevelle.
band I pay attention to. Chevelle.
How about bands you listened to and regretted later? I never regret to listening to anything. TV shows, I look at myself and like, wow, I can't believe I watched that shit, but
Haircuts and clothing, I look back and go, what the fuck was I doing?
I never regret listening to anything. Shit, I grew up listening to ICP, in high school.
And I never paid attention to
I still enjoy some of their stuff. Nothing new, but I can still go back and listen to some of their older albums and enjoy it. So,
Man, where is everybody?
Over here.
Everybody went to bed. Everybody took over.
But then again, it's fucking 1:15 in the morning. I think we're gonna have to end this very soon.
I'm, and now we got 5 people. Now we're stuck here.
No, we're not.
Now we're stuck here.
You're at 4:28. We're gonna stop this once it gets to 4:30 because I need to crash.
I will turn this off.
We're gonna give it another minute so you can get an even 4.5 hours of a stream.
I do want to take a look at how many. I wonder how many views we've had. Probably a good 30.
Well, you got 3 thumbs up and 1 thumb down.
Really? Somebody thumb down?
Yeah, scroll down, you'll see.
I'm gonna go find this fucker. We were talking about Jared Genesis and he was watching.
That's probably what it was.
Yeah.
It was Jared Genesis. He hates you.
Yeah, damn, I created an enemy now. Hopefully it doesn't
All right.
give me away. You got
All right.
2, I got 5.
Yep.
You sure you quitting?
Yeah, I'm quitting. It's 2
All
and
right.
it's 2 and 1 in the morning. So
And I do gotta drive the other side, so-
you still gotta go drive a half hour. So with that, I'm gonna say thanks for watching. Thanks for toughing
Absolutely,
it out
everybody.
because this was a long fucking stream. My ass is sore hanging out with Happy. Take that how you want. Look forward to watching chatting again. Thanks, Chris, for participating as much as you did. Sasha, I know Frenzy, if you're still here, I don't know. I know Jennifer went to bed, but yeah, Sasha. Well, that's the problem. You're in the UK. You're fucking 6 hours ahead of us. So.
Yep.
But with that, I'm gonna say for my stream, it was fun. Whitey will get over here in another 6 months. And we'll talk about more James Bond and shit like that. But with that, I'm gonna sign off. I'm gonna say cheers, and it was fun.
And we on this show we do.
Good journey. Fuck yeah.
Good night, everybody. See you on the next one. And I gotta figure out how technology works again.
Yeah, right.
Plum fucking forgot.
You're retarded.